Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. We bring you hundreds of novel audiobooks covering every genre and every kind of story you can imagine. Action? We've got it. Adventure? Absolutely. Horror? Of course. Whether it's the legendary Uchiha Massacre or outrageous tales like stealing Naruto's and Sasuke's women, you'll find it here. From epic series like One Piece, Bleach, Fairy Tail, and Hunter x Hunter, to countless other adventures, our library has it all. Love novels but don't have time to read? No worries, just plug in your earbuds, sit back, and let the story take over. Good listening, and happy hearing. Haha, I can divulge this right now, old Zhao's wife is also a celebrity, and you all definitely know who she is. All at once, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Zhang Hanwei said with a laugh, I promise on old Zhao's behalf that as long as he gets crowned as the grand champion, I'll expose her to the world. May I do that, old Zhao? Flowing Time said helplessly, alright, I give. The media present at the venue went on high alert. Zhang Hanwei shouted, hurry up and vote. I'll be counting on all of you. Flowing Time bowed slightly as he went off the stage with old Zhang. The audience at the venue was screaming non-stop. Zhang Hanwei. Zhang Hanwei. Zhang Hanwei. There was hardly anyone shouting Flowing Time's name. Most of them were directed at Zhang Hanwei. No one present today had not watched Zhang Hanwei's movies before. Almost everyone here was a fan of his. Immediately, the TV audience started voting. 500,000. 1 million. 2 million. 3 million. Flowing Time's tally went over 3 million votes. He had firmly taken first place. He was far ahead of everyone else. Zhang Zia laughed and said, this old Zhang really knows how to get the votes. Amy had returned to her seat by now. He's in first. Wang Zuishu suddenly looked to his left and right. Where's old Chen? I don't know. He was still around just a while ago. Chen Yidong was also puzzled. The next minute, they were surprised to see a familiar figure appearing on stage. This person was wearing the same outfit as Chen Guang had when he was seated beside them earlier. The only difference was that he was now wearing a mask. It was time for the next group's performance. They were Petal Shower and Humble Light. Petal Shower sang, why aren't you leaving yet? The Humble Light faced her and sang, I wanna watch the sea with you here. This was a song by Chen Guang and Fan Wenli. It was originally a duet song by them. By this point, the audience knew who they were even if they had not yet taken their masks off. Petal Shower was Fan Wenli. Humble Light was Chen Guang. I guessed long ago that it was old Fan. It's really her. I like her. I really like her. I knew it had to be her. Ha 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 ha, old Chen is a judge. Giving the couple who perform together a like. Their singing is wonderful. Old Chen and old Fan are so impressive. The two biggest names in the music industry have joined together, and they're even a couple with great understanding. On this stage, who else besides the clown will be a match for this pair? Even the clown might not be able to beat them. Right, the clown's invited guest partner seems like a newcomer. The performance ended. Everyone stood up and applauded them. Dong Shanshan walked onto the stage with a smile. So Petal Shower's actually teacher Fan Wenli. No wonder you sang so well. I am a fan of yours. Fan Wenli smiled and said, thank you, Shanshan. Dong Shanshan looked at Chen Guang. Teacher Chen has always been a judge on the guessing panel. I understand that the program team had also invited you to join the competition, so why didn't you choose to participate? Chen Guang chuckled. I was considering it, but my wife told me out of the blue one day that she was going to compete on King of Masked Singers to challenge herself. I thought it was better that I didn't join since I was really afraid that it would be too embarrassing if I lost to her on the show. The audience was tickled. They chatted for a while but did not ask for any votes. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli had always been like this. Even if you requested that they shout quickly vote for me to the television audience, they would not do it. When Zhang Yi saw their tally, he frowned again. Flowing Time was still in first place with 3.8 million votes. King of Oddity was in second place with 3 million votes. Petal Shower had taken over third place with 2.9 million votes. The audience was stunned. How can this be? She's only in third place? Old Chen and old Fan sang so well. Yeah, this song should be the best sung one today, followed by Spinach's song. But why is Petal Shower merely in third place? And why is Spinach in last place? Was it simply because she did not ask for people to vote for her? It shouldn't be like this. I didn't vote for Petal Shower because I already knew that she was Fan Wenli and guessed that Chen Guang would be her guest partner. Their performance had nothing to look forward to. Yeah, there was more to look forward to in Flowing Time's performance. Who could his wife be? No one was able to guess who Flowing Time's and King of Oddity's guest partners were. Petal Shower and the others were given too much attention during the course of the competition. so there's nothing fresh and exciting to look forward to with them. But Petal Shower sang really well. The other contestants publicized performing charitable acts or exposing their love life. They even invited some big names and spared no efforts in canvassing for votes, so how could Petal Shower and Spinach possibly compete with them? There's nothing wrong with these tallies. If they really want to catch up in the rankings, there's still a chance to do so in the second round where they'll be performing solo. Hopefully, Petal Shower can catch up. I feel that she deserves to become the grand champion. A lot of people were very surprised by this tally, including Zhang Yi, who was quite unhappy. If Petal Shower and Spinach had truly sung badly, he likely could have accepted this. But the issue here was that both of them had sung outstandingly. From a professional point of view, they were the two groups who had performed the best today. Hence, Zhang Yi could not accept that they were not higher in the rankings. It was his turn next. It was time for him to take the stage. 1071 Love of a Lifetime. Chapter 1071, Love of a Lifetime. In the waiting area, Davai quickly said, "Teacher, it's your turn." The clown nodded. "Okay." Zhaolu asked Wild Rose, "Are you ready?" "Yes," Wild Rose answered plainly. As per procedure, Zhaolu reminded them, "Teachers, you must not get nervous later no matter what. Cameras 2 and 3 are located at the front and the two of you must face the cameras at all times, although you shouldn't look into them." Where are the in-ear monitors? The program team staff and she were treating Wild Rose like she was a real newcomer. The clown said, "I don't need it." Wild Rose said, "I don't need it either." Zhaolu gasped. Alright then. Singers who usually sang in a recording studio would be used to wearing an in-ear monitor. A lot of singers who performed live were also used to wearing them as they were still very effective for listening to their own voices and the music. This gave a better effect and also prevented a desynchronization in the singing with the rhythm of the song. After all, the propagation of sound in such a large venue was usually delayed, so if their awareness of it was not that sharp, a problem would arise where the singing and music were not in sync. Only those singers who were especially professional and adept at live performances would not require such earpieces. Wild Rose was clearly the latter. While Zhang Yi was an exception because this fellow did not know how to use a earpiece at all. Whether it was in the past or right now, he had never worn one in the first place. It was almost time to take the stage. The clown's tally was still at the very bottom with only 200,000 votes. This was because the others had finished performing. He was the only one who had not gone on stage to perform, so his tally was naturally in last place. Dong Shanshan's voice sounded. "Next up, let's welcome the last pair of contestants. The clown." Wild Rose. Cheers erupted. Many people were waiting for this last pair of contestants. It's time for the clown's performance. It's finally his turn. Both Sunset Glow and Petal Shower have revealed themselves. There's only him left now. Yeah, it's only the clown's identity that we don't know. Hurry up and show yourself. I'd also like to see who on earth his partner is. Is it really a newcomer? Even if they're not a newcomer, they shouldn't be a very well-known celebrity, right? His mother sat up straight. It's the clown's turn. His third sister's eyes were glimmering. I was waiting for him. Hakiki said, I've always liked the clown. Zhang Zuo said, haha, I also like him quite a bit. There were also countless viewers staring fixedly at their televisions. After Fan Wenli and Li Zioxian finished performing, they returned to their seats off stage and were looking up in wait for the start of the clown's performance. They were also anticipating the reveal of his identity as no one could guess who the clown was all this while. As all the others had revealed themselves, their guess was that the clown was also likely reveal himself to increase his tally in the first round. If he did not put in more effort in the first round to help close the gap, then it would definitely be very difficult to catch up later. The fog machine was turned on. The stage was covered in fog. Nothing on it could be seen. At the same time, the music started playing. It was a little sad and ethereal. After the fog dissipated, the clown was standing at center stage. He was by himself. Listening to the melody, Zhang Yi closed his eyes and reminisced about the times with old Zhang. He experienced a rather complex mix of emotions. The first time he met old Zhang was 2 years ago. He could still remember with great clarity how Sister Zhang looked very cheerful and friendly on television back then. She was kind and pleasant to everyone and never put on any airs. Zhang Yi believed it to be real at the time. In the end, someone pressed his doorbell that night. When he opened the door and took a look, Zhang Yuanqi was standing right there at his apartment's door. She spoke in a cold manner and was even drunk. Thinking of it, Zhang Yi found it hilarious and his impression of old Zhang as a female goddess was shattered on the spot. Since then, the two of them had become good friends. Whenever old Zhang had time, she would come over to drink wine with him and tell him about things she could not tell others. Sometimes, Zhang Yi questioned himself as to whether or not he liked old Zhang. He didn't know. He probably did like her, right? If old Wu had not agreed to be his girlfriend or if old Wu had not appeared in his life, he was unsure if he would have tried to woo old Zhang. Sometimes, fate was really unpredictable. So when he learned that Zhang Yuanqi was going to sing a duet with him, the first song that came mind was this song. Zhang Yi wanted to sing this song with her even though she did not know that the clown was him. He just really wanted to sing it. He opened his eyes and raised his microphone. 1. The past has passed and won't return to now. Scarlet leaves long buried in the dirt. Wild Rose was the first person to be taken aback. When the two of them were rehearsing earlier, the clown did not sound like he did now. Zhang Zaya was also shocked by his voice. Why did she feel that the clown's singing was even better than before? A Cantonese song? He chose a Cantonese song? Those two lines pulled the audience into the music. The audience could feel inexplicable sorrow and seemed to see an image of life and death. The start and end can't be changed, anyhow. My faraway lover drifting beyond the clouds. He jumped an octave up. The sea of woes rolls with love and hate. It's hard to escape this world's fate. Zhang Yu reached into the distance to grasp at something but was unable to grab anything. In love, but each other we must avert. Perhaps I should believe this is fate. There was no applause. There were no cheers. Everyone in the audience was carefully controlling their breathing lest they affected him and the song. Zhang Zia sighed, this is what you call singing. When Wang Zuishi heard Zhang Zia's comment and realized it implied something more, he could not help but glance at her. Yes, this was what singing was about. The King of Oddities and Flowing Time's performances could only be called performances, while the clown's performance was what one would call real singing. It was overwhelming. This was a real singer who did not need to add any gimmicks into his performance. All of a sudden, a woman's voice sounded from afar. The audience turned their heads in surprise. Wild Rose had appeared behind the audience and was standing on an elevated platform. As she sang, her eyes stayed on the stage while she walked over to it step by step. Her voice was amazing. A single vocalization covered countless people in goosebumps. Some of the audience members probably thought that it sounded nice but did not feel anything more. However, there were many professionals present here today and a lot of them were stunned by this singing. Zhang Zia got quite the fright. Who is she? Fan Wenli broke out in a cold sweat. This is Chen Guang, Ziadong, Li Zioxian, Amy, and the others were also shocked. This voice, this singing, this breathing technique. Even the fluctuation of the intensity in her emotions was successfully conveyed within her vocalization. This was good beyond measure. Just who did the clown invite? Their fellow peers in the music industry were also dumbfounded watching their televisions. Just the clown alone was astonishing enough. And now, there was another person like that in Wild Rose? These two were fucking exceptional singers. How could the others have a chance with these two singing together? The clown looked toward Wild Rose. Lovers, once gone, never shall come back. Wild Rose sang softly, disappearing love. The clown closed his eyes. Sitting alone, I stare past this world all slack. Wild Rose was nearing the stage. Hope to see you again. Though the flower may wither. Wild Rose sang sadly, wishing only it will bloom back. Wild Rose looked at the clown. For you. The love of my life seems to be waiting. Beyond the clouds. Wild Rose sang, I hope. Wild Rose walked onto the stage. The two of them were facing each other, no more than 5 meters apart. Their voices suddenly harmonized. The sea of woes rolls with love and hate. It's hard to escape this world's fate. The two of them walked toward each other slowly and reached their hands out at the same time. It was like they were trying to grab hold of each other's hands, yet when their fingertips came within touching distance, Wild Rose's hand trembled with hesitation as she withdrew it. The clown reached further out toward her, then clenched his fist as he started withdrawing his hand as well. Despite being at such close proximity, they couldn't close the distance between them. These few centimeters felt like the furthest distance in the world. Now they closed their eyes. In love, but each other we must avert. Perhaps I should believe this is fate. The sea of woes rolls with love and hate. It's hard to escape this world's fate. In love, but each other we must avert. Perhaps I should believe this is fate. A lot of people were deeply engrossed in the song. This was the charm of music. The song had given many people a vivid experience of a life and death romance in just 3 minutes, hooking them in and never letting go. Yao Jiankai asked anxiously, who the heck is she? Beside him, Zhang Zia said in astonishment, this voice sounds really familiar. Fan Wenli looked over and said, I also find her voice very familiar. Ziadong exclaimed, it can't be her, right? Chen Guang could guess who Ziadong was referring to. That's impossible. Who here is qualified enough to invite her? With her status, would she come and compete? Fan Wenli said, "The song's too short. I can't truly identify who she is by her voice." Amy yelled, "Why are they still not showing themselves? The suspense is killing me." The audience suddenly shouted, "Ah! She's going to take off her mask. She's about to take it off. Who could it be? Who is this woman?" A lot of people opened their eyes wide in curiosity. Because at the final moment when the song was coming to an end, Wild Rose placed her hand on her mask and was very close to revealing her mysterious identity. But unfortunately, her hand stopped right there. Because the clown had walked up to her and given her a slight shake of his head. Wild Rose did not say anything but dropped her hand. The audience regretted this deeply. "Ayo. Take your mask off already. Why isn't she taking it off anymore? What's going on? She was about to take off her mask. Why is she not taking off her mask? Everyone else has revealed themselves. What is the clown thinking? Does he really intend to wear the mask for the entire duration of the competition? Damn, isn't he overdoing it by a little too much? They're still not going to reveal themselves? I'm just afraid that when they get eliminated after the first round, they won't even have a chance to show who they are even if they want to. This is the best time to show themselves and ask for votes." 1072 I'm a newcomer. Chapter 1072, I'm a newcomer. In the audience, Zhang Yi's father sighed, "What a nice song this is." His mother said, "This woman sang really well." His eldest sister was shocked. "Yeah, who is she?" His third sister anxiously said, "I don't know. Why didn't she take off her mask?" The clown stopped her. His second sister slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "This song is so good. It didn't feel fake, nor was there much flamboyance to it. It was purely singing. It was so damn awesome." A duet and a solo were two different concepts. They were completely different. The difficulty of singing a duet lay in the cooperation between the singers and the control of the atmosphere. In fact, the majority of duets were not suited for competitive singing. As such, some of the contestants before them chose to make use of musical instruments to control the atmosphere by putting on electronica the moment they went on stage and using it to pump up the atmosphere. Some others chose to use their performances to control the atmosphere by wearing resplendent outfits like they were staging a play, and adding a dance segment to give the audience a stronger visual impact. But the Clown and Wild Rose's song was all about controlling the stage with their voices and using their singing to excite the audience. This was clearly much more difficult, as even the husband and wife pair of Chen Guang and Fan Wenli could not cooperate to this level in their earlier performance. The music ended. The audience were at a loss for a moment, then suddenly erupted into applause. Hearing the applause and seeing everyone around them standing up from their seats, Zhang Yi was having fun singing. He felt fulfilled with his performance today and could claim to have sung to perfection. He managed to use his own style to sing all that he wanted to say and express. Furthermore, Wild Rose's partnership with him was even better. The two of them seemingly had an unspoken understanding of each other even though their characters and approach to handling things were totally different. For some reason, they resonated very well together on a spiritual and artistic level. Perhaps this was why these two people who were from two completely different worlds could end up as the good friends they were. Voice? Rhythm? Cooperation? They were flawless in all aspects. This was a very famous classic from Zhang Yi's previous world called Love of a Lifetime that was used as the theme song of a Chinese Odyssey. Zhang Yi had heard of it when he was young but did not have any strong feelings about it. However, when the song was used in the movie, it brought out a different side to the song that sounded quite good. However, he had never had the urge to sing this song. It wasn't until the grand finals when he invited Wild Rose to be his partner that Zhang Yi suddenly thought of this song. It was like it had infected him. He really wanted to sing it. For this reason, Zhang Yi stayed up many nights just to practice the pronunciation of this song's Cantonese lyrics so that he could sing it today. Thinking about it now, it was worth all the effort he put in. He did not fail this song regardless of how the results would turn out. Dong Shanshan walked back onto the stage with a smile. "Hello, teachers." The Clown and Wild Rose both smiled. With the live broadcast camera in front of them, the attention of the entire country's audience was focused on them. Dong Shanshan looked at them and said, "I don't know how I should greet the two of you right now, because you two have yet to reveal your identities, so I wouldn't know who you are." Wild Rose smiled as she raised her microphone and said, "I was planning to reveal my face." Because she did not take off her mask, the vocoder on her microphone was still on. Curious, Dong Shanshan asked, "Then why didn't you?" Wild Rose laughed and said, "You have to ask him." Dong Shanshan looked at the clown. "Oh?" The clown did not answer. In fact, Zhang Yi and Wild Rose had communicated about this issue beforehand. She was not too inclined to take off her mask during the performance itself as she did not want to destroy the artistic integrity of the performance, which Zhang Yi agreed with. So the two of them did not plan to take off their masks from the start. Zhang Yi did not know why Wild Rose would suddenly change her mind about this. Perhaps she was afraid that he would lose out too much in the voting, but Zhang Yi managed to stop her from doing so. On this stage, Zhang Yi's only intended to sing well. He knew that if Wild Rose had taken off her mask, the competition would probably end early with Zhang Yi gaining a great advantage. But that was not what he wanted. He wanted to win. He wanted to win fair and square. Comparing popularity? Comparing acting chops? Comparing misery? Comparing charitability? What was the meaning in that? Zhang Yi did not wish for his show that he brought over from his previous world to become like this. So the clown raised his microphone to his mouth as he looked to the singer next to him. Today, I would like to thank Teacher Wild Rose for taking time off to support me. My deepest gratitude. The vocoder made him sound very strange. Wild Rose laughed and said, "That's what friends are for." The clown looked at the audience. Next, I would like to thank my parents and family. They're also here today, but I wonder if they liked my song. Dong Shanshan said in surprise, "Oh? Aunt and uncle are here too?" Hoof, who was giving instructions off stage, was stunned. Dafei and Zhaolu were also a little taken aback. What? The clown's family members are here? That's impossible. The clown did not request for any admission passes to the grand finals from them. All the admission passes that were given out had gone through their hands, so they naturally wouldn't remember wrong. Many of the contestants' relatives were attending the grand finals today, like Spinach's aunt and uncle, King of Oddity's mother, and Liseoxian's siblings. The program team had allocated the best tickets for them and arranged for them to be seated in the front rows. However, the clown's family members were definitely not included in this list. Hoof asked Dafei, "Did you give them passes?" Dafei replied, "I didn't." Little Han, "Did you give them passes?" Han Chi stuttered, "It wasn't me either. I don't know anything." A lot of people in the audience started looking around. The clown's parents? Who are they? Who are his parents? We should be able to figure out his identity if we can spot them. Where are they? Zhang Yi's parents were also searching. His mother turned to check behind her and to the sides. There's no one? His eldest sister also searched for a long time. No one stood up. His father wondered, are his parents seated in the front row? His mother stretched her neck to have a look. They're not up front either. At this time, Dong Shanshan questioned, "Teacher Clown, Teacher Wild Rose, I believe that there are many people who are curious about who you are, including me. In 5 minutes' time, the voting channels will be suspended. Are the both of you really not planning to reveal your faces and let everyone see who you really are?" The clown said, "It's not necessary." Dong Shanshan blinked. "Then do you want to ask for votes?" The clown calmly said, "It's not necessary." Dong Shanshan did not know what else to say. Then alright, we will respect the teacher's choice. Let's have them head backstage for a short break. We'll return after these messages. The TVs cut to commercial break. Dong Shanshan was sweating from the stage lights as they were too hot. She immediately went off stage to get her makeup touched up. 3 makeup artists ran over to assist her. The other members of the staff quickly tidied up the stage. When they were heading off the stage, Wild Rose, who was walking ahead of the clown, asked without even looking back, "Are we really not going to reveal our identities?" The clown made a noise in the affirmative. "Not going to ask for votes?" "No. You know, this song was never suitable for a competition." "I know. What if we lose?" "I'll accept it." Wild Rose suddenly laughed. She turned around and looked at him for several seconds. "I finally believe that you're really my old friend. I don't have many friends with a temperament like yours. I think I know who you are now, although I'm not very sure because the person I know shouldn't know how to sing." The clown spread his hands, not replying. The staff led them to the front row. Fan Wenli, Chen Guing, Li Zioxian, Ziadong, Zhang Hanwei, Zhang Xian, and the others were all seated there. This special zone was reserved for the contestants and judges. When the two of them came over, all the contestants and judges stared at them en masse as they took their seats beside them. Amy spoke up the fastest. "Big sis, who are you?" Wild Rose looked at her and chuckled, "Guess." Flowing Time, Zhao Kiken, said, "You should have taken your mask off." King of Oddity agreed, "Yeah." Wild Rose acknowledged him. Zhang Hanwei asked suspiciously, "Do we know each other?" Wild Rose purposely disguised her voice and said, "No, I'm a newcomer." "You're a newcomer? How is that possible?" The singers nearby nearly fainted. Especially Flowing Time and the other veteran contestants. They were even more at a loss for words. "Damn, if you are a newcomer, then aren't we dead meat?" 1073 The Clown on the Verge of Elimination? Chapter 1073, The Clown on the Verge of Elimination? During the commercial break, some of the audience took a bathroom break. Some of the staff made use of this time to check the equipment. Lee Seok-seon, Sunset Glow, looked at Wild Rose, who was seated beside the clown, and asked, "Big sis, do you know who the clown is?" Wild Rose smiled and said, "I don't know, but I have someone in mind." Zedong quickly asked, "Oh? Who?" Fan Wenli added, "Do we know him?" Wild Rose glanced at the clown, then looked back at them. The person I'm thinking of, you guys definitely know him. Also, I think you should be quite familiar with him." When the clown heard that, his eyebrows twitched a little. Amy exclaimed, "Surely not, right? We're very familiar with him?" Fan Wenli said with a frown, "Why do I have no memory of someone like that?" Zhang Zia said, "Just who could it be?" Wild Rose laughed and said, "It's only a guess. I might be wrong." Chen Guang didn't know how to react. "If you're not even sure of who the clown is, why did you agree to come in support?" Wild Rose smiled without saying another word. The others could not figure out if she was telling the truth or lying. Liao Yiki, Spinach, had not said anything all this time. Her celebrity guest partner, Celery, was talking her ear off, probably worried about her current tally of votes. After all, the numbers were not really ideal. The host finished touching up her makeup. The program team counted down to the return of the show. 3, 2, 1. The commercial break was over. The show's broadcast signal came back on. Dong Shanshan beamed as she announced, "Welcome back to tonight's finale of King of Masked Singers." She pointed down. "At the bottom of your screens, you can see the numbers to call for each contestant. Please support and vote for your favorite contestant so that they might become tonight's Masked King. Your votes decide if they will remain or leave after the first round. The contestant that comes in last won't continue competing tonight. Only 5 will remain in the battle for the Masked King in the next round. And now that our 6 contestants have all finished performing, let's bring the real-time tallies up onto the big screen behind me and have a look at the current rankings." In an instant, the entire venue went quiet. The TV audience also seemed to be holding their breath. Spinach looked up. Fan Wenli took a deep breath. Flowing Time and Zhang Hanwei were smiling so widely they were squinting. King of Oddity looked relaxed as he knew he would be safe from elimination with his current tally. "Who's in first?" "I don't know. Are the results out yet? Who'll be the first one to get eliminated?" Zhang Yi also looked up at the screen. With a sudden flash, the tallies appeared on the big screen and updated in real time. The votes were changing every second as the numbers jumped. When the audience saw the rankings, there was an uproar in the venue. First, Flowing Time second, King of Oddity third, Petal Shower fourth, Sunset Glow fifth, Spinach sixth. The clown Fan Wenli said in surprise, "What?" Zhang Zia couldn't believe it either. "The clown is sixth? He's in the last place?" Wild Rose gave the clown a look. The clown did not react. Amy cried out, "What's with this result?" Flowing Time shook his head. "That's what he gets for acting aloof and not wanting to take off his mask." King of Oddity was also smiling on the inside. He knew that the clown had sung very well, and he admitted that the best song that he has heard today was the clown and Wild Rose's Love of a Lifetime. They had indeed sung much better than the other contestants by far. However, it seemed like that didn't affect anything at all, since how many in the audience would look at their performance from a purely professional point of view? Most people just listened and watched the performances for the fun of it. If you did not take off your mask or ask for votes, and chose not to have any gimmicks to interest the audience, then who would want to vote for you? Zedong was also finding it difficult to understand. Even if the clown isn't in first place, he shouldn't be in the last place. There was clearly nothing wrong with his song at all. Lee Seok-seon frowned and said, "I just cast a vote for Teacher Clown on my phone. He and Teacher Wild Rose really sang this song well, so how could?" Even Dong Shanshan, who was currently on stage and facing the cameras, looked a bit startled when she saw the rankings. She hadn't expected to see such a result either. Zhang Yi's mother was enraged. What the hell? His father could not keep watching. How are these people even voting? His eldest young sister said in shock, "The clown and Wild Rose sang so great. They should be in first place. But why is their tally so low? This is impossible." Hakiki gasped. "Isn't that too low?" Zhang Zuo said, "No one wants to vote for the clown? I might not be a professional, but even I could hear that the clown and Wild Rose sang much better than the others." Others in the audience held opposing views. "I'm giving my vote to Flowing Time anyway." "Me too, I just want to know who his wife is." Ha ha ha. The clown and Wild Rose sang well, great, even. But who would know who they are since they were unwilling to take off their masks? They're probably just some unknown artists who are afraid to show their faces in the first place. Maybe they're scared the audience won't recognize them. Then we might as well give our votes to the celebrities we know. King of Oddity is a good choice to support since he has intents to support charity. Right, King of Oddity seems like he has a good character. I voted for Zhao Kiken. Likewise, but I'm doing so because I'm giving face to Zhang Hanwei. Old Zhang has already done so much to get votes for flowing time, so we must definitely give him face. Hee hee. In the previous episodes of the competition, the contestants were not allowed to speak or ask for votes after their performances, or even take off their masks midway through. There were also no celebrity guest partners at all. But the rules were changed in today's grand finals, and the outcome was clearly very different from before. The program team had not anticipated this, and they also did not think too much of it when Flowing Time and King of Oddity were asking for votes from their supporters. But at this moment, when they saw the clowns Tally, Hoof, Hooge, and the others suddenly realized that something was not right. This development had gone beyond their expectations and design of the competition format. It had gone utterly off track from their original vision of the competition. In the outside world. On Weibo. The fans of the contestants were calling for support and votes everywhere. Please vote for Flowing Time. Thank you. Where are King of Oddity's fans? Go vote for him. Let's push King of Oddity up the rankings together. Don't let our big brother fight this battle alone. Where are Old Fan and Old Chen's die-hard fans? Let's give our votes to Petal Shower together. It was bustling online. People calling for support everywhere, and some even offered to sell their votes. This was because every phone number could only be used to vote once, so many die-hard fans of Flowing Time, King of Oddity, and the others were offering to buy votes for the contestants they supported. Although this behavior was prohibited, it was in fact very difficult to enforce. Only Spinach and the clown did not experience much support from their fans. For Spinach, it was because she was not that well known. As for the clown, it was because no one knew who he was. But there were also fans of the clown who were very angry. Why is he in the last place? The hell? Are they all deaf? Can you people not hear the difference between good and bad? You guys should be voting for the clown. This is a singing competition. It's not about outdoing each other with gimmicks. Are you kidding me? How can the clown be last? At the venue. Dong Shanshan checked the remaining time. We're only 2 minutes away from the end of the first round. By now, the front-runners were leading by a lot of votes compared to those behind them. Spinach, 5th place, 1.27 million votes. The clown, 6th place, 1.26 million votes. There were only 11,000 votes between them. There were still 2 minutes left. It would be impossible for them to catch up to those in the lead in such a short time. The eliminated contestant would be either Spinach or the clown. Spinach looked toward the clown and let out a sickly laugh. The clown looked at her in return. Dong Shanshan said, "There's still a minute until voting closes. The voting is getting more and more intense." The clown had 1.28 million votes. Spinach was also at 1.28 million votes. Their two tallies were tied. Counting down, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds. A lot of people were tensing up with nerves. All of a sudden, Dong Shanshan announced, "Okay, the voting window has closed." Instantaneously, the tallies on the big screen stopped changing. Countless home viewers and a live audience immediately looked at it. 5th, the clown 6th, Spinach. The difference between their two tallies was just 220 votes. Spinach was eliminated and would not advance into the battle round. Hoof heaved a sigh of relief. Zhaolu patted her breast. "I was scared to death." Han Chi's heart nearly jumped out of her chest. How close? He nearly got eliminated. Then she got furious and wondered, how could that have happened? Why did it become like this? The clown. Wild Rose. How could these two singers nearly get eliminated? Are all of you deaf? Are all of you so easily deceived by those gimmicks rather than listening to their singing? 1074 The clown loses his title chances? Chapter 1074, The clown loses his title chances? The netizens commented on end. Spinach was eliminated. The results are out. It was way too close for the clown. Yeah, he's a favorite to win the title tonight. In fact, he's the favorite to win, so how did he nearly get eliminated in the first round? This doesn't make any sense. Liao Yiki was eliminated? Damn, I was supporting Spinach. Spinach sang so much better today. Right, Spinach absolutely sang much better than Flowing Time and King of Oddity. At least today, at least this round, Spinach absolutely should not have been eliminated. It's their fault for not trying to get votes. Right, I think it was only Spinach and the clown who didn't canvass for votes. Spinach was already the contestant with the lowest popularity on this show. It was to her disadvantage as such competitions still depend on one's fame to be successful. I feel so much pity for Spinach. She should have asked for support and votes. Exactly, both her and the clown miscalculated. At the venue. Dong Shanshan had already announced the results. She looked down at Spinach from on stage. We're quite sad and sorry to see that teacher Liao Yiki will be leaving this stage early tonight. Could you say something for everyone before you go? Spinach stood up and walked on stage. Dong Shanshan handed the microphone to her. Spinach forced a smile. Thank you, everyone. Getting here, reaching the grand finals, I'm very happy with my performance, really. In the audience, quite a number of Spinach's fans stood up. Spinach. Little Chi, we're cheering you on. Cheering you on. You're the best. We love you. Some fans were already in tears. Several grown men were wiping tears away as they held up LED light boards with Spinach's stage name on it. They were holding them high with all their strength, like they were trying to raise the boards into the sky. When she saw this, Spinach could no longer control her emotions. Her eyes reddened as she said, "Thank you. Thank you, all of you." Pausing, she bit her lip and said, "I'm sorry that I wasn't able to make it to the end." Spinach was a very cheerful person in private and usually had a lot to say. However, the Spinach on stage was not as talkative as she was in private. Just like before, she did not really touch on how she was feeling even after she had been eliminated, much less complain about anything. When they heard Spinach apologizing, the fans felt even worse. A lot of them started crying and their hearts went out to her. Spinach exited the stage. The other contestants also left and went backstage to prepare for the next round of the competition. Only Wild Rose, Xiaodong, Chen Guang, Zhang Hanwei, and the other celebrity guest partners remained behind in the audience as they were not involved in the next round of competition. Their work here was done for the day. Backstage. The clown did not say anything on the way over. Fan Wenli looked at him. You should have been first in the first round. Li Xiaoxian was no longer wearing her mask. We were just discussing that if the results were based only on the songs, you'd definitely have gotten first place. Flowing Time and King of Oddity did not say anything. They were already heading back to their own waiting rooms to change costumes. Their makeup artists were already waiting for them. The clown looked at both Fan Wenli and Li Xiaoxian. Thanks. Fan Wenli said, you'll definitely catch up in the second round. The clown chuckled but did not speak. Fan Wenli and Li Xiaoxian also headed back to their waiting rooms. The clown was by himself now. He was just about to open the door and go inside his waiting room when he heard footfalls coming from behind. He turned around to look and saw that it was Liao Yiki who had come backstage. Teacher Clown. Zhang Yi looked at her. Teacher Spinach, you're looking for me? Liao Yiki asked, did I not sing well? Zhang Yi firmly shook his head. It's not that, you sang great. If I'd voted, I would not have given my vote to Sunset Glow or Petal Shower. I would have voted for you. Liao Yiki said, is that so? Zhang Yi reaffirmed, yes. Liao Yiki smiled wanly and said, then why are our tally so low? Zhang Yi did not answer her, nor did he know how to answer her. I can't accept it, Liao Yiki suddenly said. I really can't accept it. Zhang Yi waited for her to continue. Liao Yiki took a deep breath. I don't have another chance to sing. So Teacher Clown, I'd like you to do me a favor. You must be crowned Masked King. Can you do that for me? Zhang Yi said, with you gone, I'm the one with the lowest tally amongst the 5 remaining contestants. Liao Yiki was silent for a moment. Then she looked up and said, I'd like to know if there really is no recognition for those of us who just want to sing in peace. Zhang Yi comforted, you're still young. There'll still be a lot of chances in the future. Liao Yiki said, but right now, my beliefs have been shaken. Zhang Yi understood. He knew exactly what Spinach was feeling at this moment. He was furious about her elimination from the competition. He felt that it was unfair and also found it unbelievable. Not counting his duet with Wild Rose, Zhang Yi felt that Spinach's song was the best one out there tonight. Surprisingly, she performed much better than the husband and wife pair of Chen Guang and Fan Wenli. Because of that, Zhang Yi did not know how he could comfort her when he was faced with this young singer who had just come of age. 1 second. 2 seconds. Zhang Yi suddenly spoke, don't be shaken. Believe in yourself, and believe in what you have always thought is right. Liao Yiki did not say anything. She was hesitating and looked lost. Zhang Yi looked at her. About what you've asked of me, I'll give you my word. Liao Yiki was startled by his words. Zhang Yi laughed and said, so if I become the Masked King, if I become the Grand Champion, you must promise me that you'll continue to believe. There's nothing wrong with singing in peace, okay? Liao Yiki's eyes finally lit up. Okay. Zhang Yi nodded. Then it's a deal. Turning around, Zhang Yi pushed open the waiting room door. Inside, the makeup artists and wardrobe assistant were having a conversation. The female makeup artist said, well, I suppose that's it for the clown. The male makeup artist said, both he and Spinach acted too high and mighty. I can tell that they're newcomers at a glance. They're still not used to the pace and rules of the entertainment circle. Even though such shows say that they only listen and judge the music, how many people would know how to do that? This current competition format totally depends on the viewers' votes. How many votes can they get with just their singing alone? They definitely have to incorporate other ways to gain more support. Flowing Time and King of Oddity were fine examples of how it should be done. Their talent agencies must have strategized it for them, using those gimmicks to gain votes that other contestants would have needed to gain with 2 songs. The wardrobe assistant sighed and said, honestly, the clown has already fallen out of the race for the Masked King. The female makeup artist said, yeah, the tally's differences are too large. There's no way he can catch up. The clown has an advantage, though. That's right. His advantage is that he has not taken his mask off yet. He still has a chance to do so in the second round and gain an explosion of support. But if he insists on keeping his mask on, then he's really done for. He won't even be able to fight for the top 3 spots. The 3 of them were chatting. Zhang Yi closed the door behind him. Only now did they realize that the clown had come back. They did not know whether he had overheard their conversation, but the 3 of them looked a little guilty. Teacher Clown. Let's do your makeup. Zhang Yi acknowledged them and sat down at the makeup table without a word. All of a sudden, he was full of fight. He refused to have his beliefs shaken today. 1075 The second round of the Grand Finals. Chapter 1075, the second round of the Grand Finals. The commercial break ended. The live broadcast cut back to the theater. After the elimination of Liao Yuki, the competition entered its climax. The countless domestic viewers watching their televisions could even smell gunpowder in the air. The atmosphere of the competition was intense. What a long commercial break. It's starting. Dong Shanshan is so damn beautiful. Her popularity has taken off due to this show. True. Dong Shanshan, Petal Shower, Sunset Glow, The Clown, all of them have become really popular. How can you say that the clown is popular? He was nearly knocked out of the competition. Isn't there still the second round? He won't be able to catch up even in the second round. I now believe that the clown might really be a newcomer. Yeah, he doesn't even know the basic rules and behavior of show business. Not necessarily. The clown might know that it'll affect his votes if he doesn't take off his mask, canvass for votes, or let his celebrity guest partner reveal herself, and that it puts him at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, that's what he's chosen to do. Maybe it's in his principles to win fair and square. Could this be a possibility? Get over it. Do you think that everyone thinks like that Zhang Yi fellow? On stage. Dong Shanshan looked into the camera and announced, "Welcome back to the show. And now, let's have our staff reopen the voting channels. The second round of the competition has begun." In the second round, which was also the final round, only one song remained for each contestant to perform. Their final song would decide their outcome and spot in the competition. Although there was still one more chance to perform alone after being crowned as Masked King, the prerequisite was winning. The voting channels were opened. The real-time tallies were shown on the big screen. First, Flowing Time, 3.51 million votes. Second, King of Oddity, 2.68 million votes. Third, Petal Shower, 2.35 million votes. Fourth, Sunset Glow, 2 million votes. Fifth, The Clown, 1.3 million votes. The difference was too great. The clown had already fallen behind right at the beginning. Han Chi kept quiet, a dark look on her face. Hoof was not in a good mood either. He felt that he had done the clown wrong this time, as well as Spinach. Hoof had even purposely gone to look for Spinach to offer his apologies to her a bit ago. The format of this competition was a mistake on their program team's part, and Hoof felt that he was responsible. However, Spinach did not seem like she was in the mood to talk. Hoof could see that Liao Yuki had been dealt quite a blow, so he got even more worried about the clown. He was afraid that he would not be able to withstand this pressure. The clown was the contestant who had become the Masked King the most times so far. He was clearly the favorite to win and become the grand champion, yet he had now fallen all the way to the last place. This disparity was too much for anyone to accept. But there was nothing they could do. The results were set in stone. The clown had almost no chance of becoming the champion. They couldn't stop the competition now, nor could they change the rules at the last minute. All they could do was let the competition keep progressing. A knocked arrow must fly. One Beijing television's head and several station heads had all come to watch the competition in person and were seated in a remote corner in the theater. After all, this was Beijing television's most popular variety show in their history of existence. The entire television station's attention was on the team, and everyone had very high hopes for the show. With Dong Shanshan's announcement, the final round of the competition began. The audience fell silent. Li Xiuxian, Sunset Glow, came onto the stage. I've always been told I don't understand lyrics, composing, or singing. I've always been told I don't understand comfort, laughter, or living. I've always been told I don't understand passion, women, or romance. I've always been told I don't understand restraint, flexibility, or smarts. It was a rock song. Sunset Glow was actually singing a rock song. This song had once been performed by a female contestant on The Voice. But when it was sung by Lee Zeoxian, the style of the song was entirely different. There was very deep emotion within the singing as Lee Zeoxian used a restrained voice with feminine quiet to sing that rebellious shouting of the rock spirit. Who told you I can't sing? The entire audience perked up. Scream after scream rang out. Zeodong and Dami gave each other a look and broke out into gratified smiles. Their Spring Garden group was the most popular girl group in the country, but had always been mired in controversy. A lot of people called their singing into question and believed that they depended on their appearances to be successful. They heard so much criticism about themselves over the years but had never been able to give a proper response to those critics. But today, Lee Zeoxian had stepped forward. She had used the identity of Sunset Glow to let everyone know that they could also sing well, and that they could sing songs that people thought they couldn't. More importantly, they could sing well. When her performance was over, Sunset Glow's vote count immediately soared. The audience could see the constant change in her tallied votes from the real-time update on the big screen. It increased by several hundreds of thousands of votes, and she surpassed Petal Shower in the rankings. Lee Zeoxian's solo song required all of her singing skills that Sunset Glow was well known for. The next contestant was King of Oddity. Child. My child. How could I have a future without you? Child. My child. Dad will wait for your return. This was a charity single that had been released for an anti-human trafficking campaign. The original version had 10 celebrities singing in it, and 2 of those 10 were currently seated in the audience. One of them was Grandma Zhang Ziya, the other was Zhang Hanwei. This was a song many people had heard before, and it immediately evoked a lot of memories. Frankly, King of Oddity's singing was just average. He specialized in singing portamento, but this technique did not at all suit some songs. However, he had added some complex portamento and pauses into the song that made it sound a little too over the top. Yet somehow, the audience was touched and bought into it. Before the song ended, King of Oddity's votes had increased by more than 500,000. It shot up by much more than Sunset Glow's increase, and his tally was now nearly even with Flowing Times. Some in the audience kept clapping. Great song. How nostalgic it is to hear this again. It looks like King of Oddity is really here to help charity today. Yup, that's how all celebrities should be. Everyone should follow King of Oddity's example. Just based on this charity theme song, I will vote for King of Oddity. I've already voted for him, so I can't vote anymore. During the first round, most of those watching the show had cast their votes. As a result, there wasn't as much of an increase in the tallies during the second round as compared to the first round where the tallies changed by 1 to 2 million votes per contestant. The uptick of votes for each of them in the second round was only in the region of several 100,000. This was expected due to the votes being cast earlier on. This was also the exact reason why all the contestants, other than the clown, had chosen to take off their masks during the first round. Everyone knew that such a situation would occur, so they took off their masks early on to try to gain an advantage over the others. Otherwise, their chances of winning would have been minimized if they waited until the second round to do so. Unless someone sang an extraordinary song stunningly, there was almost no realistic chance of them bridging the difference in votes. This reason was why the program team and everyone else believed that the clown had already lost his title chances. There weren't enough votes. And it would only lessen toward the end of the show. The tally was constantly changing. When Lee Zeoxian saw it, she gave a dry laugh. Zeodong was speechless. King of Oddity had performed this song about average, but how did he get so many votes? It seemed like Zeoxian would not even stand a chance of getting placed in the top 3. Zhang Yi had changed into his other costume and had had his makeup done. He watched the TV in the waiting room and shook his head slightly. This again? He was playing the charity card again? He was even starting to overuse this gimmick? Was there no end to this? Zhang Yi did not object to charity, so of course he wouldn't oppose it. But to do this on such an occasion, wasn't it too obvious what his objectives were? To put it bluntly, this was as good as moral abduction. He was using means other than singing to get the audience to want to vote for him. Lee Zeoxian had sung great even if she wasn't in her best shape today. She still managed to showcase a large part of her strengths in her performance, yet she did not get as many votes as King of Oddity did. Immediately, Spinach's words echoed in her mind. Is there really no recognition for those of us who just want to sing in peace? Zhang Yi was silent. Then he clenched his fists tightly. 1076 Wild Rose's mask falls off. Chapter 1076, Wild Rose's mask falls off. King of Oddity stepped down from the stage and returned to his front row seat. Congratulations. You're guaranteed to finish in the top 3. If it's close, you might even get first place. Haha, your tally will be moving into first place soon. Zhang Hanwei and a few others offered their congratulations. King of Oddity was also looking at his own tally. He got very excited knowing that he would be surpassing the first place flowing time in a moment. As a singer who was still considered half a newcomer to the industry and not really that popular yet, King of Oddity was pleased to have achieved such results in the King of Masked Singers Grand Finals. Sunset Glow had finished performing, so it should be impossible for her to catch up to him. Although the clown had not yet performed, as his tally was too far behind, he could be left out of consideration for the top 3 places, in which King of Oddity was pretty much assured a spot. He might even get second. There were 3 divisions in the ranking based on the tallies displayed on the big screen. The first and second place votes were very close. The third and fourth place votes were quite similar. The last rung of the rankings belonged only to the clown, whose number of votes was falling far behind. It's Petal Shower's turn. Let's see how Old Fan does with her song. This performance is too important for Old Fan. Who will get crowned Masked King? Flowing Time's chances are the best. He's leading by too much in the voting. Gradually, the number of people discussing the clown lessened. Some of those who supported him were left cursing and protesting for him. But as this was a competition, and with the live tallies displayed openly, they had no recourse but to continue watching the competition. Their attention was instead focused onto the battle between Petal Shower, King of Oddity, and Flowing Time. Fan Wenli went on stage. Chen Guang was watching her from the seats with a smile. A lot of people were also watching her in anticipation. Sure enough, Fan Wenli did not disappoint. Piercing lights hang overhead. I can hear the calls the crowd led. I stand at center stage, the only place I can, endlessly singing with a sweet smile spread. The sky is so blue. The water is so clear. How white the clouds are. The people are so kind. Love is so pure. How beautiful this world is. All of a sudden, Fan Wenli raised her voice. But I don't want to sing. I don't want to sing today. I just want to let the loneliness eat me away. I don't want to sing. I just don't want to sing. Those rotten lyrics that ain't worth a thing. The earlier duet had limited much of Fan Wenli's singing from being showcased. But in her solo performance, she was not bound by anything. She was able to let go and put all of her emotions and feelings into her singing. The title of this song was I Don't Wanna Sing. It was an alternative rock song that Chen Guang wrote in his early days when he was in his most down and out period. This song meant a lot to Chen Guang, as well as Fan Wenli. Zhang Ziya stood up and clapped. Xiaodong, Li Xiaoxian, and Amy also stood up and clapped. Petal Shower's tally rocketed up. 3.2 million. 3.5 million. 3.6 million. She surpassed King of Oddity and Flowing Time to take first place. The rankings instantly changed. Petal Shower was in first place. Flowing Time was in second place. King of Oddity was third. Petal Shower. Petal Shower. Great song. Let's go Petal Shower. The audience was shouting her name. Li Xiaoxian, Sunset Glow, was delighted. Sister Fan will definitely become the champion. She and the clown were already out of the race, but she was hoping that Fan Wenli could at least become the champion of this competition. It wasn't that they were both women, or that they had a good personal relationship. It was because Li Xiaoxian felt that Fan Wenli had sung much better than both Flowing Time and King of Oddity. Yao Jiankai said happily, "Congratulations." Chen Guang smiled and said, "Old Zhao has not sung yet." As Flowing Time's guest partner and a friend of many years, Zhang Hanwei chuckled. Old Zhao still has a killer move lined up for his last song. Just watch. Zhang Ziya said curiously, "Oh?" On stage, Dong Shenshan announced, "Let's welcome the next contestant Flowing Time." Flowing Time took the stage. Soothing music played. However, what came on over the sound system was not a singing voice but Flowing Time speaking. "Today is the 100th-day anniversary of my marriage to my wife. I would like to thank her for staying with me through the most difficult period of my life and encouraging me. I have written a special song for today's grand finals as a present for her." Puff's face sank. The program team staff looked at each other. During the rehearsal, this part was not mentioned, and he was not supposed to have made a speech. Why was he not singing, and instead, using an opening speech to set up the atmosphere? Usually, having speech within a song was fine. It wasn't like it was prohibited. But the program team felt that there was something very wrong with Flowing Time's speech. He was once again trying to play the emotional card and use it to canvass for more votes. If Flowing Time had mentioned he'd give this speech during the rehearsal, Hoof, as the executive director, would definitely not allow him to add it to the performance. But who could have expected that he would resort to a fait accompli instead of mentioning it to them in the first place? Flowing Time sang. Dearest wife. Please hold me tight. Without you, I can't live. Without you, I won't survive. Seated in the audience was Wang Zuishu, an accomplished professional composer and lyricist. He had written many songs, so when he heard this song and its lyrics, he knew right off the bat that Flowing Time did not really know how to write songs. The lyrics were middling, although the melody was decent. Zhang Zia glanced at Zhang Hanwei. Xiaodong, who was sitting quite close to Zhang Hanwei, laughed dryly. Was this the killer move you mentioned? This song? I'd rather not talk about it. Zhang Hanwei was an outsider to the music industry, not someone who did music professionally. As such, the professional singers and musicians seated around him did not really say much about this. But what surprised them was that the audience had actually bought into Flowing Time's gimmick. Because of that opening speech in which Flowing Time mentioned that he was gifting the song to his wife. What a good man. My impression of Flowing Time has changed for the better. It's not easy on him either. Yeah, all that bad press about him in the past. I guess I could let it slide. I should vote for him just for this song of his, or else I won't feel good. Flowing Time is quite sentimental. When he got divorced, old Zhao's ex-wife posted on Weibo alleging that he had beaten her up. I suppose that was just a rumor. Old Zhao has a great character and is also pretty gentle. This song sounds really touching. Who on earth is his wife? I really want to find out. Quick, let's vote for him. Didn't teacher Zhang Hanwei say? As long as Flowing Time becomes the grand champion, he'll reveal the details of their marriage. That's right, that's right. The tally kept changing. Zhang Zia was dumbfounded. Chen Guang and the others were also stunned. The song was not over yet, but Flowing Time's tally had caught up to Petal Shower's. By the time the song was over, he had surpassed her tally with an astonishing 4 million votes. This number made those professional singers and guests' jaws drop. Even Yao Jiankai had to have some admiration for Zhao Qiqin. Although the song was not that good, he really knew how to spice things up to get the votes. His gimmicks kept coming one after another. From his first song onward, he was in total control of the audience's emotions. He had planned it all out, from start to finish. Clearly, his emotional card had struck a chord with the audience better than King of Oddities' charity card. Most critically, everyone still did not know who his wife was. This anticipation left them wanting more. After his performance, Flowing Time came down from the stage. Zhang Hanwei stood up and gave him a hug. Haha, you sang well. Thanks. Then Flowing Time walked to Fan Wenli. Fan Wenli also gave him a hug and smiled. Li Xiaoxian stood up as well. Congratulations. Thank you. Next, Flowing Time went over to Wild Rose. Such hugs were quite common to see in theaters. It was a form of congratulations and encouragement. Flowing Time bent forward a slight bit and already had his arms out. However, surprising many people, Wild Rose did not even get up from her seat. She just put up a hand. Don't mind me. You didn't sing too bad. Hurry up and sit. Flowing Time was taken aback too. Damn. She was not giving any face to him at all. The live broadcast cut to Flowing Time's hugs with the other contestant and guests. But in a twist of fate, this moment was captured by the cameras, leaving the cameraman to sweat nervously. He yanked the shot away from them, but that scene had already been seen by everyone. No matter if it was the live audience or the home viewers, everyone was taken aback. PFFT. Who is this woman? How face-smacking. She's not even returning the gesture to the grand champion? Who are you referring to as the grand champion? The competition hasn't ended yet. It's already over, okay? Yeah, the Masked King has already been decided. It's definitely going to be Zhao Qiqin. It doesn't matter whether the clown goes up on stage or not anymore. Haha, this Wild Rose is interesting. I'm very curious about who she is. It looks like what the netizens said about both her and the clown were right. They're definitely newcomers who don't know how to play by the rules. Wild Rose has offended Flowing Time. Some of Flowing Time's fans were cursing at this. Fuck. Who is this woman? She's so disrespectful. Why is a newcomer like you getting all arrogant? Flowing Time also looked a little unhappy. He was irate but maintained the smile on his face. He didn't seem like he minded it at all. Then he went over to Zhang Hanwei and had a few words with him before sitting down. Xiaodong and Dami looked at Wild Rose in amazement. Zhang Zai and Fan Wenli were also staring at her. Dong Shanshan announced, "Next, let's welcome the last contestant, the clown." Applause sounded. In reality, it was just encouraging applause. The gap between the tallies was too large. The only person who could catch up to Flowing Time now was Petal Shower, but even that didn't seem too likely anymore. The difference was already more than 300,000 votes, while the clown, in the last place, was still at his previous tally of just over 1 million. He was behind Flowing Time by almost 3 million votes. How could he possibly catch up? It was totally impossible. As a result, the championship was practically in Flowing Time's hands. The last song of the competition had lost all meaning since it didn't matter whether the clown sang or not. Some of the audience members sighed sadly. The clown should have placed much higher than this. Yeah, that should absolutely not have been a problem with the strength that he has. He deserved it for being so stubborn. Who told him to not take off his mask? It's not that he doesn't want to do it. I'm sure it's because he and Wild Rose, who he invited, are both little known, so no one would recognize them even if they took off their masks. If they did, it might cause a reverse effect instead, so they might as well try to keep it mysterious. You're right. But that's why Flowing Time will win. His reputation was already quite big to begin with, and he even got A-lister Jong Hanwei to be his guest partner. Showbiz is still very dependent on one's popularity. The clown didn't lose for no reason. He's just a newcomer, so he can still slowly work his way up. The clown had already stepped onto the stage. But right at this moment, an accident occurred. Wild Rose's hair was a little messy, so she put her hand behind her head and straightened it a little. But, intentional or not, the mask on her face loosened and thudded onto the floor. Her mask fell off. A perfectly sculpted face was exposed to everyone's sight. When Jong Hanwei heard the commotion, he instinctively turned his head. He was just about to bend down to pick up the mask for a Wild Rose like a gentleman would when he saw her face. He was immediately stunned. Zhang Zai was stunned. Lee Seoxian was stunned. Flowing Time was stunned. Hoof was stunned. The program team was stunned. The entire live audience was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the floor. 1077 Exaggerated Brought to Life. Chapter 1077, Exaggerated Brought to Life. It went quiet. There was dead silence in the theater. There was also dead silence at home. When Wild Rose saw that everyone was looking at her, she chuckled and bent down to pick up her mask. Ayo, my mask fell off. I'm sorry about that, her. Jong Yoanki. It was the Heavenly Queen Jong Yoanki. The entire place was shocked. Or rather, the place was dumbfounded. Jong Zia was startled. Yoanki? Ziadong stared hard. Sister Jong? Sister Jong, it's you. Amy and Lee Zioxian simply could not believe it. Fan Wenli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And I was just wondering who could have sung so well. Jong Hanwei said in surprise, what are you doing here? Flowing Time was sweating nervously now and looked embarrassed. He had wanted to give a hug to Wild Rose earlier, but was rejected with a simple response from her. Flowing Time had been infuriated by her rejection, but now, he could not even get angry. With Jong Yoanki's status in the entertainment industry, even if she did not accept his hug and had criticized him on the spot, he would still have to stand there and take the abuse. Why was it her? Why was it Jong Yoanki? How could the clown have possibly managed to invite her? How could the clown have possibly moved the Heavenly Queen with his invitation? In an instant, the place blew up. A lot of people had only just returned to their senses. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's Sister Jong. It was her who sang Love of a Lifetime just now? Goddamn. This is too insane. How could Sister Jong take part in a competitive show? It's impossible. Did the clown invite her? Who on earth is the clown? He even managed to invite Sister Jong? A newcomer? Who the fuck said that they were newcomers? Huh? Is Sister Jong a newcomer? Can you guys not be so funny? I've realized that we were wrong, we've made a colossal mistake. Who said that they didn't take off their masks because they were unknowns? Huh? Who said that? The clown is amazing. He even invited Sister Jong to be his celebrity guest partner? What kind of a person is he? Everyone was so shocked that they were unable to get a hold of themselves. Han Chi's jaw dropped. Even Hoof, Huj, Zhaolu, and the rest of the program team staff went slack-jawed. They did not know who Wild Rose really was either. The Heavenly Queen had come to King of Masked Singers. Backstage, Spinach was watching the show on TV in shock. Lee Seoxian could no longer bear it and asked, Sister Jong, why didn't you take off your mask earlier then? If you had done it. Jong Yoanki smiled. He wouldn't let me. Fan Wenli said in surprise, why not? Jong Zia said, Yoanki, who on earth is he? He could even convince you to come? Amy said, both of you should have taken off your masks in the first round. No one knew what the clown was thinking. If Jong Yoanki had taken off her mask and revealed herself in the first round, the clown would surely have been crowned champion, without question. No matter if it was King of Oddity using his charity card, or if Flowing Time had invited Huo Dongfeng or Jong Hanwei and played the emotional card, all of those would have been meaningless. As long as Jong Yoanki was standing beside the clown, he would definitely have been the champion tonight. Yao Jiankai and Zhang Ziya looked at the clown who was already standing on stage. The live audience looked at him. The TV viewers looked at him. It was the second round now and the last song of the competition. How can you still catch up? Even if Sister Zhang's identity has been exposed, you still can't catch up. You clearly could have won. You clearly could have taken a huge lead in the first round. But why? Just why didn't you? All eyes fell on the clown. On stage, Zhang Yi stood there quietly. He was dressed in a suit, all in white, and looked particularly clean and quiet at present. Spinach's words kept playing in his mind, echoing over and over again. When he saw Spinach getting eliminated, Sunset Glow falling behind in the rankings, and Petal Shower being unable to fight Flowing Time's tally even though she had sung so well, Zhang Yi couldn't help but think of what he had gone through in the past. Without a face, without a background, and without anything to speak of, all he had was a burning passion and his determination. But journeying down this path was so difficult and such a struggle that no one would be able to see or understand it. Determination, is it wrong? Hard work, is it wrong? Why do you guys only see the fancy things in life? Why don't you even glance at the people working slowly and steadily? Can't you all see me? Can you really not see people like us? Everyone was asking Zhang Yi why. But in Zhang Yi's heart, he was also asking everyone why. I'm not going to take off my mask. I'm not going to canvass for votes. I'm not doing any gimmicks. I just want to sing in peace. Is that not allowed? Why can't I do that? The music played. The notes of the piano flowed like water. It sounded rather heavy. It sounded rather sad. Zhang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the other contestants, the live audience, the live broadcast cameras. With anger and questioning, he raised his microphone. 1. You only see the brightest of stars in the starry night sky. In a crowd you adore the one with the hottest stories, the most come by. The audience was stunned. Zhang Ziya was stunned. Zhang Yuanqi was also stunned. This song. Zhang Yi lightly laughed. Who doesn't long to stand at the center of the stage? He looked up at the lights around him. The hill is shining only for me. After the show's over and the curtains come down, who cares what you think, and who cares what you do then? Exaggeration is not a crime. It can fill an empty and tedious lifetime. Those prying eyes, that gossiping mouth, they spice up every get-together's downtime. In the audience, those who had been talking and criticizing the clown for not understanding how to adapt suddenly fell silent. They could not say anything at all. Zhang Yi's voice went higher as he made a mocking gesture. He was questioning them. He was questioning all of them. Do we really have to exaggerate? Whether it is right or wrong, false or true? Comparing style, image, and value. Zhang Yi pointed at everyone and sang loudly. Who would speak their mind? Who would speak their mind? As long as the picture is shocking. As long as the story blows up in kind. Flowing out of my mouth is mocking, hyperbole, and laughter aligned. Only at night before the mirror can I secretly tell the truth unrefined. Zhang Yi now laughed insolently and rudely. It was a laugh of ridicule and derision. King of Oddity's face had turned green from anger. Flowing Time's face was at once flush red and flush white. King of Oddities and Flowing Time's fans in the audience were also angered. What is this? He's obviously implying something. Damn, who are you trying to criticize? This clown is awful. He's exactly the type of person I dislike. I don't like him either. Why is he accusing our Flowing Time for no reason? However, the clown's voice rang out again. Zhang Yi saying to those in the audience. Whether you like me or don't like me, that is your choice. Those people who had been talking ill of the clown were stunned. I'm just hoping to voice myself sometimes and catch your ear. Since I sang the first note of my musical dream, I have never given up here. There are too many obstacles from myself, circumstances, and onlookers. Good or bad, I have bear it. Zhang Yi saying hi. So I want to sing a song of praise. And in the song set my emotions ablaze. Though there's many options, how many good songs are there that can move people and give them feeling? Do we really have to exaggerate? Whether it is right or wrong, false or true? Comparing style, image, and value. Who's the big winner? Who's the big winner? As long as the picture is shocking. As long as the story blows up in kind. Flowing out of my mouth is mocking, hyperbole and laughter aligned. Only at night before the mirror can I secretly tell the truth unrefined. Chen Guang could no longer help himself and stood up. Great. Absorbed in the music, Fan Wenli said, now this is singing. Zhang Yuanqi sighed and said, now this is a musical genius, as well as a musical madman. For some reasons, Li Xiuxian's eyes reddened. Everyone had been shocked by this song. They were in disbelief that there could be this sort of song. How could anyone sing a song like this? He was a natural-born singer. The clown really was the favored son of heaven. He seemed to have been born just for this industry. Even genius singers like Fan Wenli and Shen Guang felt a little envious of him. A singer like you should have already become world famous. So why? Why was someone as lucky as you? However, the clown's next line dumbfounded them once again. Zhang Yi shook his head and flapped his hands. The lucky one is not me. Because the path I've chosen is very tough. If I'm remarkable but can't stand out enough, I must at least make sure there's no one else like me. Canvassing for votes? Resorting to gimmicks? They could make speeches better than they could sing? Using charitable acts as a weapon? Morally abducting the audience? Should I also do the same? Do I really have to learn from all that to win? Zhang Yi suddenly raised his voice and went into his head voice. He grabbed his chest tight and poured all his confusion, doubt, and anger into song. Do we really have to exaggerate? I too grappled with it in my heart. He pointed at himself, jabbed his chest. When I was working hard on my own, did anyone see me? Would anyone know? For a song, I did not sleep for 2 days. I always try my best in everything I do. I've really worked my tail off. But did you guys see? Did you know? The audience was falling into low spirits. They suddenly felt something heavy tie up their hearts, something that made them want to cry. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi seemed to go crazy. He shouts singing until my thoughts dissolve. And until my throat goes hoarse. You can say that I am enthralled. That I've gone crazy. But if I can't be carefree, how can I call myself a singer? He pointed at the camera, at all of the audience members. He shouted with a staunch and stubborn look in his eyes, look at me shining for you. Spinach cried. Li Xiaoxian could no longer hold back her tears and they rolled down her cheeks. They did not know why they were crying, they really did not know why. But as they watched and cried at the clown's on-stage mournful shout singing, many other people started crying their hearts out as well. All of the live audience stood up in shock. The home viewers got the goosebumps from listening to the song and stood up in shock as well. Zhang Yi pointed at the audience and yelled. Whether you like it or not, please accept me graciously. All of a sudden, his voice soared an octave higher. Yelling. Screaming. Fury. As the next moment is when I'll sparkle for you. Look at me. Please, all of you. Look at me. I am the clown. I am singing for every one of you. The place exploded. Everyone went insane. Everyone stood up as though they had gone mad and were screaming like crazy. 1078 Shocking the World. Chapter 1078, Shocking the World. Things got out of hand. The place blew up. The entire live broadcast venue was reverberating with the clown's scream of madness at the end. All that oppression, confusion, rage, and determination were let out with that final scream. He blew up entirely and screamed to the point that his lungs almost tore apart. The artistry and soul of this song from beginning to end were all assimilated into this last outburst. The entire song. All of the lyrics. Every part of his singing. It could only be described as shocking. Fan Wenli was shocked. Zhang Xia, Ziadong and the rest were also taken aback. What kind of song was this? What kind of person was this? Li Xiaoxian was already in tears. She raised her hand high and gave a thumbs up. In the staff area, Han Chi was also crying. She was covered in goosebumps and was so emotional that she did not know how to express herself. All she could do was vent in the most primitive of ways by shouting, "The clown! The clown! The clown!" In the audience. His mother stood up and shouted, "The clown!" Zhang Yi's 3 sisters literally jumped out of their seats. "The clown!" Hakiki shouted, "The clown!" Zhang Zuo raised both his hands and shouted loudly, "The clown!" A male audience member screamed, "The clown!" A female audience member was in tears and saying, "The clown! The clown! The clown! The clown!" 1 person. 100 people. 1,000 people. The shouting was becoming more and more united. The shouting was getting louder and louder. Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted out something different that caused everyone to follow suit. That person shouted, "Champion! Champion! 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 Champion!" His mother was shouting. His father was also shouting. The audience was shouting like crazy. With this song, the previous performances by Flowing Time, Petal Shower, and King of Oddity had all been thrown to the back of everyone's minds. None of those songs mattered anymore. On stage, Zhang Yi's voice had gone hoarse. Even after the music had stopped, he was still deeply immersed in the emotions of his singing. It was the shouting that brought him back to reality. When he saw the sea of people in the audience standing up and chanting his stage name, mixed with calls of champion, Zhang Yi froze for a moment. He suddenly understood why he was able to persevere up till now. Huth sighed, he's really, really great. Zhaolu wiped away her tears and said, why am I reminded of Teacher Zhang? Hood said, yeah, these lyrics also made me think of Teacher Zhang. He's just like the clown, always encountering those difficult situations along the way and getting ignored by people. Others may not know and simply criticize him. But those who have ever worked with Teacher Zhang know. Do they even know how much hard work Teacher Zhang puts into making his shows? Have they seen it for themselves? Whether it's Teacher Zhang or the clown, both of them really have not had it easy. Dafei said, the lyrics were so well written. This song was called Exaggerated. The original was Aizen Chan's Cantonese version 1, but Zhang Yi chose to sing Terry Lin's Mandarin version 2 for his performance. These two versions were both very good songs and he liked them very much as well. However, the meanings behind them were polar opposites. He had chosen to sing the Mandarin version because it expressed the exact situation that he was in now, and it was also what he had been hoping to say all these years. In all fairness, this was not a song that one would be amazed with when they first heard it. At least, Zhang Yi did not feel this way when he first heard the song. Whether it was the Mandarin or the Cantonese version, he did not feel much for either of them and could not remember the lyrics either. In fact, he did not even know what the songs were trying to convey. The melody was also not that beautiful. But when he listened to it for the 5th time, and then the 10th time, he suddenly felt very surprised by it. Afterwards, it was only a matter of falling in love with the song. This was the type of song that slowly became nicer with time. But today, Zhang Yi made it popular almost immediately due to the atmosphere, setting, and message behind it. Zhang Yi walked off the stage. Using the window of time before he returned to his seat, Amy looked at Chen Guang and asked, Teacher Chen, if you had joined the competition and faced the clown on stage, who do you think would win? She did not mean it maliciously. Amy really was just being curious. For those at today's taping, if they mentioned the two best singers present at the venue, the best would definitely be Zhang Yuanqi. But second best would not be Fan Wenli, Zhang Ziya, Li Xiaoxian, nor Ziadong. It would be Chen Guang. This was not Amy's personal ranking of them, but the long-accepted opinion of the public and the industry. Chen Guang smiled dryly. I wouldn't want to think about that. Amy did not understand. What do you mean? Fan Wenli laughed and said, what old Chen is trying to say is that he wouldn't want to be standing on the same stage and competing against someone like the clown. Then, she gave Chen Guang a look. Afraid you'd lose? Chen Guang rolled his eyes but did not answer. Would he lose? Chen Guang did not know. He only knew one thing. To beat the clown. It would be extremely difficult. Especially this song the clown sang today called Exaggerated. Even if it was Zhang Yuanqi competing against the clown, she might not be able to beat him. The clown was really insane today. This song was insane. His singing was insane. Everyone who was here today was seemingly baptized from head to toe by this song. This was the charm of song, the charm of music. But most importantly, it was the charm of the singer. Chen Guang questioned whether he could sing this song as well as the clown if it had been given to him. That final scream at the end was a mixture of complex emotions and not something that just anyone could sing. He could not do it. Fan Wenli could not do it. Li Xiaoxian could not do it. Flowing Time could not do it. Even Sister Zhang would probably not be able to do it. That scream could only have come from the clown. In the outside world, shock had also descended upon everyone watching at this moment. Among the viewers who were watching the King of Masked Singers Grand Finals on their televisions, 9 out of 10 were stunned by what they saw. They hadn't been interested in listening to the clown's last song originally, thinking that the results had already been decided. Every one of them knew that the clown would not have a chance of being crowned champion anymore. But when Wild Rose's mask fell off, when Exaggerated played on TV, almost all of them got a shock. They had been shocked by Exaggerated. They had been shocked by the clown's determination and anger. Quick, tune into the live broadcast. Holy shit. The clown has blown his top. This song is just too goddamn awesome, isn't it? Oh god, I'm going crazy from listening to this. What's this song called? God damn it. It's called Exaggerated. How can there be such an awesome song in this world? It's even an original? Today's the first time it's been sung? Fuck, who the hell wrote this song for him? It's the last song of the finals. Quickly go and vote. Oh right, voting is still ongoing. I already voted for Flowing Time. What do I do now? My vote has been cast as well. I fucking gave it to King of Oddity. Fuck, curse these hands of mine. If only I had known, I wouldn't have voted so early on. I would definitely, 10,000%, have voted for the clown. I can't even take back my vote now. No, I can't just let this be. I'll go get my parents' cell phones to vote. Hurry, everyone. We don't have much time. Comrades, give your votes to the clown. If a singer like him were to place last in this competition, that would really be too deplorable. That would be an insult to the entire music industry. I'm here. I've voted. Damn, do we need you to tell us? I've voted already. I'm gonna call my sister and brother to get them to vote as well. Just based on this song, I don't care who the clown turns out to be after he unmasks himself. I will fucking become his brain-dead fan for life. For life. With this post as my witness. Count me in. Count me in too. Since the Internationale, I've been a die-hard fan of the clown. But with this exaggerated, I'm going to turn into a brain-dead fan from now on. No impulsiveness, no exaggeration, no bluffing. The clown is the only true singer. He's the only person to sing with all his soul on this stage. There was an explosion of comments on Weibo. The industry insiders were blowing up with excitement. Exaggerated had shocked the world. 1079 The Grand Champion is born. Chapter 1079, The Grand Champion is born. At the venue of the Grand Finals. The clown walked back to his seat in the front row. Amy came over and asked anxiously, "Teacher, which famous figure are you, really? Can you stop teasing us like this? I beg of you, please tell me. I'm dying of curiosity." Xiaodong stared at the clown. Li Xiaoxian and the others were also looking at him. The final song had been performed. However, the clown still did not take off his mask. A lot of people were very curious but also very worried about the clown at the same time. There was not much time left as it was the last performance in the battle for the Grand Champion. Since this was the final sprint, why are you still not taking off your mask? What are you still waiting for? It'll be too late to reveal yourself when the results are announced. You still have some time to increase your number of votes if you reveal your face now. Flowing Time was feeling rather nervous as he looked at the clown. King of Oddity was feeling the same, his fingers continuously fidgeting and tapping his thigh. Clearly, he was not as calm as he looked. They naturally did not wish for the clown to reveal himself. This song had actually impressed the two of them. Although the lyrics were scolding them, they were still impressed with it. Wang Zuishu asked, "Who are you?" The clown still did not answer. He had promised spinach. Is there no recognition for those of us who just want to sing earnestly? Zhang Yi wanted to tell her that this path was not a dead end and that she could still continue journeying down it. Therefore, he was very insistent on not revealing his face. "Teacher? Famous person? Say something?" The clown smiled and shook his head in silence. Amy huffed and tried again to change his mind. Li Xiaoxian tugged at her. "Don't." After listening to the song Exaggerated, they understood Teacher Clown's character. He definitely would not change his mind once he had decided on something. Li Xiaoxian clearly understood that before the results were announced, the clown would surely not take off his mask. There was no reason, but she just knew that it would be like this. Dong Shanshan appeared back on stage. She checked the remaining time before announcing, "Now that the final song has been performed, we're only 3 minutes away from the end of the voting. The voting window will close in 3 minutes." In the audience, his mother quickly said, "I'm going to vote as well. Mengman, how do I vote? Help me vote, quickly." His third sister took the cell phone from her and asked, "Who do you want to vote for?" His mother said, "For the clown, of course. Do you even need to ask? This young man sang so well. His parents are also here today, and they're seated here in the crowd with us. How can we allow his parents to witness him getting last place despite singing so well? Just how heart-wrenching would that be? Hurry up and vote." His father nodded firmly. "Well said. Mengman, take my cell phone too." His third sister went right into action. "Okay, I'll help the two of you to vote." His second sister said loudly, "I voted for the clown too. Is there still time to catch up?" "There's probably not enough time for that, right?" His eldest sister slapped her thigh and said, "The difference in the votes from earlier was just too much. If it was just a difference of a few 100,000 votes, he could definitely catch up. But the difference was 2 to 3 million votes. So how can he possibly catch up?" His second sister slapped her forehead and said, "Oh no, oh no. My idol won't be crowned Grand Champion." At the venue, many of the audience members were rushing to vote as well. There were less than 3 minutes left. Dong Shanshan announced, "All right, let's take a look at the latest tallies. Can we have our staff pull it up on the big screen? Thank you." These words made everyone even more nervous. When they heard, everyone immediately looked up. Zhang Yuanqi looked at the screen with narrowed eyes. Zhang Zia stared with wide eyes. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli did not blink at all. Everyone's attention focused on the big screen. The television viewers were also watching intently. Li Xiaoxian clenched her fists. Backstage, Li Aoyuki, Spinach, took a deep breath, as she was so nervous that her hands were trembling. The clown's liaison, Han Chi, had already closed her eyes. She was afraid to even peek. Clasping her hands together and facing the big screen, she kept chanting some words that the staff around her could not understand. She sounded like she was praying. Only King of Oddity and Flowing Time felt a little relaxed. When they heard that the clown would not be taking off his mask, they felt completely at ease and heaved a long sigh of relief. To them, as long the clown did not take off his mask, he would have no chance of winning today even if Jong Yuanqi's identity had already been exposed. The main issue here was that Jong Yuanqi's mask had fallen off too late, during the last few minutes of the competition before the final song began. It would not help the clown much even if she was the Heavenly Queen. First place should stay with Flowing Time. King of Oddity's position in the top 3 was also guaranteed. Zhao said, "What a shame." Dafei sighed. It was a bit too late. If it happened a little earlier. Hi. Huj said, he really had the ability to be crowned the champion, but it was too little, too late. Following that, the tallies were displayed on the big screen. When they saw the results, the entire venue fell dead silent. First, Flowing Time, 4.01 million votes. Second, the Clown, 3.56 million votes. Third, Petal Shower, 3.21 million votes. Amy was dumbfounded by the results. Fan Wenli and Chen Guang looked at each other in astonishment. Zhang Yuanqi smiled. Xiaodong screamed, "Oh my goodness!" The audience suddenly boiled over with excitement. Many people jumped up in shock. His parents got very excited. Zhang Yi's 3 sisters wore shocked expressions. Zhang Ziya, Yao Jianke, and the others were all staring at the screen in disbelief. He is catching up. Fuck, the clown is catching up. He is catching up from 1 million votes behind. His votes tripled? Are you serious? The difference is only 400,000 votes. It's only a difference of 400,000 now. Oh my god. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. Flowing Time was so shocked that he nearly fell out of his chair. How is that possible? Just how is that possible? How could he have caught up? There's no reason for him to have caught up. Zhang Hanwei was stunned and his jaw dropped. King of Oddity and his guest partner were also stunned. It was just impossible. There were only 90 seconds left to go. Flowing Time's tally had already stopped moving. It seemed to have stopped at 4.01 million votes while the clown's tally was still surging up at an incredible rate. 3.60 million. 3.70 million. 3.80 million. Dong Shanshan froze on stage. No one thought the clown would actually catch up. No one thought the clown would actually achieve a feat that even the gods might not be able to achieve. There were still 40 seconds to go. There were still 39 seconds to go. The entire audience stood up. A lot of people could not take this excitement and were so nervous that their hearts nearly burst from their chests. Countless viewers watching TV started screaming. They were witnessing a miracle right now. 3.85 million. 3.90 million. 3.95 million. Counting down to the last 10 seconds. Backstage, Spinach was finding it hard to stifle her emotions as she rushed back into the theater. Hanchi looked at the tally on the screen, and tears rolled down uncontrollably. Dumbfounded, Hoof gazed at the screen. Everyone looked at the screen with stunned faces. 3.98 million. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3.99 million. 4 million. 4.01 million. 4.02 million. At this moment, the voting ended. Looking at the final results of the voting, everyone was stunned. Then, they suddenly screamed and cheered. He won. He won. He really won. The clown is the Masked King. Masked King. Masked King. Masked King. Masked King. Masked King. The audience started chanting in unison. Even the ceiling was almost blown away. 1080 Gu Chang's Life Fantasia. Chapter 1080, Gu Chang's Life Fantasia. On the stage, Dong Shanshan announced loudly, "The grand champion of the first season of King of Masked Singers is the clown." All the cameras focused on the clown. All the guests and audience members stood up to clap for him. Han Chi cried as she hugged Zhao Lu, who was next to her, and shouted, "We've won. We've won." Spinach's tears were also flowing. "Teacher Clown. Thank you. Thank you. You've really carried out your promise to me. I will continue journeying down this path. From now on, I won't waver again." A miracle. This was a crazy miracle. The clown had managed to jump from last place with slightly over 1 million votes to first place with his final song and in the last few minutes of voting. There had never before been such a turn of events at any of the other singing competitions. Never. Everyone was dumbfounded. King of Oddity felt a sense of bitterness. Flowing Time was crying out impossible over and over again in his head. He should have been the champion. The grand champion was supposed to be him. But why did it end up like this? Why did so many people vote for the clown? This influence, this appeal, this singing, they couldn't have come from someone who was just an unknown. Who are you? Just who the hell are you? Suddenly, a female audience member shouted, "Take off your mask and reveal yourself." Instantaneously, many others joined with her. All of the audience started chanting in unison. Reveal. 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 Then, even the guests followed along and chanted. Zhang Ziya laughed and said, "Reveal." Amy said loudly, "Reveal." Fan Wenli said, "Reveal." Li Zioxian said, "Reveal." Zhang Yuanqi was keeping a close eye on the clown, who was walking away. Zhang Yi exited the stage and went backstage to change costumes. He still had another song left to perform as the competition allowed the grand champion to get one final performance. Dong Shanshan looked slightly excited on stage. She said loudly, "Today, the first grand champion of King of Masked Singers has been born. We're extremely excited to witness the birth of a legendary singer. Perhaps he might have been an unknown singer that few know of. Perhaps he might have been a bright and shining star. We don't know who he was, but we all want to know who he is. We all want to see what the face beneath the clown's mask looks like, and to know what sort of a person he is." The theater fell silent. The home viewers were staring at their TVs with hanging jaws. Dong Shanshan said loudly, "Now the chance has finally come after waiting so long. The clown will be taking his mask off very soon. I know you're all as anxious as I am, but please give Teacher Clown a minute to get changed. He still has one song left to perform. Later, during the song, the clown's identity shall be revealed." Weibo was blowing up. The King of Masked Singers thread was flooding with comments. He really won. He's finally going to reveal himself. Quick, go and watch Beijing TV. The clown is going to reveal his face soon. I freaking wanna know who the hell this saint is. He's really amazing. Amazing. What? The clown was crowned champion? Didn't he have no chance? I stopped watching just now. What happened? What happened during the last few minutes? Previous poster, just go and cry yourself to sleep. Something big happened during that time. The clown totally turned the tide with his efforts. Holy shit. Seriously? He could even catch up in those circumstances? Who on earth is he? That's what we want to know too. Your question is being asked by people all over the country right now. Within the industry. The music industry. Whether it was the newcomers, the active singers, or even the retired musicians, all of them were alarmed at this moment. They all had their televisions switched on and were currently staring intently at the screen. Did anyone manage to guess who he is? No. No one was able to guess at all. Who was he? Where did he get his songs? Nobody knows. He's about to reveal himself. Wait for him to finish changing his costume. It was not only the people from the music industry. People from other professions in the entertainment industry were also watching their televisions in amazement. Huo Dongfeng was watching. Ninglan was watching. Tang Dazhang was also watching. The viewership rating kept soaring. The viewership rating for King of Masked Singers at this point in time had reached a historical high. Even when the clown was singing exaggerated, the viewership rating was not as high as this moment. Backstage. The waiting room door opened. Zhang Yi had changed into his costume and was about to walk out. However, the staff who were standing and waiting outside were all surprised when they saw him. Han Qi was stunned. Zhao was dumbfounded. Dafei nearly fainted on the spot. Zhao pointed at the clown's outfit and cried out, "Hey, are you gonna wear that?" Dafei said, "Did you change into the wrong outfit?" The clown laughed. "No, this is the correct one." Han Qi said anxiously, But how can you wear that? How can you wear something like that?" However, the clown said, "This is it. Let's go already." Along the way, all the staff who saw him were also startled, without an exception. They all stood there and watched him, dumbfounded, then turned to stare at each other with odd expressions. At the venue, the piano played. The music was starting. The audience was very confused by this. Where is he? Why isn't anyone coming out yet? Did they play the music too early? Where is the clown? Why is there music playing? Nobody was sure of what was going on. In the audience, his mother was blinking and wondering what was happening. His father appeared at the waiting area. Right at this moment, before even appearing on stage, the clown's voice rang out through the venue. It was him speaking. He was speaking against a musical backdrop. There are always people asking me why I came to this stage. There are always people asking me what is it that I'm trying to achieve. Today, I will happily answer those questions. The reason why I came here and those songs that I chose were all for a dream that I have. A rather laughable, but very great dream. The clown's microphone was already connected to the sound system. He was walking over from backstage. The mood of the audience was once again lifted. Everyone pricked their ears up to listen. With the piano accompaniment, the clown's voice drifted out from all sides as he recited. Put my visions and dreams in a slender seashell. Wind my roof wove of willows with the long song of the summer cicada. I tighten the stays, the wind blows the sail through the morning fog. And I'm off, without aim, drifting through the blue sky. The audience was stunned by what they were hearing. What was this about? A poem. Poem. Zhang Ziya's expression changed. Zhang Hanwei's pupils dilated. His mother suddenly stood up. This. Zhang Yi's 3 sisters were also dumbfounded. A lot of people's jaws dropped. The clown smiled. Night is a valley, the day a mountain peak. Sleep. I close my eyes and the world falls away. The horse of time collapses. The yellowtail waxwing builds a nest in my carriage. I want to keep roaming the world to deserts, jungles, the remotest spots. I impress my footprints, like seals into the earth, and the world mingles into me. The clown's voice was getting louder and louder. The outline of his figure could be seen. He raised his leg and stepped up onto the stage. The audience started exclaiming in shock. They were confused by what the clown was wearing. He was in his pajamas. The clown had worn his pajamas onto the stage. He was even barefoot. No one had dared to dress like this before. This was a live show. People from all over the country were watching. Why aren't you wearing something more proper? Why are you dressed so casually? What are you planning to do? What will you be singing? The clown stood on stage and looked at everyone with a smile. I want to sing a human song that ages from now will chorus through the universe. Everyone was stunned with their mouths agape. All of the audience and guests, as well as all the staff at the venue, had seemingly gotten their tails stepped on as they nearly jumped up in shock. You're... Chapter 1081, The Clown Takes Off His Mask. Flowing Time gasped. Different expressions were shifting and running across King of Oddity's face. When live fantasia from the clown's world was recited, a lot of people felt as though their sweat glands had suddenly exploded. This was a poem they had never heard before. It was such a ridiculously good poem that many people became very engrossed in listening to it. However, the reason for their shock was not because of how good this poem was. What shocked them was totally unrelated to this poem's literary and artistic standards. It was because this poem had suddenly reminded them of someone. At this moment, everyone watching on TV and those at the venue all thought of one man. Zhang Ziya said anxiously, "Is he?" Amy said, "Surely that can't be, right?" Yao Jiankai said, "Holy shit." Chen Guang stared with wide eyes and said, "That's impossible." Xiaodong also shouted in astonishment, "It can't possibly be him. It's absolutely impossible." No one believed that the clown could be that man. "Who are you? Just who are you?" The music suddenly started playing gently. The title of the song was already displayed on the teleprompter screen, I Am What I Am 1. When everyone saw this, they were stunned. I am what I am? The clown smiled as he walked around the stage barefoot. Standing at center stage barefoot, it felt very cooling and comfortable. The pajamas he had on gave him a very relaxed sense of unparalleled coziness. It was as though all his disguises and burdens had suddenly been dropped and he could finally get back to being himself again in front of everyone. It was such a good feeling. Ever since he was banned, he had never felt so happy. Being secretive? Hiding here and there? This was not actually something he enjoyed. He wished to stand in the light and sing to the entire world. This was the real him. This was who he really was. The clown lifted his microphone. He started singing softly. Happiness is that there's more than one way to be happy. The greatest blessing is that everyone is the pride of the Creator. The platform below him started to rise. Bit by bit, it took Zhang Yi higher. 1 meter. 5 meters. 8 meters. Before long, the clown was standing at the highest point in the venue, 10 meters up in the air where he could see everyone. Dressed in his pajamas and standing barefoot, he sang loudly as though he had seemingly forgotten himself. There's no need to hide. I live for the life I appreciate. No need for a disguised side. In the bright corner I'll wait. The audience was stunned when they heard. Xiaodong, Fan Wenli, and the others were also stunned. No hiding? No disguising? Waiting in a bright corner? You. At this moment, the clown suddenly raised his hand and ripped off his mask. Flinging it, the mask flew outward. A face that shocked everyone was exposed on screen. The eldest young sister shouted, "Ah!" His second sister screamed. His third sister's mouth was hanging there like she had forgotten how to scream. Hakiki, who was in the audience, was dumbfounded. Zhang Zuo was dumbfounded. Spinach looked at him in shock. Hanchi was dumbfounded as she sat there unable to move. It's you. Why is it you? How could it possibly be you? At this moment, the venue erupted. At this moment, Everyone watching on TV went crazy. This was really crazy. Looking at that very familiar face, everyone went insane. The clown suddenly exploded with a high note. Who am I? You're all still asking who I am? I'm not anyone else. Lose the honorific. The surname is Zhang. He screamed as he looked up and pointed to his chest and sang loudly. I am what I am. A firework of different colors. The broad sky and open seas. I'll be the strongest bubble as I please. I like what I am. May the wild rose blossom at ease. Even in a lonely desert, blooming in plain sight, unheard. Banning? Censoring? Criticizing me? Insulting me? Bullying me? It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at all. Even if there is only one person looking at me, even if there isn't a single person left, I still won't retreat and let this world change me. I am what I am. No matter where I go, I am what I am. Like that stubborn wild rose that blooms in the desert. Can you all understand that? Can you all see that? In the audience, his mother suddenly cried as she pointed at the stage and shouted, "That's my son. My son." His father also teared up a little. So earlier, when the clown had said that his parents were here too, he was actually referring to them. His mother was choking back her tears. It hasn't been easy for little Yi. It really hasn't been easy at all. His third sister shouted, "Brother." The eldest young sister and second sister were also so excited that they were unable to get a hold of themselves. Currently, all of the audience's reactions were similar to theirs. Shock. Enthrallment. Astonishment. Disbelief. It was Zhang Yi. The clown was actually Zhang Yi. The clown laughed. He laughed without restraint. How happy I am, enjoying life in a glass house. He pointed to the sky and sang loudly. And telling the world what it's like to be bright and open. A sustained note made the entire audience stand up. Screams. Applause. Everything else was drowned out in an instant. A lot of people were crying. A lot of people were shocked. The man who insisted on singing when he had nearly fainted on the stage due to a fever during the first episode, that was Zhang Yi. The man who sang the Internationale with anger when he was faced with censorship from several television associations, that was Zhang Yi. At this moment, many of the clown's songs floated uninhibited into the minds of the audience. I am a beautiful, beautiful wild rose. Hating the heavens for being unfair. I'm ugly, but I am so tender. Arise. Ye prisoners of starvation. 'Tis the final conflict. You only see the brightest of stars in the starry night sky. Zhang Xia cried out, "It's little Zhang." Xiaodong shouted, "Oh my god." Zhang Yuanqi was the first person to guess that the clown might have been Zhang Yi. But when she saw the clown take off his mask and the face behind it, she still found it unbelievable. Dong Shanshan was dumbfounded. High up in the air, the clown pointed at himself. I am what I am. A firework of different colors. The broad sky and open seas. I'll be the strongest bubble as I please. I like what I am. May the wild rose blossom at ease. Even in a lonely desert, blooming in plain sight, unheard. It was too shocking. This song had turned the theater upside down. This song was written with Zhang Yi in mind. Every single word was about him. Many of the audience members were waving their arms and screaming for Zhang Yi. Countless viewers watching TV were shouting and yelling in shock and going crazy for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi closed his eyes. He lowered his voice. Even in a lonely desert, blooming in plain sight. Unheard. The entire audience stood up. It was as if everyone had agreed beforehand that they should stand up in unison. Han Chi covered her mouth and cried. She had already lost count of the number of times she had cried today. It was really touching. She was captivated by his unique charm. So much so that she couldn't free herself. Han Chi suddenly raised her hands and shouted, Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! In an instant, cheers erupted throughout the venue. A female audience member shouted in tears, Zhang Yi! A male audience member bellowed, Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! The audience had gone out of control. The audience had gone insane. This night belonged to the clown. This night belonged to Zhang Yi. Chapter 1082, A National Sensation. At Old Rao's house. The live broadcast of King of Masked Singers was showing on the television. Yang Shu, sitting on the sofa, was staring with her mouth agape. Rao Aiman was stunned. Chen Chen was also so shocked that her jaw had fallen to the floor. Yang Shu said, "This is my senior bro?" At Peking University. It was almost summer break. The teachers from the Chinese department were having a dinner party. When I Am What I Am was performed on television in the restaurant's private room, when the clown who was on screen suddenly ripped off his mask, the entire room fell silent. Before the song was finished, no one moved their chopsticks. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost as they kept staring straight at the television. Zhang Yi? It's Professor Zhang. How could the clown turn out to be him? Damn. At the SARFT. In old Wu's office. Secretary Bailey pushed open the door and came into the room. Chief Wu, something has happened. What's the matter? Wu Zaking was working overtime to handle some documentation work. When she heard Bailey, she did not even look up as she continued writing something calmly with her head lowered. Bailey said in horror, Zhang Yi is on TV. Only then did Wu Zaking slowly look up. Oh? Bailey said anxiously, take a quick look at King of Masked Singers. Wu Zaking picked up the remote control and immediately turned on the television. The figure of Zhang Yi appeared on screen. Then Wu Zaking laughed. Okay, I see. But Bailey could not laugh at all, because Zhang Yi was currently on the ban list. As the tone had been set long ago, these people were supposed to be restricted from appearing on screen for a certain amount of time. But who could have expected teacher Zhang Yi to take on another persona and appear on the most popular, currently running variety show while hiding behind a mask? Further, he revealed himself during the live broadcast. This was something that no one had expected at all. At an entertainment company, Feng Wang stared at the television in shock. A lot of her surrounding colleagues were also stunned. Today, they were waiting for the clown to take off his mask and were discussing whether they would be able to poach him to their company. The proposal was already written and the offer had been decided on as well. All that was left was for the clown to reveal his true self. As long as they knew who he was, they could find and approach him. But when Zhang Yi's face appeared behind the mask, their office fell silent. Silence. Then, Feng Wang threw the proposal straight into the trash can and said, there's no need to try to poach him anymore. Since it is him, there would be no talent agency that could ever poach him even if he was a free agent. Her colleagues gave bitter smiles as they knew that their proposal was written in vain. It was Zhang Yi? The clown fucking turned out to be Zhang Yi? Oh my god. What's happening with this world? They felt as though that this world had gone crazy in this moment. On television, the live audience was screaming in excitement. On Hueco, the reactions were about the same as well. A fan club that had kept a low profile ever since their idol went silent suddenly came alive and appeared again. This fan club that had previously made people tremble in fright countless times in the entertainment industry was called Zhang Yi's fan club. Zhang Yi. It's Teacher Zhang. Oh my god. Comrades, so Teacher Zhang did not disappear after all. Fuck, when did our old Zhang pick up singing? I'm so surprised. This is so fucking surprising. How could it be Zhang Yi? God damn it. I'm so shocked. Is this for real? Is this really happening? I love you to death, Teacher Zhang. I've been wondering why the clown's bad temper felt so familiar. I should have known. He even admitted defeat just so that he could eliminate Liu? How many people like him are there in the entertainment industry who dare to fall out and pick a fight with someone like that? I've only been a brain-dead fan of two people in my entire life. One is Zhang Yi and the other is the clown. In the end, the two of them are actually the same person. Can you guys imagine the shock? Can you? This is too unbelievable. Teacher Zhang, I love you to death. You're fantastic. You're really fantastic. The acting leader of Zhang Yi's fan club, Big Saber Bro, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared again. Big Saber Bro, my large saber is again, unable to endure the thirst. Brothers and sisters, follow my lead. In an instant, Liu's and Flowing Time's Weibo were filled with condemning voices. Previously, they had not known about the clown's identity. But now that they knew who he was, they definitely had to seek an explanation about the issue from back then. If they did not receive one, then they would scold them until they gave one. Elsewhere, many netizens were shocked by what they were seeing. Fuck. Zhang Yi's fan club has been revived. They've started their insulting again. These people are fucking warriors just like Zhang Yi. Ha ha ha, I haven't witnessed such a sight in such a long time. It feels pretty nostalgic to me. Yeah, an entertainment circle without the presence of Zhang Yi's fan club is definitely incomplete. After such a long time without seeing them banding together for something, I really do miss them. This Zhang Yi is amazing. I thought that Teacher Zhang didn't know how to sing. Was he just pretending in the past? How devious of him. He's way too devious. That's right, I've never before seen someone as awful as him. But it's really such a nice song. I've realized that I've also become a brain-dead fan of Zhang Yi's. What should I do? At the King of Masked Singers venue. The song ended. The live broadcast was still ongoing. The entire venue was still going crazy. Thousands of audience members began chanting Zhang Yi's name in unison as the atmosphere reached its climax. There was no way to calm them down. Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! Champion! Champion. The live broadcast was coming to an end. Dong Shanshan was not feeling any calmer than the audience. She raised her microphone and said loudly with a smile, "Thank you, everyone. With Teacher Clown's song over, the King of Masked Singers Grand Finals has come to a perfect ending. Tell me, do you guys still wish to watch and listen to these teachers' performances again?" The audience shouted, "Yes. Yes. Yes." Dong Shanshan announced loudly, "If so, I would like to send out an invitation to everyone on behalf of Beijing Television and the King of Masked Singers program team. King of Masked Singers will be holding a live concert next Saturday night. Contestants like the Clown, Petal Shower, Sunset Glow, Flowing Time, King of Oddity, and Spinach, whom you all like so much, will be appearing at the live concert. Then, I welcome everyone to join us for the event. At that time, let us witness the glory together." There was still more? There was still going to be an episode showing the live concert? When the audience heard, they became exceedingly excited. Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! Fan Wenli! Liao Yiki! Everyone was madly shouting the names of the contestants they liked. Counting down, 3, 2, 1. The live broadcast signal was shut off. The night of the King of Masked Singers finale had officially came to an end. Zhang Yi, who had just gotten off from the stage, was immediately surrounded. Yao Jiankai chided him with a laugh, "You sure are good, little Zhang. Why didn't you tell me you joined the competition? You're a real puzzle. A riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma." Zhang Yi felt a little embarrassed. "Ahem." Fan Wenli smiled and said, "Director Zhang, it's been a while." Zhang Yi was amused and said, "It hasn't been that long. We meet each other every week." Chen Guang asked with great surprise, "Were all the songs that you sang on stage written by you?" "Yes." Zhang Yi grinned and said, "Please excuse my poor writing." Zhang Zia pointed at him and said, "You're just great. I never expected that it would be you. You even pretended to be a Northeasterner? Pretended to be a Hong Konger? And even pretended to be Hokkien?" Zhang Yi said awkwardly, "Grandma Zhang, that was because I didn't dare to reveal myself. The air pollution documentary problem hasn't been dealt with yet. I'm still banned, unlike all of you." At this moment, Dong Shanshan suddenly rushed down from the stage to question him. "You!" Dong Shanshan shouted at him loudly. Zhang Yi rubbed his nose. "Yo, if it isn't Teacher Shanshan." Dong Shanshan pointed at him and said, "When I called you that one time, I asked you if you were the clown. You even denied it back then and swore that you were not him, didn't you?" Zhang Yi smiled sheepishly. "Did I? I've forgotten already." Li Xiaoxian laughed and said, "Was that song of yours really dedicated to Teacher Shanshan?" Xiaodong exclaimed, "Didn't they explain it online? That Shanshan's birthday was not on that day?" Zhang Yi laughed and said, "We've been classmates for so many years and we're even seated in front and behind of each other, so how could I not know when her birthday is? Her recorded date of birth on her household register is the wrong date." Dong Shanshan rolled her eyes. "Then why did you claim that I never told you about it before?" Zhang Yi said innocently, "But it's true that you never told me about it. I only knew because I overheard when you were telling another classmate back in school." Dong Shanshan asked. "Then how did you suddenly learn how to sing?" Zhang Yi laughed, "That's a secret." Zhang Yuanqi also walked up to him and said with a smile, "How many favors do you owe me this time?" Zhang Yi replied nervously, "Isn't one more than enough?" Zhang Yuanqi said, "I guessed it was you." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "But you weren't very sure about it." "Right, because I've heard you sing on the spot before," Zhang Yuanqi said. Zhang Zai also remembered the day Zhang Yi wrote Woman Flower and sang it on the spot for her and Yuanqi backstage during the Spring Festival Gala. They really did not find anything flattering about his singing skill and voice at that time. Coupled with a letter to home, which he sang on Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, no one had expected that Zhang Yi would know how to sing. This was also the reason why no one thought of him as a possibility. As such, when everyone saw the clown after he took off his mask, that shock was really too great to handle. Over there, the Beijing television staff also rushed up to him all at once. Dai shouted, "Director Zhang." The moment Uj came up to Zhang Yi, he gave him a bear hug. "How could it be you?" Zhalu came over. Hoof came over. Han Chi also excitedly ran up to him. "Teacher Zhang. You were so amazing. We were trying to guess who the clown was. Why is it you? How could it possibly be you? Did you really win? I was wondering who could have written so many heaven-defying classics." Han Chi's eyes reddened a little as she got very excited at seeing her idol. "Teacher Zhang, I like every one of your songs. I love them to death." Zhang Yi looked at her and said with a smile, "Thank you, little Han. Thanks for all your hard work these past several days." Then he gave the group a fist and palm salute. "Everyone, I'm sorry that I had to hide this from you. I was afraid that if my identity was exposed, the show would be dragged down by me, so I had to keep it a secret. If there's anything that I did wrong, I'll treat everyone to dinner as an apology at a later time. Haha. All of a sudden, someone wrapped their arms around Zhang Yi's waist and lifted him up. Then a lot of people from Beijing television surrounded Zhang Yi and raised him up high. They threw him up in the air. They caught him. They threw him up in the air again. They caught him again. Champion. 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 Today. He was a national sensation. Chapter 1083, Zhang Yi's latest celebrity ranking? The next day. Sunday. At his parents' house, Zhang Yi slept all the way until 10 in the morning. After he had sent his parents home from the competition venue last night, he headed straight to bed and dozed off immediately for a full 11 hours of sleep. Over these past few days, he had become incredibly tired. It was much too tiring having to do the production, choose his songs, arrange music, practice his singing, record the show, and attend the live broadcast. He was just like a warrior who did not know what fatigue meant. Throughout the duration of the competition, he even experienced staying up for 2 days and nights in a row, as well as not succumbing to a fever of 40 degrees Celsius. It had been 2 months, and now the competition was finally over. When the tension he had been experiencing was released, he was immediately overcome with a heavy sense of fatigue that made him sleep until now. His cell phone had run out of battery. He rolled over and plugged it into the charger before turning his phone on, all without stepping out of his bed. There were quite a few notifications of missed calls and messages received on his cell phone's display. His old colleague, Hakiki, Director Zhang, me, Zhang Zuo, Little Wang, and everyone else all saw the moment you got crowned champion on stage. Great job. Congratulations. Central TV Department 14's Director Yan Tanfei, Teacher Zhang, you're really not being a bro here. Why didn't you let me know about such an important thing? Haha, I couldn't get through to you, so I'm sending you this message to congratulate you. I thought that you'd really stop doing things after getting banned and were really going to behave yourself from now on, But seeing that you're back now, I'm relieved. You're still the same old teacher Little Zhang that I knew, always going around and stirring up trouble every other day. His university classmate, Yu Yinai, old classmate, you're really on fire now. In the entire entertainment industry, you're the most popular one of all. When are you going to treat us to a meal? Quickly set a date. I can't wait. His old colleague, Tianvin, old Zhang, do you intend to ascend to the heavens? A-list movie star, Ning Lan, did you have to make such a big splash? His friends and colleagues all came to congratulate him and express their shock at the same time. Zhang Yi was lying in bed and smiling as he read the messages, replying to them one by one. For the entire morning, the internet, newspapers, and news broadcasts were all reporting about the clown and Zhang Yi, as well as King of Masked Singers. Admittedly, Zhang Yi's position was slightly more awkward since he was currently soft-banned without any official statement or clarification from the authorities. Any news reports regarding him were also greatly controlled. However, yesterday's live broadcast had caused such a big stir that there was no one who did not know about it anymore. So the media couldn't possibly avoid not mentioning Zhang Yi's name and not report about it even if they wanted to. Curtains fall on King of Masked Singers, the clown crowned champion. Inconceivable. King of Masked Singers, the clown's true identity. The clown turns out to be Zhang Yi. The clown's I am what I am sends shockwaves through audience. Zhang Yi performs another astonishing crossover. A layman sweeps away the music industry. King of Masked Singers to hold live concert next week. Zhang Yi's appearance still unknown. Our reporter inquires over the phone, authorities yet to make statement. Zhang Yi entertainment industry's professional shit stirrer. Watch out, music industry musicians. Here comes Zhang Yi. People throughout the country were still in a state of shock. Fan Wenli had also taken her mask off yesterday, as did Li Zioxian. But as their identities had long since been speculated by the netizens, there didn't exist an element of surprise. However, no one had been able to guess the clown's real identity all this time. Then there was also the fact that the name of Zhang Yi itself had always been a focal point, and his status was unlike Fan Wenli and Li Zioxian's, who were professional singers. A host, director, mathematician, and someone who meddled in the Chinese language had been crowned the grand champion of King of Masked Singers by taking down a series of professional singers like Fan Wenli, Li Zioxian, Zhao Qiqan, and many others. This made many of the industry insiders want to vomit blood. This was too unreasonable. Zhang Yi, did you intend to blast off from Earth? Any topic related to Zhang Yi had always been this hotly debated. He was truly the most wondrous person in show business. No one could predict what he would do next. Ever since his debut, everything he did would always shock a group of people. Just look. It was no exception this time. Outside, the door opened. His parents came home in a laughing mood. Zhang Yi quickly got out of bed and strolled into the living room. "Dad, Mom, where did you go? You just woke up?" His mother was grinning from ear to ear. She placed the plastic bags in her hands down. "Your dad and I went grocery shopping. I must cook some good dishes for you in the afternoon to celebrate." His father glanced at his wife and said, "What grocery shopping? Your mom went out early this morning to brag. She reached the market at 8 a.m. and started bragging the moment we bumped into every neighbor we saw. Look at the time now. It's already 11 a.m. His mother was having none of it. "What's wrong with me bragging about my son?" His father threw his hands up and said, all right, I didn't say that it was wrong." His mother harumphed. "My son is so popular. Why am I not allowed to tell others about it?" His father pursed his lips at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi laughed and said, "Mom, just go ahead and tell anyone you like, no one will stop you. Let's quickly eat lunch. I'm getting hungry already. I haven't had anything much to eat at all." His mother immediately said, wait a bit. It'll be ready soon." Just before stepping into the kitchen, she suddenly turned around and asked, "By the way, son, what's your popularity score now? Where are you ranked?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. "Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it." His mother urged, "Quickly go and check. You were at the last 2 places on the A-list rankings last time, but it should have changed by now. Go check and see how many spots you've advanced." Zhang Yi nodded. All right. In recent days, his popularity score had been at a standstill while the celebrities behind him had kept increasing their popularity and were catching up to him. Like Liu, who had exposed his own identity on King of Masked Singers. He was close to returning to the A-list celebrity rankings once again. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, who hadn't been appearing much on screen and had few new works, had dropped to the last 2 spots on the A-list rankings. He was in a very precarious position. Yesterday's unmasking was a turning point for him as he finally did not need to worry about dropping back down to the B-list rankings. He would definitely advance in the rankings, although he did not know by how many positions he would advance. He quickly went back to his room and powered on his computer. Zhang Yi typed in the address to the official website of the Celebrity Rankings Index and loaded the page. But the page could not load. "Please try again." This notification was all that was on the page. Zhang Yi refreshed the page. The page was still unable to load. What was happening? Why couldn't he access the site? He immediately went on to Weibo to check. Be it the netizens or the industry insiders, everyone was confused about what was going on. "The Celebrity Rankings website is not loading? I'm experiencing the same thing. Is there something wrong with my connection?" "It's not your connection. The site has been inaccessible since midnight." "Eh? But that's not possible. This is the official website. Nothing like this has ever happened before." "Yeah, what's going on? This has never happened in the past. What's their technical team doing? We're at a crucial point in time right now. I was hoping to check out Fan Winley's popularity ranking. I was waiting to see Zhang Yi's. He was about to drop off the A-list rankings the last time I checked. A lot of those in the entertainment industry were also waiting. The influence of King of Masked Singers was so widespread. Its songs dominated the top Chinese music chart, and the popularity score gain it gave was also astonishing. Those involved in the show would always check their own rankings the following day to see if there were any changes in their rankings and how much their popularity scores had increased by. Even the celebrities and people from the talent agencies who did not have anything to do with the show would also check. They wanted to know if those who were on the show would have any changes in their ranking and whether they would be overtaken by them in the rankings. Popularity was the lifeblood of a celebrity. And this Celebrity Rankings Index was the life chart of the entertainment industry. This issue was also being discussed in the Goof Group. "Ning Lan, it's still not out yet? It's still not loading? Huo Dongfang, I don't know, perhaps something happened." Chen Guang sent a sweating emoji. "On my lovely wife's request, I've been waiting up all night in the hopes of checking the rankings. I can wait no longer, so it's time to sleep." Xiaodong appeared. "Ha ha ha, Brother Chen. You're truly a model husband. Amy, I'm waiting for our Zioxian's ranking to come out. Hurry, hurry." A male star said, "This has never happened before in the many years it's existed, so what's going on today?" Noon. 12 o'clock sharp. There was finally an official announcement. It was an announcement that dumbfounded the entire entertainment industry and the public. The announcement was as follows: explanation regarding the temporary inaccessibility of the Celebrity Rankings Index website. Due to the rising influence of a certain variety show in recent times, the data statistics of the rankings index have been affected to a certain extent. In addition, The popularity score of a certain celebrity has seen fluctuation on too wide of a scale. The amount of data collected has exceeded more than what our systems can handle, and this caused a temporary outage to our system. At the moment, our technical team is stepping in to rectify it as soon as possible. We sincerely apologize for inconveniencing everyone. We will be making another announcement when the rankings index is updated and returns to service. A certain variety show? Wouldn't that be King of Masked Singers? A certain celebrity? Wouldn't that be Zhang Yi? When this announcement was made, everyone was dumbfounded. On Weibo. What? Zhang Yi's popularity score has greatly fluctuated? And it even crippled their systems? PFFT, are they serious? Why is it that everything that goes wrong has to do with Zhang Yi? Ha ha ha. Holy cow, just how much did Teacher Zhang's popularity score increase by? It even fucking crippled their systems? That's nothing strange with that. When the clown took his mask off yesterday, that was an instantaneous moment. Because of that, the system would have to transfer all of the clown's popularity score from the previous month or so to Zhang Yi. Perhaps the data for that really did overflow. PFFT, Teacher Zhang is really great. He even brought down the celebrity rankings index that had been operating fine for so long. I'm cramping up from laughing. Teacher Zhang is so mighty. Teacher Zhang is so impressive. Suddenly, someone posted the poem that Zhang Yi recited at last night's grand finals. Live Fantasia. Especially those last few lines. No matter how you looked at it, it was got the blood going. Many of the netizens hadn't read Zhang Yi's poems in a long time, but it was still as domineering, earth-shaking, and moving as ever. I want to sing a human song that ages from now will chorus through the universe. The netizens started posting in the comments below. I like Zhang Yi so much. His poems are always so awesome. His songs as well. Earth no longer has a place that can contain Zhang Yi. Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. You're already blasting out into the universe. The Celebrity Rankings Index website could even get crippled. I really have to take my hat off to Zhang Yi. The people in the industry didn't know how to react. The website crashed. It was Zhang Yi's fault? Damn, just how much did your popularity score go up by this time? 1084 The first concert of its kind in the industry. Chapter 1084, the first concert of its kind in the industry. The next day, the Celebrity Rankings Index website was still down. The netizens were continuing to gloat over this problem. Zhang Yi, you made a huge mess. All the celebrity rankings have been wiped out because of you. Teacher Zhang Yi, you've caused trouble again. Ha 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 ha. Pissing myself laughing, this is so funny. Every time Zhang Yi does something, the entertainment industry experiences an earthquake. I just like how this fellow always causes trouble wherever he goes. As the cause of the problem, Zhang Yi could only wryly smile. What are you guys mentioning me for? What the fuck has this got to do with me? Quite a number of netizens were blaming him for it, but of course they were just joking. The one thing that relieved Zhang Yi was that none of his music industry peers had scolded him this time around. Wang Zhu issues Weibo, during the run of King of Masked Singers, my favorite singer was Petal Shower. But the one who sang best was definitely the clown. That's something that anyone would admit. A female musician, Zhang Yi is really the favored son of heaven. His music literacy is so good that you'd never believe that he isn't even a professional singer yet. A lyricist, no one has ever dared to sing only originals on any singing show. Only Zhang Yi would dare to do something like this. He's incredible. In the field of writing lyrics, there shouldn't be anyone who is a match for him. In the past, whenever Zhang Yi crossed over to a new industry, there would always be people calling him out. So those people from Zhang Yi's fan club were gearing up for a fight, ready to take on the industry peers in the music scene. But to their surprise, there was not even an opportunity to do so, as no one scolded Zhang Yi at all. Instead, there was only praise all around. At around 2 in the afternoon, the official website of the Celebrity Rankings Index was finally partially restored after being down for close to 40 hours. The updated celebrity rankings were published. Countless netizens and entertainment industry insiders anxiously came to check. Fan Wenli's name glittered at the front of the B-list celebrity rankings. She was already in second place on the B-list rankings after her popularity score had increased by an unknown amount. There were also changes to Li Zioxian's ranking. She shot to the middle of the B-list. Spinach, Li Aoyuki, reached the front of the C-list rankings. Flowing Time, Zhao Kikan, also experienced quite an increase to his popularity score. As the only host of the show, Dong Shanshan was almost within reach of the B-list. Chen Guang, Yao Jiankei, Zhang Ziyan, and the others also skimmed some popularity off of King of Masked Singers. Their popularity had also grown, although it was not as much as those who took part in the show as contestants. Only Zhang Yuanqi's ranking did not change, But that was because she had already reached the top. Being an S-list heavenly queen, this increase to her popularity score might have been a large increase for others, but it was only considered a minor change for her. Of course, it wasn't negligible, but it wasn't really that much either. Everyone was happy. For the celebrities who took part in King of Masked Singers, the celebration and revelry this time was all to the credit of Zhang Yi alone. Whether it was from the perspective of the show's production or the copyright of the show, this entire show was essentially Zhang Yi's baby. Using his show and the production to gain their current popularity, even if Flowing Time did have a conflict with the clown and clashed with Zhang Yi's fan club after the competition ended, he didn't have any complaints all for that reason alone. He could blame the clown, but there wouldn't be any pointing of fingers at Zhang Yi. On Weibo, Fan Wenli has risen in the ranking so quickly. That's really fast. She's already second place on the B-list rankings. She could even get to this position by purely singing? I guess it's only Fan Wenli who could do something like that, right? Haha, old Chen had better work harder. He's been overtaken by his wife. Li Xiaoxian is really fearsome too. Spring Garden is gonna blow up. Yeah, all of the Spring Garden members are now B-list celebs. Put them together and there would simply be no competition. They deserve to be called the #1 girl group. Definitely one of the top 10 in Asia. Where's Zhang Yi's name? Damn, you're right. Why isn't Zhang Yi's name listed? There's no sign of him on the rankings at all. I've also checked. His name really isn't there. The netizens all rushed to lodge complaints with the official website in an instant. In the end, another announcement was made. Explanation regarding Zhang Yi's celebrity ranking: the system is currently undergoing maintenance to repair a statistics to recalculate Zhang Yi's popularity score. Our technical team will strive to complete the maintenance within a week. Only his ranking was not fixed. The system was not fully repaired yet. It's still not done. I'm just waiting to see Zhang Yi's ranking. I'm also waiting for it. They will get it fixed within the week? Isn't the King of Masked Singers concert scheduled for this Saturday? Are they going to wait until then to calculate all of his data at once? Anything that involves Zhang Yi always ends up a mess. Zhang Yi has probably created history in the entertainment industry with that, hasn't he? PFFT. I'm really looking forward to this weekend's concert. I wonder what songs Zhang Yi will sing. Me too. I can't wait. Looking forward to seeing Fan Wenli's performance. How I wish I could attend the concert. How can we get tickets? Or do they only give them out through a lottery? Are there scalpers selling any? The topic gradually changed to the weekend concert. Countless viewers were anticipating it highly as there had never before been a concert like this. This was going to be an unprecedented concert that no other variety show had put on before. It wasn't that the other singing shows did not want to hold one, but that they were not popular enough to do so. King of Masked Singers was the first to hold one and had booked an entire stadium that could hold tens of thousands of spectators. It was the first in the industry. The first in the entire country. Beijing Television invited everyone from all walks of life to join in the celebration. Of course, there was also a small issue here that everyone was worried about. Beijing Television. Who fast, have you guys sent it upstairs already? Huj nodded. Yes, but the Sarf did not make a single comment. Not a word? Hoof was startled. Huj gave a wry smile. Nothing. Dafei blinked several times. Then would that mean that Teacher Zhang can take part in the concert and it'll be fine? Is this how we should understand this? Huj shook his head. How would I know? Who felt that this was strange and was wondering about it. Have you guys realized? In this past year, the Sarfs toward little Zhang has changed a lot. They barely touch him anymore? Just think about it. I think the Sarft also did not issue any statements regarding the air pollution documentary incident. What's more, the air pollution documentary even managed to stay online for a few days. And there was that time when those associations issued a joint statement to make those changes but were chased away by little Zhang with the international. The Sarf did not say anything and even criticized those associations for cooking up those nonsensical guidelines. All these incidents don't add up. Zhao Lu added, now that you've brought it up, that's true. Huj said excitedly, then does that mean that Teacher Zhang's ban has been lifted? Hoof replied, not necessarily. Who knows? Since no one has said anything against it, we'll just go ahead with the concert arrangements. Everyone, start getting down to work. We must do well and make this first concert of its kind a success. Let's make it beautiful. We'll have the perfect finale for King of Masked Singers. None of you are allowed to screw this up. Back home, Zhang Yi received a lot of calls to thank him. The first call was from Fan Wenli. Thanks, Director Zhang. What are you thanking me for? Your show, of course. Who else would I be thanking if not you? You're welcome. See you at the concert this weekend. Then came Li Ayiki's call. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. You're welcome, Student Spinach. Hee, I've mooched off of you this time. My popularity has grown by so much. An advertising company just approached me to give me an endorsement and offered me 3 million RMB straight up. I was stunned since I was never worth that much in the past. 3 million isn't that much. You're really popular now, so I think you can still push for more. Eh? Just take my advice. Alright then, I'll listen to you. After hanging up, Zhang Yi smiled. Since his popularity score hadn't been calculated yet, he stopped thinking about it. It was better to do something fruitful, like choosing a song for the concert. He definitely had to be well prepared for it even though it was no longer a competition. Although he had already been crowned the champion, he was still not going to be sloppy about things. As long as it was related to work, Zhang Yi would take it seriously. Which song then? For this final song, what should he sing? 1085 Piano playing coming from the room. Chapter 1085, Piano playing coming from the room. The next day, the King of Masked Singers concert was getting hyped up. Be it within the industry or to the audience, everyone was looking forward to that day. They were also anticipating what kind of finale the clown, Petal Shower, Sunset Glow, Flowing Time, King of Oddity, Spinach, and the others would perform for the concert. In the morning, Zhang Yi got up and ate breakfast. Ring, ring, ring. The clown's cell phone was ringing. Zhang Yi was startled at first, then answered it. Hello, little Han? On the other end of the line, Han Chi said, Good morning, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi laughed and said, Why are you still calling me on this cell phone? Han Chi said in embarrassment, I got used to it and didn't notice. Teacher Zhang, director who wanted me to inform you that the concert this weekend will proceed according to plan. You can take part in the concert since the SARF did not raise any objections. Alright, I understand. Han Chi said, We found it quite strange. We were already prepared for an inquiry by the SARF on this matter, but surprisingly, nothing came of it in the end. Zhang Yi smiled. Isn't that good? Han Chi asked, Have you decided on the song that you'll be singing? When can you start rehearsing? Zhang Yi thought about it. I haven't decided yet. I'll contact you again within the next 2 days. Why didn't the authorities say anything? They did not know what the reason was, but Zhang Yi did. His mother looked at him. Are they pressing you for the song that you'll be singing at the concert? Zhang Yi grunted in affirmation. His mother asked with interest, Are you ready? What song will you be singing? Are you going to sing another song for me and your dad? That I Really Love You was quite a good song. Zhang Yi coughed and said, Probably not. I still haven't decided on what to sing after thinking about it all last night. I still need to give it some thought. However, Zhang Yi wanted to handle something else right now. He had to take his mind off the concert for a while. Dad, Mom, I need to go out after lunch. I won't be coming home for dinner tonight. Where are you running off to now? I'm going out to buy a piano. Do we have any space for that at home? He had something that he wanted to do. It was something that was very important to him. Later that morning, in a piano shop without many customers. The shop was rather empty. Other than the female manager, there was no one else around at the moment. A young man wearing a pair of sunglasses and a surgical mask pushed open the door and walked in. Hello, do you have a piano for sale? I'm looking for a decent one. The female manager nonchalantly looked up and suddenly screamed. Zhang Yi was frightened. Whoa, what's the matter? The female manager seemed to have seen a ghost. Zhang Yi. You are Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled and said, You can even recognize me like this? The female manager blurted out, I've been following King of Masked Singers every week. I can recognize you even if you turn to ashes. Then, probably realizing that it sounded a little inappropriate, she quickly said, Ayo, I love you to death. You sang so well. You want to buy a piano? You don't have to pay. I'll give you a piano for free. You can choose from any of the pianos in the shop. Zhang Yi waved her off. How could that do? The female manager said in embarrassment, It's alright, just don't let me take a picture with you to put in our shop. Consider it promotion for us. Zhang Yi smiled at that and said, How about this? I'll pay for the piano and also take a picture with you, that okay? The female manager immediately said, That would be great. Is the piano a gift for someone or yourself? Let me recommend you the best piano we have in our shop. Although it's a bit expensive, but hi, it's not like you're poor or anything. Come. What do you think of this piano? It's a high-end one, I wouldn't sell it to just anyone. Whether she was usually this talkative or just excited to see him, Zhang Yi didn't know. He just listened to her chatter away anyway. Finally, he selected the piano he wanted. Where should I deliver it? Please write down an address for us. You don't have to deliver it. I need it today, so can you get someone to help me tie it up on my car? What kind of a car do you have? A BMW X5. But there's no way to fit it in there. Just secure it on top of the car. How can that do? Your car will get scratched. It's a bulletproof car. You won't be able to scratch it. Then I'll get someone to give it a try. The female manager knew that a big shot like Zhang Yi would not be willing to let others know his address, so she wasn't exactly surprised at this and immediately went to find someone. Evening. 6 p.m. Wu Zeking had just gotten off from work and was walking out of the office building. Chief Wu. You're leaving? Chief Wu, take care. It's been hard on you, Chief Wu. Wu Zeking nodded at them with a smile. You guys knock off early when you finish working. A department supervisor walked quickly to her and said with an anguished look, Chief Wu, about the list for the concert that was submitted by King of Masked Singers. Wu Zeking waved it off and said, it's already been decided. Don't bring it up anymore. The supervisor said nervously, but Chief Chen seems to if he has any problems, get him to come and look for me, Wu Zeking said calmly. Oh, alright then. Secretary Bailey quickly caught up with her. Chief Wu, you can't drive your car today, right? I'll send you home. Wu Zeking nodded. Okay. In the car. Bailey blinked and said, what are you having for dinner tonight? Wu Zeking smiled and said, I'll just go home and fix something up for dinner. Since I'm eating alone, I can make do with anything. Bailey instinctively asked, you're still single? Then she realized her slip of the tongue. Oh, look at me, I always ask about things that I shouldn't be asking. Please don't take it to heart. Wu Zeking smiled. You've been working for me for a year. Why are you still so restrained? Bailey laughed and said, because you're the boss. They arrived at Wu Zeking's place. Bailey said, I'll be going then, Chief Wu. Wu Zeking smiled and said, alright, thank you. She turned around and walked into the villa's yard in her high heels. She had a glance at the flowers in the yard and thought that they looked quite beautiful. Walking to the front door, she took out her keys to open the door and bent down to change into her slippers. It was the same thing every day. It was the same routine every day. Opening the door. Changing into her slippers. Opening the refrigerator. Making dinner. Except something different happened today. The moment Wu Zeking closed the door, she could hear piano playing coming from upstairs. She didn't have a piano at home. There shouldn't be anyone in her house. Old Wu looked up to the second floor and was stunned for a moment. Then she headed straight for the upstairs. The sound of the piano was very soothing. The melody sounded really nice too. All of a sudden, a voice softly drifted out in the room. It was a man's voice. It was a very clean male voice one. I have loved, and also lost. Tasted the sweet and tart parts of love. Escaped from the irony of fate. I know what I want. There is an indescribable state. Created by all emotions thereof. Why ponder the meaningless cost? What in this world is there to be proud of? Wu Zeking walked up the stairs. The sound of the piano was getting closer and closer. The singing was also getting closer and closer. The man sang loudly. If I'm without you, I keep my eyes on the distant peaks. But miss the turn on the track. Suddenly I looked back. I found you waiting for me, you were always there. I searched down in the seas of pitch black. And ignored the meandering rivers. When I found myself going against the tide. You were at my side, pushing me on. The door to the study was ajar. Wu Zeking stood at the door. Seeing the man at the piano, she didn't know what to do for a moment. Where did the piano come from? What was with this song? The man sitting at the piano was Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi continued to play. I know that I am very rich. Because love fulfills all. Every hole in my life. You filled them with your sincerity. Right now. From this moment on. I want to hold you in my arms. And give you twice the affection. I want to sing a love song dedicated to you. So please listen. Old Wu. This song is dedicated to you. Actually, I've wanted to sing you a song since a long, long time ago. But there just wasn't a chance to do so. I will only ever sing this song for you. Thank you for not leaving me when I was most down and out. Thank you for always staying by my side. As everyone knows, I'm not someone who usually speaks seriously and I don't know how to express what I really want to say. There are some things that I just can't put into words. So, please, let me sing for you. Zhang Yi sang in the tenor range. I kept my eyes on the distant peaks. But missed the turn on the track. Suddenly I looked back. I found you waiting for me, you were always there. I searched down in the seas of pitch black. And ignored the meandering rivers. When I found myself going against the tide. You were at my side, pushing me on. Outside the villa. A neighbor opened their window in shock. A lady driving home stopped her car in the neighborhood and rolled down the window with a stunned look. Who's playing the piano? Who's singing? Why haven't I heard this song before? It sounds really nice. Isn't his song way too good? That lady and several of the closer neighbors were visibly moved by what they heard. Just who are you? Who are you singing for? Chapter 1086, Old Wu wants to attend a concert too? In the neighborhood. It echoed with the melodious notes of a piano. The piano is one of the very few instruments that do not require power source or connection to any audio equipment to be heard inside a large enclosed space or concert hall. Of course, it would have to be a grand piano meant for such venues to achieve that. On this note, both the cello and the violin cannot achieve the same sound amplification of a mechanical percussive transmission one. Although the piano that Zhang Yi bought was an upright piano, its sound amplification was still quite outstanding. However, once in an open space, the sound of the piano would diffuse a little. Several neighbors in the vicinity of Old Wu's villa could vaguely hear a man singing. Although the singing could not be heard further out in the neighborhood, the faint sound of a piano playing still managed to float out to their ears. The security guards at the neighborhood's entrance turned around in shock. The residents of the neighborhood stopped in their tracks. A lot of people were attracted to the sound of the piano and got enchanted by it. He finished singing. The sound of the piano gradually drifted away. Everyone was looking around for the source of the music. Where did it come from? Which house did the playing come from? Was it a sound system? No, it must have been played on an actual piano. Who could be so talented? Does our neighborhood have someone so talented? At Old Wu's residence. In the upstairs study. After he played the final note, Zhang Yi took his hands off the keys and put the full board down. Then he smiled at Wu Zeking. Wu Zeking looked at him. What's the title of this song? Zhang Yi said, You Were Always There. Wu Zeking smiled and said, Is it for me? Yes. What do you think of it? Zhang Yi wasn't sure if Old Wu liked it. Wu Zeking smiled and asked, I like it very much. When did you learn how to play the piano? When were you able to sing that well? Zhang Yi gave a hearty laugh and said, Hi, please don't mind those small details. Did you just buy this piano? Yep. I bought it this morning, then drove it here. It was really quite heavy and nearly crushed my car. Fortunately, I own a bulletproof car and the frame is a special make as well. You didn't get someone to deliver it? I was afraid that they might know where you live. So you carried this piano into the house and upstairs all by yourself? Yeah, this weighs nothing. Zhang Yi started boasting. Wu Zeking pointed at the upright piano. A piano that weighs 300 to 400 pounds, and you carried it up here all by yourself? Of course. Zhang Yi boasted shamelessly, even if it were two pianos stacked on top of each other, I could still carry them up here. These words of his were merely meant for boasting. In reality, it had taken all of Zhang Yi's strength to carry in this piano that weighed 300-odd pounds. This was even with him having martial arts and already maxing out on the fruits of strength and stamina from the lottery draw, 1. It was just that Old Wu had not seen how much effort it took for this fellow to carry it in earlier, so he started bragging about being able to carry two pianos by himself now. 700, 800 pounds? Even if this fellow had used his concealed power, he still would not be able to carry them. Besides, concealed power was not meant to be used in such a way. It was an instantaneous kind of power that could only be used for destroying, not for carrying things. Wu Zeking smiled. Zhang Yi probably thought that he had bragged by too much, as he quickly changed the subject. Old Wu, have a seat. Are you angry at me about this matter? Wu Zeking saw that his collar was slightly crumpled, probably from carrying the piano earlier. It was also a little dirty, so she reached out and straightened it for him and patted off the dust. Why would I be angry with you? Zhang Yi stood still and let her adjust it for him. Because I didn't tell you that I went to participate in King of Masked Singers. Actually, it's not that I didn't want to tell you. In fact, I had wanted to tell only you about it. In the end, I was just too embarrassed to bring it up after a long hesitation the other day. The main issue was that I'd never sung before. As it was my first time singing on stage and this being such a huge competition, it would have been really embarrassing if I lost by the second episode. So I thought it might be better not to say anything about it at first and only tell you about it after I became the champion. So here I am, immediately coming to seek your forgiveness after I got crowned grand champion. I practiced the song that I just sang for you for a very long time. Wu Zeking said gently, I couldn't be any happier for you, so why would I be angry with you? You're really in the limelight this time. Not bad, you didn't make me ashamed. Zhang Yi smiled and said, That's true. Take off your shirt. I'll wash it for you later since it's dirty, Wu Zeking said. Okay. He did not stand on ceremony. Are you hungry? Not yet. We'll eat in a bit? Sure. Then do something for me first. Oh? What is it? Wu Zeking did not say anything and searched around the study. She took out the 4 treasures of the study too and immediately began to grind the ink. Then she said, write down the lyrics of the song that you just sang for me. I can't remember them after listening to them just once. When you're done writing, I'll hang it and read it at my own leisure. Zhang Yi immediately said, that's not a problem. I've prepared the ink. How would you like me to write it? How many scripts do you know? I can write it in regular, semi-cursive, clerical, or cursive script. He thought about saying how he could also write in Microsoft Yahoo 3 if he wanted to, but Old Wu would surely not understand what he meant by that. Old Wu smiled and said, how about semi-cursive? I like your semi-cursive. Alright. Zhang Yi immediately began writing. A set of lyrics was written down in a free-flowing motion. Wu Zeking held up the Zhuan paper for it to dry and took a look. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. As she gazed at the calligraphy, Zhang Yi looked at her. Since it was summer, Old Wu was dressed lightly and looked especially elegant in the thin, classic kapel. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. All of a sudden, Old Wu looked up and said, oh yeah, I've got something to tell you. Your ban will officially be lifted today. Although the SARF won't be issuing any notices or documentation about it, nor will there be any announcements to the public, there won't be a restriction on any news and shows related to you anymore. In fact, your ban was scheduled to be lifted soon, but King of Masked Singers expedited the process. You've caused such a big ruckus that they were unable to keep the ban on you for longer, even if they wanted. So they might as well use the opportunity to lift your ban. Even though there are still some people in the organization who are opposed to it, I've taken care of them, so it's not going to be a big deal, and there might be some flexibility given to the air pollution documentary. With some editing, I think there could be some hope that it gets re-released to the public. I will be following up on this matter. He had been unbanned? This bro had regained his freedom? This was no doubt the happiest news Zhang Yi had heard in recent days. Zhang Yi smiled and said, thanks, Old Wu. Wu Zeking said, you fought for this. It has nothing much to do with me. You've been crowned Grand Champion of King of Masked Singers and even took your mask off during the live broadcast. Did you think you would stay banned after all that? Furthermore, your songs were very good too. That's one of the most crucial factors, as you have quite a few songs that were full of positivity. For example, Strive Hard to Succeed, Life's More Than the Grind, and I Really Love You. All of those songs were a great help in changing your image. So there's no need to thank me, as you were the one who grabbed this opportunity. Without this show, you might have needed to wait at least another month or 2 before your ban was lifted. Zhang Yi blinked and said, the Internationale is also a very inspirational song. He personally liked the song a lot. On that day, he vented most of his anger after he sang it. On that day, the feeling of having everyone stand up and sing loudly along with him was just so satisfying. Wu Zeking looked at him. Don't mention that song. Do you know how big of a mess it created? Zhang Yi smiled and said, alright, I understand. I won't sing it much in the future. Wu Zeking asked, how are your preparations for the concert going? Zhang Yi said, hi, I still haven't decided what song to sing yet. Wu Zeking smiled. Take your time, there's no need to hurry. Any song that you sing will definitely be good. Zhang Yi especially liked hearing that and could feel a warmth in his chest. He really had never come across a woman like Old Wu before. It was as though Old Wu found whatever he did to be good and would always give him her support. Furthermore, Old Wu would never broach further on a subject if it was something he did not wish to speak about or preferred to keep secret. She always gave him a lot of space and respect in that regard. She was always beside him, supporting him and encouraging him on his journey. Wu Zeking suddenly asked, do you have any tickets for the concert left? Zhang Yi was surprised. Of course. Why? Wu Zeking smiled. I would like to attend in person and listen to you sing. You really want to go? Yes, I want to go there in my own personal capacity. Although the broadcast is on Saturday, the recording is scheduled for Friday afternoon. You don't have to work. I'll take the day off. My fiancé will be staging a concert. Even if the sky falls, I must go. Just look at the way she put it. Zhang Yi loved hearing it. Alright. I'll get a ticket for you. It'll definitely be a front row seat. That's not necessary. I'm fine with sitting wherever. That won't do. You won't be able to see me if you're seated too far away. Thinking about how Wu Zeking would also be there on that day to listen to him sing, Zhang Yi was suddenly quite looking forward to it. At the same time, he also felt a little more nervous about it. He suddenly thought of a song and knew exactly what he would be singing at the concert. It was a very nice song. It was a song about one's ideals. Chapter 1087, the concert begins. Friday. In the afternoon. There was a sea of people at the Beijing Stadium. Where are the Fan Wenli fans? Zhao Kiken's fans, please gather under the billboard. Over here. Here. Come with me. Where are the Zhang Yi fans? Coming. We're here. Hurry, it's time to distribute the items. Glow sticks for everyone. They're free. Don't buy from those people out there. They're so expensive. Even before entering the stadium, the bustle outside was spectacular. Vehicles had already occupied all of the underground parking garage spots and roads around the venue. There were no more free spots and the roads were no longer accessible other than the one that was leading west toward the suburbs. The roads in the other three directions were jam-packed. At the entrance, it was as though the entire population of Beijing's merchants and peddlers were gathered here. There were people selling celebrity posters, glow sticks, scalp tickets, and even the King of Masked Singers contestants' genuine autographs. The media outlets' vehicles also arrived one after another. It was a flurry of activity. The place was heating up. On Weibo, the netizens also made a racket. Who still has tickets for the concert? It's beginning soon. I can't wait. Haha, I'm already at the venue and waiting to get admitted. Previous poster, bragging like this will only end up with you getting beaten up. How I wish I could go and watch them perform live. Especially Zhang Yi songs. Why do I like him so much? I wonder what song he'll sing today. Arzioxian is quite good too. Everyone knows that Zhang Yi is good at writing songs, but I'm still finding it difficult to accept that the guy can also sing this well. It's impossible to measure a person like him with common sense. He was born to be a star. You're wrong. Zhang Yi wasn't born to be one. Yeah, he was never meant to be a celebrity at all. He had to fight so hard to be where he is now. This has been a very difficult journey for teacher Zhang Yi, and everyone knows that. I wonder how he has managed to survive for this long. I heard that the Sarft has not said anything either this time and allowed Zhang Yi to take part in the concert. Does that mean that Zhang Yi has been unbanned? I'm so happy for him. Yeah. The ban has finally been lifted. Inside the stadium, the singers had already arrived for some time. There were not only Zhang Yi, Fan Wenli, and those other singers who had taken part in the King of Masked Singers competition. Even Chen Guang, Zhang Ziya, Amy, Celery, and several other celebrity guests were also backstage and getting ready for the concert. They too would be taking part in the concert today. Executive Director Huff said, "We've been preparing for this concert for quite some time now. We practically started preparing for it since the broadcast of the first episode and had the stadium booked since that time. The entire country's attention is on us now, so I hope we can make this industry's first concert based on a variety show a great success. I'll leave all that to you, so let's execute this beautifully." With a pause, he reminded them, "By the way, there's something else to note. It wasn't reported on yesterday's weather forecast, but this morning's forecast predicted that there could be rain today. So, everyone, please be aware of this possibility." Hooge came over to look for him. "Director Hu, we need you over at the stage." Hoof nodded, then said to the other staff members, "I'm going to the front for a bit. If there's anything urgent over here, ask Director Zhang for advice. He can take charge of the things here." Zhao Lu replied, "Yes, sir." Han Chi replied, "Understood." Everyone responded in kind, thinking it was a matter of course. However, Zhang Yi did not seem to care for anything right now. He lowered his head and continued texting. "Zhang Yi, are you here yet?" "Wu Zeking, I just arrived." There was a traffic jam. "Zhang Yi, are you lining up to get in yet?" "Wu Zeking, yes, I'm passing through security now." "Zhang Yi, let me get someone to bring you in." "Wu Zeking, there's no need. Don't alarm too many people. Most of your staff knows who I am, so it's better for me to keep a low profile. After all, I'm here in my own personal capacity today." "Zhang Yi, okay." Chen Guang came over. "Director Zhang, who are you chatting with?" Zhang Yi looked up and smiled. "What's up?" Fan Wenli looked at her husband. "Stay away. Don't come over here and try to pry any information from us." Chen Guang yelled, "Must I, Wenli?" Li Zioxian also smiled. "We belong to different camps today." Amy rolled her eyes. "Teacher Chen, let's give our best and sing well today. We'll stamp them down." Chen Guang harumphed. "All right." Zhang Ziya laughed and shook her head. "You people. Today's opening song was going to be an explosive and attention-stealing showdown between the contestants and the celebrity guests. Each side was a team, the contestants' team versus the celebrity guests' team. Everyone was looking forward to this matchup. Just look. Even before going on stage, the competitiveness from both sides was picking up. Half an hour later, people gradually filled the stadium. In the blink of an eye, the seats were packed with over 10,000 people. Some of the audience members were shouting their favorite celebrities' names, some were holding up LED light boards and waving them around, while others were bursting into songs performed on King of Masked Singers. Sunset Glow. The Clown. Flowing Time. Petal Shower. I Am What I Am. A firework of different colors. Why is the concert still not beginning? I can't wait. The scenes were very chaotic. The audience was reaching a fever pitch. Wu Zeking finally got into the stadium at this point in time. She found her way to the second row of front row seats and checked her ticket to find her seat. As she made her way across the row, she smiled warmly. "Excuse me, coming through." But a little ways in, someone called out to her. It was a middle-aged married couple. "Hey. President Wu?" "President Wu." The couple looked at her, startled. Wu Zeking turned around in confusion and asked, "You two are?" Zhang Yi's mother stood up excitedly. "I am Zhang Yi's mother." Wu Zeking said, "Oh, it's Andy." His father asked, "Why are you also here?" Wu Zeking smiled and said, "Well, I'm off today. So I came to watch the concert." "Ayo, thank you so much for taking care of our little Yi. You've helped him a lot. We've been wanting to visit you to express our thanks, but we just didn't have the chance to do so," his mother said. Wu Zeking said, "Andy, you're too kind." His mother immediately said, "Sit here with us, sit. Little Yi gave us 3 tickets, but we have an empty seat now because his cousin was unable to make it." Wu Zeking thought over the offer for a moment, then smiled and sat down. "All right." His mother was very enthusiastic. "President Wu, wait, I should be addressing you as Chief Wu instead." Wu Zeking immediately said, "Don't call me that, Auntie. You can just call me Little Wu." "That would be so inappropriate." "It's not." Can I really call you that?" "Of course." And so, Wu Zeking started chatting together with Zhang Yi's parents, talking and laughing throughout their conversation. Taking some time out, Wu Zeking quietly sent a message to Zhang Yi. "I've found a seat, I'm sitting together with your parents." Very quickly, she got a reply. "Ah? Wu Zeking, I've wanted to meet your parents for a while now. What a coincidence. I won't be replying anymore. I want to chat some more with your parents." Zhang Yi, sweats okay. At this moment, the host, Dong Shanshan, came out. When the crowd saw her, they gave her warm applause immediately. "She's here. It's starting." Dong Shanshan announced, "Welcome, everyone, to King of Masked Singers, brought to you by our sponsor, Bright Fruit Cocoa. I'm your host, Dong Shanshan. How are all of you?" The audience cheered in response. After a slew of opening remarks, the main event finally kicked off. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "Backstage today, there was so much going on. 2 groups of people nearly clashed, with one side claiming that they could sing really well, while another side claimed that they could sing even better. They bickered so much that when I was asked to give my opinion on who was better, I was too scared to answer. I believe that we should let our audience decide." "Clashed? Ha ha ha." The audience chuckled. Dong Shanshan said, "Next, let's welcome the All-Stars onto the stage to perform I Believe One for Everyone." She handed over the stage. Applause thundered. The music started playing. Spinach, Liaoyuki, took her microphone and went out onto the stage. "I wanna fly to the sky, walk beside the Sunday the world waits for me to change it." At the other end of the stage, Zhang Zai appeared and sang, "Never been afraid of others seeing my dreams. Here, I can make it happen." Back on other side, Fan Winley strode onto stage. Laughing loudly, "Let's walk side by side. Isn't happiness everywhere?" At the other end, Amy appeared. Casting off all worries, I stride forward bravely. Now I am taking center stage. Lee Seoxian, I believe I'm me, I trust tomorrow. Celery, I believe that youth has no limits. Zhang Yi appeared. Whether sunset at the beach or the crowded streets, it's the prettiest paradise for me. Chen Guang sang loudly, I believe in freedom. I believe in hope. I believe I can reach out and touch the sky. They sang all together. With you by my side. Life is more exciting. Every moment so wonderful. I do believe. The contestants were in one group. The celebrity guests were in another group. They sang one line one after the other as they appeared and took the stage. The 2 groups of people were apparently competing, trying to outdo and outsing the person before them. The atmosphere in the stadium flash ignited. Screams. Shouts. Clouds darkened the skies as the multicolored glow sticks started to come to life. This song was the theme song for The Voice. Back then, Zhang Yuanqi, Zhang Zai, Chen Guang, and Fan Wenli sang it together. Zhang Yi wrote this song. Chapter 1088, Vast Horizons. The audience reached a fever pitch. In the open-air stadium, the screaming sounded like it was piercing through the upper atmosphere. Awesome. What a star-studded event. All of them sang great. The song was well written in the first place. That's for sure. This song was written by Zhang Yi himself. Chen Guang's singing is a force to be reckoned with. I still prefer Zhang Yi a bit more. The two of them don't have the same style. Old Chen is better at explosive singing while Zhang Yi focuses more on emotional singing. Get lost. Zhang Yi is also very good at explosive singing. Can anyone replicate that last scream in exaggerated? If you wanna put it that way, then Old Chen is also good at emotional songs. Fuck, what are you two arguing for? Haha, as to which of those two can sing better, they have to fight it out on stage for us to find out. We won't know from the song that they just sang. The first song ended. The audience applauded them. Zhang Yi's mother was also furiously clapping in the audience. Great. Great. Come on, son. His father gave her a tug and Chen nodded in Wu Zeking's direction. Calm down a little, will you? He was reminding her that the executive of the organization that oversaw the entertainment industry was sitting beside her. But his mother did not care. Little Wu, who do you think sang better? Wu Zeking smiled and said, Zhang Yi sang the best. His mother said happily, oh, you think so too? Wu Zeking replied, I like his songs very much and feel that every one of them is good. At that, his mother grabbed Wu Zeking's hands with a sense of familiarity and felt that she was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. She started chattering to her again. Did you know? This kid's music genes all come from me. Wu Zeking nodded. Yes, I can see that. His father nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. On stage, it was time for Fan Wenli's performance. When she came out on stage, the applause went up by several decibels. Petal shower. Petal shower. Everyone was still used to chanting her stage name. The next to take the stage was Flowing Time. Followed by Spinach. Sunset Glow. And King of Oddity. The singers came out one after another. The screaming and shouting at the venue came wave after wave. They were midway through the concert when the skies turned even gloomier. Dark clouds blocked the moon and faint roars of thunder could be heard. It seemed like it was going to rain. Right at this moment, the clown took the stage. Many of the audience members were shaken. Some of them were very tired from clapping so much. But when they saw Zhang Yi, they started applauding again, crazy over him. Some of Zhang Yi's die-hard fans even stood up and waved Zhang Yi's LED light boards excitedly as they screamed his name. His mother exclaimed, "It's my son's turn. My son." His father stared at the stage without blinking. Wu Zeking watched him as he walked onto the stage, quietly waiting for his performance today. The clown. The clown. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Fan Wenli and Chen Guang came to the front of the stage. Liao Yiki silently came out as well. Zhang Xia, Li Xiaoxian, and Amy did the same. When everyone saw each other, they smiled at one another. What are you guys doing out here? The feels aren't the same backstage. I'm curious about what song he'll be singing. They were all looking forward to hearing Zhang Yi's song today, so they came to the front to listen. This was because every song Zhang Yi sang was a song that they had never heard before. It was always going to be a surprise for them. Zhang Yi was already standing in his spot on stage. 8, 9 cameras were focused on him. Over 10,000 audience members were looking at him. Zhang Yi swept his eyes over them and spotted Wu Zeking in the crowd. He also saw his parents, Fan Wenli and Chen Guang, Grandma Zhang Xia, and the many pairs of eyes of the audience. All of a sudden, the music played. Snowflakes started drifting around. These were snowflakes generated by the machine at the side of the stadium. A lot of people were mesmerized by the effect of the snowflakes floating around. But then, a voiceover played through the stadium. A man's voice, Zhang Yi, you won't be able to become famous the way you are. Another man's voice, this path is not suitable for you, please go back. A woman's voice, you want to be a celebrity with that temper of yours? Who would like you? Ha. A middle-aged man's voice, Zhang Yi, you're fired. Go pack your things and leave. The lonely snowflakes gently drifted down. Wu Zeking was stunned. Zhang Yi's parents were stunned. Zhang Xia was stunned. Fan Wenli was stunned. Han Chi's eyes reddened. Just those few lines of the voice-over were enough to stun everyone. Zhang Yi opened his eyes and reached out. He tried to grab some of the snowflakes but was unable to catch any. He sighed, then lightly sang one. Tonight, I saw snow drift through the cold sky. With a cooled-off heart, I drifted far away. Chasing you in the storm. Can't tell shadows apart in the fog. You and I in these vast horizons. Can we change? This is what my life has been. Today, I will sing it out for all of you to listen to. He took 2 steps forward and looked at everyone as he sang. Many times, I've been scorned and ridiculed. But never have I abandoned my ideals. In a fleeting trance, I felt something was missing. Unaware, it faded away. My passion. The choir accompaniment sang, "Who understands me? Who can understand him? Which of us here can understand him?" Lee Seoxian gasped. Flowing time fell silent. Listening to him sing, Amy was dumbfounded. Zhang Yi suddenly sang loudly. "Forgive me for always loving freedom and indulging. I'm afraid I might fall someday too. Discarding one's ideals. Anyone can do. Why would I be afraid if it's just you and me?" The audience had forgotten how to speak. They had forgotten how to clap. Everyone was just staring dumbfounded at the onstage Zhang Yi. At this moment, the voice-over began anew. A man's voice, "Give it up, you won't be able to make it." Another man's voice, "Hurry up and go back home." A woman's voice, "Huh, how far do you think you can make it with what you have?" A middle-aged man's voice, "You want to say whatever you want to say? You want to sing whatever you want to sing? Do you think you make the decisions around here? Art? Don't talk to me about art. Just hurry up and kick yourself out of here. Let me tell you this, a person like you, no one in the entire entertainment industry would ever take a liking to you." The audience's mood was restrained to the extreme. His mother felt a niggling sense of uneasiness. Zhang Zai and the others also felt like there was something heavy weighing on their chests. They knew that these were the past events Zhang Yi had experienced. But the very next moment, the music soared. The guitar sped up the tempo. The drums also turned up the heat. Zhang Yi's expression changed as he pointed up to the sky suddenly and sang. "I am still who I am. Forever singing as I please. Wherever I go." With that, the stadium erupted. His father stood up from his seat. His mother stood up with tears in her eyes. Wu Zeking stood up as well. Every one of the audience members started screaming wildly. They had been moved. They had been stunned. Liao Yiqi's tears flowed without end. "Well done. Teacher Zhang, good on you." Zhang Yi shout sang. "Forgive me for always loving freedom and indulging. I'm afraid I might fall someday too. Discarding one's ideals. Anyone can do. Why would I be afraid if it's just you and me? You all can insult me, underestimate, or even scold me. All of that is fine. Just give up on me. But I won't give up on myself. Even if everyone in this world discarded their ideals." Zhang Yi suddenly turned to where Wu Zeking was and looked into her eyes. "Discarding one's ideals, anyone can do. Why would I be afraid if it's just you and me?" He smiled. And then she smiled. "Even if there were only the two of them left on this road. At least I still have you. At least you'll still be right by my side." Chapter 1089, Do you guys really want to keep listening? The audience in the stadium was going crazy. This is Zhang Yi. This is who he is. Zhang Yi. I love you. The clown, you're the best. You still have me. Right, you still have us. We'll walk together with you down this road. Count me in. There's me too. Count all of us in. Why would I be afraid if it's just you and me? I am still who I am. Forever singing as I please. These couple of lines in the lyrics had made everyone's blood surge with passion. This was a song by Beyond. This was a song from Zhang Yi's previous world that could be considered one of the most classic and greatest songs of all. It was called Vast Horizons 1. Outside the stadium. In a nearby neighborhood. Hear that? What's that sound? It's going to rain soon. Let's hurry and get back home. What's this shouting that's coming from that direction? The stadium? Is there a match going on today? That noisy? Why is it so loud? Who's shouting over there? Did you guys forget? That's the recording studio for the King of Masked Singers concert. Damn, what happened over there? I don't know, but it does sound like a lot of screaming. Does it have to be so electrifying? The sky was getting heavier. The dark clouds were growing and rain was drizzling. There was no forecast of rain during yesterday's weather report, so the program team did not full preparations for such an event. They immediately deployed some employees to set up several temporary parasols to cover the equipment. The stadium was not specialized to handle concerts, but as time had been too tight for them to get a proper place, they had to make do with this venue. In the entire stadium, only part of the grandstands facing the stage were sheltered. Meanwhile, the rest of the grandstands and the stage were all in the open air. As many of the equipment was not waterproof, they were forced to take emergency measures to protect them. However, that would only be effective under light rain conditions. But they were really unlucky to meet with such trouble today. The wind started picking up. The rain became heavier too. The audience hurriedly took out their umbrellas and put on their raincoats. It's getting heavier. Quick, go and take shelter. What's with this weather? Some people in raincoats insisted on staying where they were. A lot of the audience members seated in the front ran back a few rows. There was a large zone there where they could take shelter from the rain for a bit. His parents had not brought umbrellas with them today. His mother complained, how could it rain just like that? His father said, the weather reports are getting more and more inaccurate these days. Beside them, Wu Zeking took out an umbrella from her bag. Auntie, uncle, take this umbrella and share it. Then she opened it up and handed it to them. His father said, no, no. His mother did not accept the offer either. Shelter yourself. Wu Zeking smiled and said, I don't need it. If it gets too heavy, I'll head back for shelter. How can that be fine? His mother did not expect Chief Wu to be so polite. Fortunately, Zhao Lu came running over right at this moment. Auntie, I have a raincoat over here. I'll give it to you and go look for another. If there are extras, I'll get more for you. She didn't bother with other people, nor could she care too much about them. But since these were teacher Zhang's parents, she must definitely look after them properly. There was a relationship here, after all. His mother said, thank you then, Zhao Lu. Wu Zeking smiled. That came at just the right time. Let uncle have the raincoat. Auntie and I can share the umbrella. She leaned closer to Zhang Yi's mother and held up the umbrella. His mother reached out to take the umbrella. Let me hold it. Wu Zeking said, there's no need. You don't have to be so polite with me. Backstage. Recording had temporarily been suspended. The singers and program team staff were all looking for a place to take shelter from the rain. Hoof asked loudly, how's it looking? Can we still record? Hood ran over and said, it's possible since the cameras are all waterproof, but the instruments and performers are not. With all that rain and wind out there, it's impossible to sing. Fan Wenli looked at the sky. Zhao Qian shook his head. I'm afraid this rain won't be stopping anytime soon. Over there, Zhang Ziya, Amy, Li Xiaoxian and a few others were all standing under a temporary sunshade tent to hide from the rain. Zhang Yi came up. How many songs are left? Hoof was holding an umbrella and said, there's still 3 or 4 songs left for the set. We were only slightly more than half done with the concert schedule. There's still a choir that we invited to perform, as well as the group closing song that all of you were scheduled to sing. Zhao Lu returned. Brother Hu, the rain is getting heavier. Hoof clenched his teeth and said, let's wait a little longer. After 5 more minutes. The weather did not look like it would get any better. King of Oddity shook his head and said, we can't sing anymore. The weather won't allow us to do so. Zhao Qian, flowing time, added, I think we should cut the recording short. They can't play music out there anymore. Furthermore, the rain has already gotten so heavy. How can we still sing? Let's quickly disperse the crowd and get everyone home. Amy sighed, it's true. We can't carry on recording. Zhang Yi looked over at the audience and saw that no one had left yet. Hoof said, then let's wait a while, interrupted Zhang Yi. Hoof looked at Zhang Yi and nodded. Alright, let's give it another 5 minutes. Zhao Qian frowned and wondered why they still bothered to wait. The weather was clearly not going to clear up. King of Oddity also gave a slight shake his head. Who could sing in this bloody weather? There might be a bit of a shelter in the grandstands, but no place on the stage could shield them from the rain. However, the program team staff did not have any objections to waiting. With Zhang Yi's words already spoken, it was as good as Hoof saying them himself. Whenever even Hoof could not make a decision on something, he would usually seek Zhang Yi's advice. Soon after, the rain did let up a little but still did not stop. Chen Guang also spoke up, we really won't be able to sing if it goes on like this. Zhao Lu anxiously said, Brother Hu, Director Zhang. Dong Shanshan was holding an umbrella and talking to the audience from the stage at this moment. Would everyone please wait for a bit? I have to seek advice from the program team on how to proceed. At this time, Zhao Lu hurriedly walked up to the stage and whispered some instructions to Dong Shanshan. Dong Shanshan nodded. Alright, I understand. Then she looked at the audience and said, I'm terribly sorry, but this sudden downpour was not something that we had anticipated. We were not prepared to handle such weather, so we sincerely apologize on our part. We can't continue recording, so the concert will end here. Please get ready to leave the stadium and remember to give way to each other. When they heard this, many of the audience members started shouting. But why? The rain's not that heavy, it's only a moderate shower. We still want to listen. So few songs have been performed. Can't we have a few more songs? We're fine. Right, we don't want to go. It was so good. Let us have another song. Several dozen audience members were already starting to stream out of the stadium. However, a majority of the audience did not move. They stared at the stage without blinking, some of them sitting in their seats in their raincoats or carrying umbrellas. Dong Shanshan urged, please start exiting the stadium. We're truly sorry about today. Recording will stop here because the musical instruments cannot be played in the rain, so it isn't possible to perform anymore. You all can see for yourselves that the stage is open air. We also did not wish for this to happen. Sing a few more songs. We really haven't had enough yet. I came up from Shanghai just to attend this concert. Just one song would do. Must we end it like this? We don't need any musical accompaniment. Just sing a cappella. All of a sudden, someone led a chant. Petal shower. Petal shower. The clown. The clown. Flowing time. Flowing time. They all chanted the stage names of the contestants. The audience was eagerly waiting for them to appear back on stage. This concert had excited them so much that hardly any of them were willing to leave. Dong Shanshan was out of ideas. We're really from out of nowhere. Zhang Yi came up onto the stage. Hand me the microphone. Dong Shanshan looked at him and then handed him the microphone. Seeing that he was without an umbrella, Dong Shanshan wanted to shield him from the rain. However, Zhang Yi fluttered his hand in refusal. He did so because he saw many people in the audience who were still out in the rain. Since they didn't have umbrellas, he didn't want to be shielded by one. The rain was soaking Zhang Yi's shirt. Dong Shanshan had no choice but to hand the stage over to him and went back down by herself. Facing the audience, Zhang Yi stood in the rain and said, "We can't carry on recording. The cameras have already stopped. No one can predict the weather, but we were in the wrong too. Please give me some face and quickly go home. It's too cold out here, and the rain is getting heavier as well. It's a shame about the concert, but we really want to continue listening." A middle-aged man shouted. A girl yelled, "We're not afraid of the rain." Really? A mother said, "My kid loves to watch your show. Can we have a few more songs to listen to?" Zhang Yi said loudly, "But today's weather." Suddenly, a little girl of around 9 years old somehow made her way up onto the stage. She probably came up via the side stairs, which the staff forgot to watch due to the rain becoming heavier. The little girl was holding a kid's umbrella with floral patterns on it and walked straight up to Zhang Yi's side. Zhang Yi was startled by her, not knowing what she doing up here. He was just about to tell her that his place was restricted to non-authorized personnel when the little girl pushed the umbrella toward him. The little girl was very short and trying very hard to stand on her tippy toes to get the umbrella over Zhang Yi's head. Zhang Yi was taken aback by this action and quickly knelt down. When a few staff members saw this, they ran over in panic to lead her away. But Zhang Yi put his hand up at them to stop them from coming over. The little girl finally managed to shield Zhang Yi with the umbrella. "Brother, please. Can you please sing a few more songs? I will shield you and not let the rain get on you." The umbrella was very small and could only shield one person at most. In the blink of an eye, the girl's clothes were wet. Zhang Yi asked, "Then what will we do about you getting wet?" The little girl said determinedly, "I'm not afraid of that." Zhang Yi took the little girl by her hand and pushed the umbrella back over her head. "Do you really wish to keep listening?" The little girl nodded vigorously. "Me, my parents, and my brother, we all like you. And we also like Sister Petal Shower and Sister Spinach too." Zhang Yi smiled then. He turned to the audience and looked at the stubborn audience members who were still sitting there. He suddenly asked, "Do you guys really want to keep listening?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." In an instant, the shouting thundered. It even drowned out the rumbling of the thunder. Zhang Yi smiled again. "Everyone's not afraid of getting wet?" "No. No. Afraid, my balls." Everyone shouted in unison. Zhang Yi smiled for the third time. He carried the little girl down the stage and returned her to her mother. Then he went back on stage and looked around it for something. Zhao Lu was stunned. "Director Zhang, what are you doing?" Han Chi also asked, "What are you planning on doing?" The Miracle Wills band also said, "The rain is so heavy." "You?" Hu chatted anxiously, "The cameras have already stopped. We're not recording any more today." "You don't have to." "Stopped recording? Won't be broadcasting this?" What did all that have to do with him? The audience was still here. The audience had not left yet. If they are not afraid, why should I be afraid? If they are not leaving, how can I leave? Chapter 1090, Singing 3 Songs in a Row. Director Zhang. What are you doing? We really cannot keep performing in these conditions. The rain's too heavy. How can we sing? Have you gone crazy? Teacher Zhang, you can't really intend to. Backstage, a lot of people were frantically trying to dissuade him. When they saw Zhang Yi grab an acoustic guitar placed there, the program team, contestants, and celebrity guests all had a look of incredulity on their faces. They knew that Zhang Yi really meant to go on stage and perform. On this windy and rainy day, he was really going to go on stage and sing. What are you trying to achieve? Why are you doing this? Zhang Yi did not say anything and simply strode onto the stage. By the time he finished setting up the microphone stand, he was soaked from head to toe. Then he started playing the acoustic guitar and a melody floated out. In the midst of the pouring rain, Zhang Yi's voice reverberated through the skies. The first line of his song stunned the crowd. "What am I trying to achieve? I'm not trying to achieve anything," he sang loudly. "Inside of my heart, I once had a dream. To make you forget all of your anguish with my singing. Brilliant starry night, who is the true hero? It's ordinary people who inspire me the most." The audience was stunned. Everyone was stunned. The next second, screams came from all over the stadium. He was singing. Zhang Yi was singing. He really did not leave. He really came back on. Zhang Yi sang and played at the same time. No more hate, and no more pain. Now if only throughout the world of man love reigned. Let's use our songs to gain your sincere smiles. And bless you with an extraordinary life from now on. Seize every second and minute of life. Spare no effort chasing after our dreams. Without wind and rain, how can you see a rainbow? No one can succeed at it with just one go. Seize every single inspiration in life. Enthusiastically embrace your beloved friends. Let sincere words, and tears of joy, ebb and flow and swirl in our hearts. The Miracle Wheels band were all staring with dropped jaws. They swore that they had never heard the clown sing this song before during his rehearsal sessions. When did you write such a song? You can just come up with a song as and when you like? You can just start singing something the moment you open your mouth? Han Chi shouted, "Great. Fantastic." Hoof suddenly grabbed hold of Hooge. "The cameras. Are the cameras on and recording this?" Hooge turned to look at the cameras that were facing the stage. "They're on. 2 cameras are on." Hoof yelled, "Turn them all on. All of them." Hooge said, "All?" Hoof shouted, "Hurry up." Hooge immediately said, "Okay." When the song ended, the applause was thunderous. It was clearly raining. The rain was very loud. The acoustic guitar that Zhang Yi was playing did not have enough volume to be heard in such a noisy environment. Yet the applause was so loud. It was at least twice as loud as when most of the singers performed before the rain. This happened because the audience was moved. Because someone was willing to stand out here in the wind and rain and sing for them. To them, celebrities were all very precious figures. Especially an A-list star like Zhang Yi. They were even more precious than most. Everywhere they went, they would have bodyguards surrounding and protecting them. But Zhang Yi was not like that. He was really singing for them. He was sincerely singing for them. Even if he was drenched by the downpour. Wu Zeking showed a happy smile. His mother was also very excited. "That's how my son is. That's how he is." Wu Zeking said, "Your son was born with a special kind of charm. Many people find it odd that others would like a celebrity with a temperament like his. But for me, I think those people who don't like him are odd." Zhang Zia gave a wry smile. "What a nice song." Chen Guang was also getting a little pumped up listening to him. The audience was chanting, "Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! Brilliant starry night. Who is the true hero? You're the hero today. At least to us, you're everyone's hero today." The next second, the guitar melody switched up. Zhang Yi did not even take a breather for more than a minute. He sang too. "Black coffee is a little strong. I just need the lightness of soda. Daydreaming during this heat wave. I dreamed that I became a rainbow. I have the urge to start running. With you here, even falling down is fine. I will chase my dreams without fear. Our sweat records are glory. There are all kinds of characters in a movie. And every one of them has a dream of their own. Negativity on the big screen just isn't shown. I wanna hold your hands in the rain. And wait for the rainbow. In the rain? Wait for the rainbow." The audience instantly cheered. Zhang Yi pointed at the little girl who came up onto the stage earlier to give him an umbrella and pointed at everyone as he sang. "You say I am your superhero. As well as your occasional guest punching bag. I'm perfectly happy to accept this honor. To be the firefly by your side. So if I really am your superhero, let me sing you this love song at this time. Love blossoms with a little understanding. I'll be the hero you're the proudest of." The audience chanted in unison. "Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi!" This was the second song. No, that's not right. Counting vast horizons, this was his 3rd song in a row. Further, he was singing in this heavy rain without even taking a break. A few of Zhang Yi's fans felt their hearts ache and cried. "Rest for a while. Teacher Zhang, rest for a while. The rain is too heavy. Teacher Zhang." A lot of people were shouting. Hoof also said anxiously, "Quick, go and tell Zhang Yi to take a break. He better not have something happen to him." The physical exertion on a person during a rainy day was very large. To go all out and be singing like the way that he did, even a man of steel would not be able to take it. During the first episode of King of Masked Singers, Zhang Yi had nearly collapsed due to a high fever and cold. At that time, he really gave everyone on the program team a huge scare. However, the very next second, the melody of the guitar in Zhang Yi's hand changed again. He started playing and jumping around at the same time. Once, twice, thrice. His playing sped up. The melody sped up. Suddenly, Zhang Yi used a very high-pitched voice that a normal singer would usually not be able to reach and scream, saying 3. I won't get tired at all. I have danced for 3 days and 3 nights. I'll get drunk just drinking soda in this state. Oh. Hoof was dumbfounded. Spinach was dumbfounded. All of the audience members were also stunned. But right afterwards, the atmosphere reached a high. A lot of people were pulled along by the rhythm of the music and started screaming and jumping as well. Zhang Yi played the guitar and laughed loudly at the same time. There's no way I'll get exhausted. I wanna dance another 3 days and 3 nights. I feel so light that I believe I can fly. All of a sudden, the Miracle Wheels drummer rushed up onto the stage and took his seat. He started playing a beat. The Miracle Wheels guitarist roared with laughter. He could not use the electric guitar in this circumstance, so he grabbed another acoustic guitar and went up on stage as well. Zhang Yi sang loudly. Join in along with me. Jumping from morning till night. You won't lose out being happy. Don't even think to refuse. The stadium hit a fever pitch. Screaming was coming from every directions. 3 days, 3 nights, into the late night, dancing without a stop. 3 days, 3 nights, into the late night, staying up with just music. 3 days, 3 nights, into the late night, all that's left is sweat. 3 days and 3 nights, into the late night. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Zhang Yi shouted at the top of his lungs. The pitch of his voice went higher with every syllable he sang. I won't get tired at all. I won't get tired at all lll. I won't get tired at all lll. True Heroes 4. Superhero 5. 3 days and 3 nights 6. Performing 3 songs in a row, Zhang Yi left the audience in a state of utter shock. Chapter 1091, Please put your hands up and wave them for me. The rain continued to fall. The wind was still blowing. But the atmosphere in the stadium had somehow reached its highest point. Ah! This is so good that I could die. Zhang Yi is so awesome. Where did he get all those songs from? Yeah, how did he write all that? Could he have written them beforehand? Or did he come up with it spontaneously? Damn, surely he couldn't have made that up on the spot, could he? Then why does every line in the songs fit the atmosphere here so well? Who knows? This is what you call genius. I love him to death. A singer like that, a guy like that, how could anyone not like him? Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. On the stage. Zhang Yi was already experiencing shortness of breath as he made his way down the stage. However, he did not look like he was tired at all. In fact, he kept smiling even though the raindrops were hitting his face. It was like he was totally unaware of it. Han Chi was getting anxious. Teacher Zhang, rest for a bit. Zhang Yi waved her off and said in a hoarse voice, Do you have water? Yes. Yes. I'll go get it. Zhao Lu ran off to get some water. Fan Wenli came up to him with an umbrella. Director Zhang, you're like this. She gave him a thumbs up and continued, whether it's your singing, personality, or character, I'm really impressed by you. The other singers and guests looked deeply at Zhang Yi. They all knew that recording wouldn't continue anymore, so there was no need for them to perform. The cameras had been stopped, so even if you continued to sing, there wouldn't be anyone other than the 10,000 audience members at the venue watching. Was there a need to continue singing? Was there a need to do so much? Zhang Yi was feeling extremely thirsty, and he gulped down 3 mouthfuls of water. Han Chi and Zhao Lu stood around him with umbrellas as they used towels to wipe his face and hair, wet from the rain. Zhang Yi laughed and said, I'm different from you guys. All of you are better qualified and started at a better position than me. About my matters, old Yao should know them the best. Yao Jiankai was also present today. When he heard that, he laughed and said, back when little Zhang and I were banned, we couldn't get any work and could not even take any commercial appearances. You could say that we were left with no options at all. Do you guys know what we ended up doing? We went to join the crosstalk and skit competition. At that time, the stage was much smaller than this place that we're at now. There were also much fewer people in the audience, probably around 100 to 200 at most. We knew very well that Central TV might cut our scenes in the broadcast, but we still practiced day and night without rest and took our crosstalk performance very seriously. Every joke segment was rehearsed and tweaked so many times. You wouldn't know how it felt, but as long as there was a single audience member watching, we would definitely do our best and put on a good show. Zhang Zai was silent. Chen Guang was silent. Liao Yiki, Zhao Kikan, and the others were also silent. Yao Jiankai laughed and said, "So after that time, little Zhang and I changed a lot. Picking what shows to appear on? Acting like big shots? Both of us know very well that we were not qualified to do so. But now, they could do so. They were qualified to be picky. They could behave like big shots if they wanted to." However, the motivation they experienced during those days was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. When they were at their wits' end, when everyone had left them for dead, when they were faced with so many sets of cold and doubting eyes off stage, someone had actually shouted their names in excitement, cried for them, and cheered them on. It was like a wisp of fire in the ice plains that was so heartwarming. From that, they knew they had not been totally given up on yet and that there were still people waiting for their return. That kind of feeling just couldn't be described with words. It was truly an unforgettable experience for them. During our most difficult times, all of you accompanied us by encouraging and supporting us. So now that you guys wanted to continue listening to us sing? How could we not sing for you? What reasons could we have for not wanting to sing for you? Zhang Yi picked up his microphone and smiled. Then he went up onto the stage again. Looking at his receding figure, Fan Wenli, Amy, and the others suddenly felt in awe of him. The audience was screaming. "He is coming. Zhang Yi is coming back on again. He still hasn't left. He hasn't gone yet." Applause rang out all of a sudden. Round after round of applause. Some people even threw aside their umbrellas to clap with all their might. Hearing the applause and seeing the excited crowd, Zhang Yi suddenly thought of many past incidents. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he raised his microphone. "Zhang Yi-kun once again, I drowned in the sound of applause. You looked so excited in front of me. In the dark, the world has seemed to have stopped turning. Our hands are not needed for our hearts to embrace." The audience froze. "Is this song written for us? Are you singing this song for us?" Suddenly, Zhang Yi walked off the stage and strode toward the audience. Then he took out some foldable umbrellas and raincoats he found backstage and opened up one to hand to a female audience member who was sitting there in the rain and constantly shouting Zhang Yi's name. That teenage girl was startled, and she immediately teared up. "Teacher Zhang." Zhang Yi handed the umbrella to her and sang, "If I get lost in the storm one day, I know that you will heal the pain and allay it." He handed another umbrella to a middle-aged audience member. "Perhaps our worlds are always going to be a bit unique. But I know that you will stay with me through the bleak and shrieking storm." The teenage girl covered her mouth and started crying. He walked another 2 steps before giving out a raincoat to a couple who was here with their child. He did not open an umbrella for himself. He did not put on a raincoat for himself. Zhang Yi just sang loudly, "Please raise your hands and wave them again for me. Then I will know just where you are standing. Life passes in a hurry. I hope we can share our glories. I hope our dreams will never fail." Pandemonium spread through the crowd. Some of them started crying. Someone raised their hands and waved them about. Followed by a second person. 10 people. 100 people. 1,000 people. "Please raise your hands and wave them again for me. Then I will know just where you are standing. Perhaps one day I'll get too old to sing or to walk. But I will still offer you my sincerest smile." All of a sudden, Zhang Zia led the way and walked over as well. Fan Wenli, Liao Yiki, Chen Guang, Amy, Li Zioxian. All of them gradually followed as well. They each held an umbrella in their hands and walked toward the audience. Then they handed them to the audience members who were still standing in the pouring rain and exposed themselves to the weather in the process of doing so. A male fan was overwhelmed by this. "No, I can't accept this." But Fan Wenli did not say anything and just gave the umbrella to him. Then, Zhao Kikan, King of Oddity, and all of the other singers also followed along. Zhang Yi continued singing. "Much thanks for going through thick and thin with me. Thank the heavens that I have you to understand me. I'm grateful that we can still smile through our tears. Although we must treasure every single moment we have together." The rain overhead seemed to have stopped. Zhang Yi looked up and found that there was an umbrella over him. He continued walking forward and another umbrella opened for him. With every step that he took, another umbrella opened up over his head. Zhang Yi did not know why, but his hands started trembling and his eyes also reddened from out of nowhere. Fan Wenli, Zhang Zia, Chen Guang, Amy, and the others had come forward and were standing together with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi sang loudly, "Please raise your hands and wave them again for us. Then we will know just where you are standing. Life passes in a hurry. I hope we can share our glory. I hope our dreams will never fail. Please raise your hands and wave them again for us. Let us keep the love burning in our hearts. Perhaps one day I'll get too old to sing or to walk. But I will still offer you my sincerest smile." This was the last song of the day. It was the last song on King of Masked Singers. But this was not the end yet. Believe me, anytime you guys need me, I will surely be there. I will definitely be there. Everyone was waving their hands. Everyone was waving their hands for them and shouting their names over and over again. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Fan Wenli. Li Zioxian. Zhao Kikan. Zhang Xia. Chen Guang. This song had elevated the concert to new heights. A single person had made a stadium of 10,000 people wave their hands for him. Chapter 1092, Celebrity Rankings Index Maintenance completed. Zhang Yi's ranking. The next day. Saturday night. Today was the broadcast of the King of Masked Singers closing concert. Those who did not have the chance to attend the live recording were all waiting at their televisions. They switched their channels to Beijing television and were nervously looking forward to the start of the broadcast. They were anticipating it so much because they really wanted to listen to Zhang Yi, Fan Wenli, Li Xiaoxian, and the others sing again, especially since it was a live concert as well as the farewell concert of King of Masked Singers. As some of the singers did not take off their masks to reveal themselves until the grand finals last week, everyone was still left wanting for more. They were nervous because everyone knew that there was a sudden downpour in Beijing last night and that the concert venue was in an open-air space. So how could they sing? How did they manage to record? Would they stop the concert halfway through? The show started broadcasting. The singers made their appearances one by one. Sure enough, a light spattering of rain could be seen on television screens halfway through the concert. There was also a very strong wind gusting. Dong Shenshan announced on stage that recording would be cut short. As expected. Why didn't they carry on recording? It ended just like that? Surely not, right? I haven't heard enough yet. How can this be? Has it really ended? I've been waiting the entire week and they only sang those few songs? It can't be helped. The rain was really too heavy. Right, we have to be understanding too and not blame them for it. However, just when everyone started discussing this and when many of them were about to change the channel or turn off their television, they suddenly heard a singing voice coming from it. It stunned everyone. True heroes. Inside of my heart, I once had a dream. To make you forget all of your anguish with my singing. Superhero. You say that I am your superhero. As well as your occasional guest punching bag. 3 days and 3 nights. I won't get tired at all. I have danced for 3 days and 3 nights. Old Zhang's home. Ninglan and Fang Wang were also here today. Watching Zhang Yi on the television playing and singing simultaneously in the rain, they were all stunned. Fang Wang couldn't help but say, "This is really nice to listen to." Ninglan exclaimed, "Those songs were all written by him?" Zhang Yuanqi laughed and said, "Ninglan, I think there will be a threat to your spot in the Celebrity Rankings Index this year." Ninglan blinked and said, "Surely Zhang Yi couldn't be on such a heaven-defying streak, could he? My popularity gain this year should be quite good. I have taken 7 movie projects, and I'm now at second place on the A-list rankings." Zanger's popularity ranking is still not updated since the system is still undergoing maintenance. Even if they include all the songs that he sang today, he couldn't possibly jump straight from the bottom 2 places of the A-list to the front few, could he? No one has ever done that before. Fang Wang, who also seemed very optimistic about Zhang Yi's chances, said, "There was no such precedence before, but that doesn't mean that it won't happen. You can't use common sense with him." At Peking University. Summer break had arrived, but a lot of the students did not go back home. It was not that they were unable to get hold of the bus tickets, but that many of them wanted to stay behind to finish watching King of Masked Singers. At the moment, uproars occurred in many of the dormitories. Many students were screaming one after the other. That was so exciting to watch. Professor Zhang is so cool. I can feel my blood coursing through my veins in excitement. Me too. I had an orgasm. How exhilarating. That was so damn exhilarating. When the last song was performed, the emotions of every single viewer around the country watching on Beijing television reached a crazy high. Much thanks for going through thick and thin with me. Thank the heavens that I have you to understand me. Please raise your hands and wave them again for me. Then I will know just where you are standing. Zhang Yi's fanbase numbers exploded. The most direct indicator was the number of followers on his Weibo, which had already reached an alarming 25 million people. In the few days after Zhang Yi had taken off his mask during the King of Masked Singers Grand Finals, his follower count on Weibo had increased by about 1 million per day. It could be said that this growth was defying the heavens to the extreme. Zhang Yi, you're fantastic. Teacher Zhang, we should be the ones thanking you. It was you who went through thick and thin with us. It's you who understands us. As long as you're around, we'll raise our hands and forever wave them for you. Right, forever. What an impact. Why wasn't I present that day? Back at home. Zhang Yi was currently on the phone with Hoof. Zhang Yi said in surprise, "Why did it get broadcast?" Hoof laughed and said, "How could we not include such impactful scenes?" Zhang Yi said nervously, "I thought you stopped recording?" "We did say so at first. But when you opened your mouth to sing, I quickly got the staff to turn on all the cameras." Hoof laughed and said, "If this part had been lost, it would have been such a shame." Zhang Yi gave a wry smile and said, "The musical accompaniment was not clear enough and the noise from the rain was so loud that it affected the microphone's reception. My singing was also just average, so I'm not satisfied with how I did." Hoof said, "Look at how the stadium was at the time. There were so many people who were moved by the performance, and you're still saying that it's only average? Everyone, including me, felt that it was very good. I can guarantee that even if you had recorded the songs in a studio, you would not be able to get such a good atmosphere like we had from the live audience. The musical accompaniment could be improved on and the environmental noise like the rain could be removed, but we won't be able to replicate the same kind of atmosphere and impact it had on the audience. Therefore, this is already the best version there is." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "I guess. You're the executive director, so your say is what matters." On the same night, at 12 a.m., Weibo buzzed with activity. "It's almost out. Are the latest celebrity rankings out yet?" "Not yet. I wonder if Zhang Yi's name will be there after the rankings are refreshed today. It hasn't been fixed yet. Didn't they say it would be out by this week?" "Yeah, it's already Saturday. Why hasn't it been updated yet? How much will Zhang Yi's popularity score increase by?" Many of Zhang Yi's fans were waiting at their computers and constantly refreshing the ranking index. They really wanted to know what Zhang Yi's ranking was now. It wasn't only Zhang Yi's fans. There were also netizens from everywhere else. And those industry insiders from the entertainment industry. Everyone was getting really curious because Zhang Yi's performance on King of Masked Singers was simply too shocking. The show had created yet another viewership legend with the published nationwide viewership rating of the Grand Finals live broadcast standing at 3.89% and setting a new record in the process. Coupled with several billion views online throughout the entire run of the show, it could be said that the majority of people had watched the show. Together with the farewell concert, everyone was wondering just how popular Zhang Yi had gotten. At 12:05 a.m., the rankings were suddenly updated. There were exclamations throughout Weibo. "The rankings are out. The updated rankings are out. It has been updated. Zhang Yi's name is in there. The rankings have been fixed. Holy shit. Quickly have a look." On the latest celebrity rankings index, Zhang Yi's ranking had vanished from the last 2 places on the A-list rankings. He overtook 1 person. He overtook 5 people. He overtook 10 people. Zhang Hanwei. Huo Dongfang. Zhang Yi jumped past all of them in one leap. At this moment, Zhang Yi's name glittered at the 3rd spot on the A-list celebrity rankings. There were only 2 people ahead of him. One of them was a superstar who was ranked 1st on the A-list and the other was Ning Lan, who was ranked 2nd. He had reached the top of the A-list rankings. Zhang Yi had reached the top of the A-list rankings in the span of one night. He was nearing the S-list heavenly kings and queens in front of him. No one had experienced such an explosive one-time surge in their popularity before. At the level of the A-list celebrity rankings, the difference in the popularity scores that separated each position was enormous. Some people might be able to jump from the E-list to the C-list celebrity rankings overnight, but the popularity score difference for such a jump would probably not even compare to the difference in popularity scores between the last and third to last places on the A-list celebrity rankings. At the level of the A-listers, every step taken was fraught with difficulty. It would require a massive leap in popularity in order to surpass the person ahead in the rankings. As such, before the appearance of Zhang Yi, there hadn't really been any major changes in the A-list celebrity rankings for many years. But now the wolf arrived. On this night, Zhang Yi's ranking moved up by more than 10 spots. The netizens were shocked. Oh my god. 3rd? He's ranked 3rd in the A-list rankings? Zhang Yi has entered the ranks of the superstars? Holy shit, that was too fast. That was too fucking fast. Damn it. Zhang Yi is really too heaven-defying. The difference between an A-list celebrity's popularity score can be huge and on a completely different level. A celebrity at the bottom of the A-list rankings would at most be considered a big name or big shot. Only the top 3 A-list celebrities are considered superstars. And yet, Teacher Zhang reached that spot in just one night? I'm floored. This is too frightening. Teacher Zhang has ascended to the thrones of the superstars. How long has it been since he was promoted to A-list? And now, he's almost reaching the top? The industry was also in a state of shock. They had thought about how Zhang Yi's popularity might surge by a lot, and that it might even be an unprecedented kind of surge. But still, they never expected it to increase by so much. 3rd in the A-list rankings? A domestic superstar? This was simply unbelievable. China's ranks of superstars had actually ushered in a raffish. Host 1093 The Superstars Crew. Chapter 1093 The Superstars Crew. The next day. Early in the morning. The weather was clear and there were clouds drifting across the sky outside the window. Some people went to bed early last night and did not know about what had happened after midnight. It wasn't until this morning when they woke up that they realized that something big had happened in the entertainment industry. It was already everywhere in the newspapers. Zhang Yi joins ranks of superstars. Third-ranked A-list celebrity. Shooting to fame overnight. An unprecedented rise. The popularity score that took the entire ranking system down. Zhang Yi's ban lifted. King of masked singers, Zhang Yi's best move. Zhang Yi returns. Zhang Yi's friends offer congratulations. Many in industry speechless and have yet to express thoughts. It was also as lively over on Weibo. What? Zhang Yi rose to third in the A-list rankings? Damn, what happened while I was asleep? Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. This is such exciting news. Zhang Yi the mighty. Teacher Zhang, work harder and move up further, to the S-list. PFFT, I think it's better to forget about the S-list. He only just experienced a breakthrough in his popularity, but it hasn't stabilized yet. Let's wait for Teacher Zhang to consolidate his position first. Only then will he be considered to be among the superstars. This is so awesome. So there are actually so many people who like him? The country was still in a state of shock. Everyone was discussing this turn of events, be it on the television, newspapers, or online. Even in the streets, the discussions were all about Zhang Yi. At his parents' house. Zhang Yi was actually quite calm at this moment. His phone had woken him up early in the morning and it hadn't stopped ringing since. His old classmate, Yu Yinai, my superstar classmate, how are you? Pa. Are you poking fun at me? Can I ask you how you're feeling right now? I just feel like sleeping for a while longer. I've been tired out by all that has happened in recent days. You've gotten really popular now. You're the most popular host in the country right now. There has never been a professional host who has ever reached the level you're at now. This has never before happened in the history of hosting either. Haha, you've really done a bunch of us old classmates proud this time, and also brought glory to us broadcast hosts. Whoa, are my contributions that great? Of course, so you should treat us to a meal. Hi, was that what you were really after, woman? Ninglan's call, congratulations. Thank you, Sister Ning. Please have mercy on me. You're right behind me in the rankings. Oh, come on. I can't possibly surpass you. You say that. I'm just afraid that you'll suddenly pass me the moment I take my attention off you. I've decided to take on another 2 film projects this year. The momentum of your popularity is way too strong. I'm still far behind you in terms of our popularity. It's not that great a difference anymore. Are you trying to blindside me and then suddenly deal me a heavy blow? Damn, am I such a person? Did you think you had a good reputation? Haha. Liao Yiki. Chen Guang. Fan Wenli. Yao Jiankai. Dong Shanshan. Zhang Zuo. Sizaya Feng. More than a dozen friends called to offer their congratulations. After a full hour of receiving calls, Zhang Yi was no longer feeling sleepy. He hummed a ditty and got out of bed to wash up. Looking out into the living room, he shouted twice and found that his parents were not home. His mother had probably dragged his father out somewhere to boast. He smiled at the thought of that but was actually already quite used to it. Then he checked the fridge and took out some leftovers to reheat for breakfast. What was different about being a superstar? To him, it didn't feel like there was any difference. Just look, he still had to eat leftovers. He was not exactly prepared for this surge in his popularity either. He might seem rather calm now, but he was really not prepared for it. He had suddenly reached 3rd place on the A-list rankings. If this had happened to anyone else, they would also be in for a shock. Thinking back now, Zhang Yi had set a goal for himself this year to see if he could climb up into the A-list rankings. But he never thought he would only need a few months to get there. And who would have thought that he would even make it to 3rd place after just another few months of being on the A-list rankings? He had as good as jumped several rungs, each time further than the last. It was no wonder that the industry insiders and netizens found it difficult to accept since even Zhang Yi himself was quite stunned by it. At this moment, Rao Aiman called. To return a very big favor, Old Rao had now taken on the role of Zhang Yi's agent. Although Old Rao had quite an unreasonable personality, did many things quite half-heartedly, and also possessed a sharp tongue, she still handled many of Zhang Yi's matters diligently. At least, she had never let him down when it came to his work. Old Rao, what are you up to? Zhang Yi laughed. I just finished eating. You're still in the mood to eat? I haven't slept a wink since last night. Rao Aizen immediately started scolding. Did you have nothing better to do than go on to King of Masked Singers? Why did you have to go and sing? Now that you've become so popular, I'm starting to get all kinds of inquiries. Do you know how many calls I've taken in these past few days? Huh? Over 200. 7 film crews invited you to take part in their productions, 8 television stations wanted to cooperate with you on some shows, 9 music companies were hoping to sign a contract with you, and 60+ commercial performance leads came knocking on your door. There were also some other calls which I don't really remember anymore. Zhang Yi hurriedly said, it was hard on you, hard on you. Rao Aizen said impatiently, are you gonna take any of those offers? Not for now. I want to rest up for a period of time first. Zhang Yi said, besides, I haven't thought of what I want to do next, so let's wait it out for now. Alright, I understand then. Rao Aizen even instructed at the end of the call, don't get any more famous than you already are. It's good enough. Don't overdo it. Zhang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Rao Aizen suggested, if you're free and have nothing to do, go and scold more people and get into more fights. Make yourself less popular. Alright, I'm hanging up. Zhang Yi said, it's only for a while. It'll get better as soon as the popularity dies down. An agent requesting for her celebrity client to not get too famous? To go and scold more people? Get into more fights? What the fuck, what kind of requests were those? In the entire industry, perhaps only Rao Aizen would say something like that. However, Zhang Yi was not angry about this. Old Rao was never really an agent to begin with. She was just an amateur agent who did things according to the mood she was in. He got Rao Aizen to be his agent simply for the reason of protection. He had made too many enemies and offended too many people. If he had appointed someone else to be his agent, Zhang Yi would definitely be worried about them. What if something were to happen or his enemies wanted to take revenge? If that happened, Zhang Yi would have brought harm on to others. But if it was old Rao, he wouldn't have to worry. She had more or less fully recovered from her injuries by now, so not even several dozen people would be able to get close to her. Further, she could help Zhang Yi turn down some work as well. This made things much simpler for Zhang Yi. Otherwise, he would have had to handle everything and answer all the calls by himself. Even if there were 25 hours in a day, it wouldn't be enough, so he could only trouble old Rao with this for the time being. Ring, ring, ring. It was a call from his junior sister. Yang Shu said, Senior bro, do you need me around today? I don't. What are you planning to do? Then I won't go over to your place. I'm teaching shadow boxing now. Don't get into trouble with the Urban Management Bureau 1. Ah, okay. Right now, Zhang Yi's team was simply a motley crew of people. The 4 of them could basically be labeled as the oddest team of people in the entire entertainment industry. The star, Zhang Yi, the publicly acknowledged most wondrous person in the entertainment industry. The agent, Rao Aizen, a martial arts grandmaster without a proper job. A well-known hooligan of the martial arts world who hopes daily for Zhang Yi's popularity to drop. The bodyguard cum chauffeur, Yang Shu, a rash woman who only thinks of making Taiji Fist famous again. Often found giving out pamphlets to the elderly in the closest neighborhoods and asking them to take up Taiji shadowboxing, dealing a blow to the town square dance group that was just starting to get popular. Logistics, Wuzaking, the only normal person among all of them. Hi. This was what made up a superstar's crew. Sometimes, Zhang Yi even felt that it would be too embarrassing to speak of this to others. It would be a long road ahead. There was still much left to do. 1094 Zhang Yi's request for leave. Chapter 1094, Zhang Yi's request for leave. Later that morning. His parents were still not home yet. He watched television. Listened to music. It felt like a pretty good way to spend his time. Zhang Yi was ready to give himself half a month of break and not take on any jobs for the moment. He would just not bother with anything and rest up for a period of time. Every time he had a major breakthrough in his career, Zhang Yi would do this afterwards. It could be said that this was a habit of his, and the media and citizens had also gotten used to this casual attitude of his. Further, now that Zhang Yi had successfully gained entry into the ranks of the superstars, he would need to rest for an even longer period of time. As the saying goes, to rest is to prepare for a stronger challenge ahead. After he had taken a long enough break, he would go back and continue causing a stir in the entertainment industry. He still needed to think of a way to get to the top of the A-list rankings, so how could he not recharge first? Ring, ring, ring. The calls kept coming. There were reporters seeking interviews and advertisers who bypassed his agent to get in touch with him directly to invite him to take some commercial filming. Zhang Yi rejected all of them. He decided to make an announcement on Hueco. Zhang Yi, applying for half a month's leave. I will not be taking any work in this period of time so that I can get some rest. If there are any urgent matters, please contact my agent. After he posted it, Zhang Yi called Wu Zeking. Old Wu, where are you? I have a meeting today in the suburbs. You're so busy on a Sunday too? Is something the matter? I miss you. What time will you be back from the meeting? It should end at around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, but I need to go back to my parents' place first. They arranged a blind date for me again, so I need to go back to sort it out them. They're still arranging blind dates for you? Have you told them about us yet? I've brought it up before but did not mention who you were. I told them that I have a boyfriend and that he has a successful career. I also mentioned that you have quite a good character and are a little younger than me. My mother was quite alright with it and did not say anything, but my father was pretty against it. He did not even ask who you were and just objected to it, so I'll still need to work on him a little. Hi, that's tough. Let me get everything settled here first before I bring you to formally meet my parents. Alright, give me a call tonight after you're done with everything. Okay. A blind date? He would have to seize the chance and quickly marry old Wu. That was what mattered the most. After hanging up, he continued browsing through Weibo and was met with a bustle of activity. Countless netizens had replied to his post. Applying for leave again? PFFT, Teacher Zhang is so willful. With your popularity soaring, now's the best time to make more money. Why are you applying for leave at such a crucial time? In all of showbiz, only Teacher Zhang would do something like this. Hahaha, isn't this how he's always been? Not approved. Right, your leave is not approved. I won't agree to it either. Rejected. The reason for your leave request is inadequate. Rejected. Rewrite your application. Quite a number of people started bantering. When Zhang Yi saw this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You guys aren't even allowing me to take a leave of absence. If I don't take some time off to rest and spend time with my girlfriend, she'll run off soon. He posted an update to his request for leave. I've nearly forgotten what my girlfriend looks like. I would like to go and see her, so please approve of my leave. This was a very famous reason to request leave in Zhang Yi's previous world. When this was posted, a lot of the media personnel and fellow industry peers were taken aback. Ah! Zhang Yi has a girlfriend? Who is it? Who is it? Damn, this is big news. There was no news about this before though? When did it happen? Suddenly, a lot of netizens started disproving him. Don't listen to his crap. Teacher Zhang just likes to brag and talk nonsense. Hahaha, this leave request has really tickled my funny bone. PFFT, Teacher Zhang. Are you really in such a miserable state? You even forgot what your girlfriend looks like? I don't believe it. The issue here is that you need to have a girlfriend first. What is Zhang Yi's criteria for a partner? Right, don't brag anymore. Tell us your criteria and we'll help introduce someone to you. Do you want someone pretty? Long or short hair? Big or small eyes? Teacher Zhang, could you be requesting leave to go on a blind date? I'm cramping up from laughing. My sister is really pretty. Let me matchmake the two of you. What are the things you're looking for? Tell us. Zhang Yi's request for leave post had suddenly attracted a lot of attention. He was currently very popular and there was a lot of attention on him. But no one expected Zhang Yi to throw out a poem at the next second. A lot of people who saw it were shocked. The beauty of this poem was simply too intoxicating. Zhang Yi's Weibo, carrying an umbrella, all alone. Pacing up and down this long rainy alley on my own. I yearn to meet a girl who is like the lilac, resentful and downbeat. She has all the colors of the lilac, the fragrance of the lilac, the sorrow of the lilac. Wistful in the rain, wistful and halting, she paces down this deserted, rainy alley, holding an umbrella just like me, and just like me she silently trudges, aloof, sullen, and brooding. Silent she approaches, nearing and casting a glance like a heavy sigh. She drifts past as if just a dream, as if just a hazy dream, downcast. As if a lilac passing through a dream, this woman passes by my back, she silently goes far, farther, and reaches a toppled fence, leaving this rain lane. In the rain's mournful song, her colors wash away, her fragrance dissipates. Gone, washed away, even her eyes that heavily sigh, her lilac lacrimose. Carrying an umbrella, all alone. Pacing up and down this long rainy alley on my own. I yearn to meet a girl who is like the lilac, resentful and downbeat. The netizens were dumbfounded at reading it. Damn, he really could just compose a poem on a whim. Yet, this was really, incredibly beautiful. The woman described in this poem was truly beautiful. All at once, the comments blew up. This is the most artistic request for leave that I've ever seen. My heart aches for Teacher Zhang. The woman who's like a lilac has already gone far ahead. Teacher Zhang, hurry up and chase after her. Approved. Approved. You can take your leave now. Teacher Zhang, will allow you to go on your break. Hurry and go. Go for it. A woman who crossed paths and then headed off into the distance had captivated a lot of the netizens. They did not know which unlucky girl Zhang Yi had set his eyes on, but they definitely had to be supportive of such an important encounter of love. Only a few people from the literary circle could not resist criticizing Zhang Yi. Their literary upbringing was clearly much higher than the common folks. Someone from the Writers' Association sighed, "What a good poem. But to use such a good poem in a place like this. Isn't his too great a waste?" A person from the KFLAC once said angrily, "How could the beauty of this poem be so simple? There's clearly a much deeper meaning to it. How could Zhang Yi use something so grand as his request for leave? What a waste of talent. I'm so angered that I laugh. This Zhang Yi. Having all that talent but using it so carelessly. He pisses me off." One of his poems had once again generated heaps of controversy. Zhang Yi actually understood much better than them that this was not a poem about a girl. It did not just refer to a lilac girl, but more about the vague hopes and desires of a person. But to Zhang Yi, Wu Zeking was currently all of his hopes and desires. In his eyes, old Wu was that lilac girl. What can anyone do about that? Bite me? 1095 The Strangeness of the Lucky Halo. Chapter 1095, The Strangeness of the Lucky Halo. In the suburbs. In a conference hall. During the meeting's intermission, Wu Zeking suddenly overheard the people beside her whispering while holding their cell phones. There were mentions of Weibo, Zhang Yi, poetry, and something about a request for leave. She went online to check. The poem Rainy Alley appeared before her eyes. The colors of the lilac. The fragrance of the lilac. A girl who is like the lilac. She read this poem 5 times over before breaking out into a grin. A lot of people around her were stunned from reading this poem as well. Her cell phone rang. It was a call from her family. Zeking. Dad. What time will you be back this afternoon? 4 or 5 p.m. Alright, drive safe. Noon. Back at home. Zhang Yi's parents called to say that they were at a relative's place and would not be coming home for lunch. Zhang Yi ended up eating leftovers again for lunch. He sighed to himself at the sorry state of things. He looked at his watch and saw that it was still too early for old Wu's meeting to have finished. Moreover, she still had to go back to her parents' place in the evening, so it would have to be at least 8 p.m. before he could get to see her today. So what should he do in the afternoon? As a matter of fact, this fellow did not really have any hobbies at all. Ever since he'd graduated, he had always been working, day in and day out. Even when he took leave from his work, he did not really know what to do. It's time for the lottery then. Zhang Yi had so many reputation points right now that it was even shocking to him. He activated the Lucky Halo, upgraded, and chose the lottery draw 1 option to play. He decided to place 1,000 additional stakes to see if he could get any new items. 100 million reputation points were spent just like that. The lottery draw began. The wheel started to spin. Soon after, the needle came to a stop in the skills category region. Go skill experience book, times 1001. Go 1? What would I need this for? Zhang Yi was speechless. Had the Lucky Halo lost its effect? But thinking about it, similar situations had happened too. The luckiness effect of the Lucky Halo was not 100% effective. Out of a few hundred times, there would be an occasional, ineffective occurrence. So he wasn't too bothered by it. He started to study the Go Skill Experience books as he ate them one by one. When he came to the last Skill Experience book, a familiar-looking notification popped up, just as he had expected. He had encountered this before. The Go skill has been maxed out. He was unable to learn it any further. Zhang Yi decided not to play Lottery Draw 1 anymore. Since he hadn't tried his luck in Lottery Draw 2 for quite a while now, he decided to spend another 100 million reputation points on it. He opened the Lottery Draw 2 interface. A familiar-looking slot machine appeared. This was the lottery draw that required 10 million reputation points per try. If he placed 9 additional stakes, that would expend 100 million reputation points immediately. But Zhang Yi did not feel the pinch anymore since he had a ton of reputation points. The draw began. The slot machine started cycling. One by one, the icons slid past the screens. Then it slowed, slowing and slowing. Zhang Yi's Lucky Halo, upgraded, was still activated. He did not mind what items he would get from the draw as long as it didn't turn out to be empty. Otherwise, these 100 million reputation points would go down the drain. The slot machine came to a stop. The result came out. Skills category treasure chest, medium. The medium-sized golden chests were about twice as big as the small chests. When he opened them up, the skill experience book inside turned out to be much larger than the ones in the small treasure chests. It seemed that this was the first time Zhang Yi got a skill experience book from Lottery Draw 2. But when he saw the name of the skill experience books, he was dumbfounded. Go skill experience book, times 10. Your sister. It was still Go? He immediately gave it a try and flipped open the first skill experience book. The book dissolved into glowing light particles and surged directly into Zhang Yi's mind. He could clearly sense that his skill had leveled up, and there was no system notification to say that it couldn't be learned. It looked like his previous guesses were right. For the lottery draw, 1's skill and stats category items, some of them would max out at 100, while some would max out at 1,000. But in lottery draw, 2, the enlarged skill experience books in the medium-sized treasure chests would still continue to increase his experience. However, that increase would no longer be exponential and the effect lessened the more he ate them. The 1,000 smaller Go skill experience books that he had just studied cost the same as the 10 larger ones, at 100 million total reputation points each. But the 10 larger skill experience books clearly did not have as great an effect as when he ate the smaller ones. This was actually quite normal. To cite an example, a weightlifting beginner could easily go from lifting 25 kilograms to 50 kilograms. But to get to lifting 75 kilograms from 50 kilograms, it would only get more difficult. Then, to get from lifting 100 kilograms to 125 kilograms, it would be even harder. Once it got close to human limits, it would almost be impossible to achieve. The great thing about Lottery Draw 2's prizes was that it could allow the user to continue increasing the skill level even though the base limits had already been reached. It might seem like the growth rate was negligible, but the actual growth was not the same. This was a really important discovery. Stamina? Strength? This meant Zhang Yi could still get to a higher level in those stats. Zhang Yi was rather happy to have gained a further understanding of the game ring. But still, he felt that the skill experience book for Go was a bit of a scam. Oh right, the lucky halo was still activated. Just as he was about to deactivate the reputation points sucking item, he heard a shuffle of footsteps at the door. With a swish, an ad pamphlet was slotted in through the gap at the bottom of the door. He deactivated the lucky halo and walked to the door to pick up the pamphlet. Xoan Woman Go Club? Recruiting members? Play for free for 2 hours by showing this pamphlet? Zhang Yi suddenly realized that there was something going on. Logically, the lucky halo would not usually fail. Moreover, the lucky halo he was using was an upgraded version, so the effects should be much stronger. Even if it had failed to work properly once, it shouldn't happen twice in a row. Further, someone had even handed out a Go Club pamphlet through the door? Could there be some deeper meaning to this? Since he did not have anything to do, he immediately decided that he would head there to have a look. Later that afternoon. Xoan Woman. As it wasn't far away, Zhang Yi slow jogged over so that he could get some light training in as well. But as he got recognized by people 3 times along the way, he quickly turned into the alleyways to hide from the attention. Very soon, he reached his destination. A traditional air exuded from the Go Club building that spanned 2 stories. He pushed open the door and entered the building. It wasn't a large place and felt more like a cafe. An old man sat at the reception desk. Hello, young man. Hello. Is this your first time here? Yes. This pamphlet says that I can play 2 hours for free? Let me take a look, please. Oh yes, you can play for free. It's on the 2nd floor. Clack, clack. He could hear the clink of the Go stones being played upstairs. Zhang Yi went upstairs to take a look but saw that there weren't too many people at the club. Those who were here were basically just the elderly, so he took off his sunglasses. Since his fanbase did not include the elderly, he thought that it would be fine to just wear his surgical mask as he probably wouldn't get recognized by anyone here. If he had been wearing his aviators inside, it would have made him stand out even more. He found a spot where no one was at and sat down. Then he started laying out the stones based on a game record too. Zhang Yi had learned about Go way back then. Of course, he didn't learn it professionally. He only joined those compulsory interest-based classes where they made you learn activities like Zhang Kai 3, badminton, and soccer during elementary and middle school. For some reason, he chose to learn about Go back then. It was because of those classes that he had gained a basic knowledge of Go, although his knowledge was just on how to play it. Though he'd read many game records, he still couldn't grasp many of the basic concepts and wasn't exactly interested in the game either. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. He sat there by himself. No one came to look for him to play him, nor did he go to anyone seeking to play them. He simply wanted to find out what was going on with the Lucky Halo today. Suddenly, someone came upstairs. He turned to look and saw an old man in his 50s. He was wearing a Chinese tunic suit and dressed very smartly. His eyebrows were pretty bushy, and he looked like he had quite the temper. When he arrived, the people in the Go Club immediately stopped playing. Yo. Teacher Ching. What a rare guest. What brought you here today? Did you argue with your daughter again? Haha. Or did you get chased out of your house by your wife? The several old men were definitely old acquaintances from the looks of it, bantering the moment he arrived. That old man who was addressed as Teacher Ching scowled and rolled his eyes. You all better keep it down. Do you think I won't slaughter all of you on the go board? Who wants to have a go? Come on, I'll let you have a handicap of 3 stones. A middle-aged man laughed and said, we wouldn't dare to play against you even if you gave us a handicap of 5 stones. Who hadn't heard of your great name all those years ago, Ching Nine Dan? Teacher Ching did not like what he was hearing. He harumphed, you make it sound as if no one knows who I am now. An old man said in amusement, you have students everywhere, and so many of them are even national players. I'm sure the entire world knows who you are. Does that sound better to you? There's a popular saying that goes, a good man does not harp on past glories. You've been retired for so many years. Why are you still so competitive? Teacher Ching said with a laugh, but I'm still stronger than the several of you old fogies. You tried so hard all those years ago and still couldn't make it as professional Go players. At most, you're known as dominant players among amateurs. 9th Dan? A Go 9 Dan? Zhang Yi was taken aback. There was actually such a highly skilled player in this small Go club? A 9th Dan is one of the highest honors in the Go world. Even if one was old or retired, a 9th Dan's strength was still at the level of a professional and would definitely be considered a person of distinction in the Go world. What was such a high-ranking person doing here in a small, amateur Go club like this one? Ching Nine Dan said, I'm not going to continue bantering with you all. I still have something to handle here. Where's old Lu? We arranged to meet at this time, so where is he? Old Lu just left? Ah. I think his wife fell sick. That old fogey. I told him that I had something important to discuss with him. How can he delay me like this? What's the matter, Teacher Ching? Nothing, it's nothing. Ching Nine Dan was looking pretty unhappy. Where else could he go to find someone at a time like this? Suddenly, he glanced over in Zhang Yi's direction. Eh? Who's that young man? An old man looked over. We don't know him. He just came in a short while ago, I think he's here to play Go. But he didn't approach anyone to play against and has just been laying out stones from a game record all this while. In this Go club that basically consisted of only the elderly, a young man walking into the premises naturally caught their attention. However, no one went over to interact with him. Ching Nine Dan walked over to him and had a look at the Go board. His curiosity was piqued and he took a closer look at it. His eyes lit up. Why have I never come across a game record like this one before? Zhang Yi looked up at him and said with a smile, I was placing them down willy-nilly. I forget where I saw it. Of course he wouldn't have come across it before. That was because this game record was from a match between 2 Go masters from Zhang Yi's previous world. Zhang Yi was just replaying the match. Ching Nine Dan sat down across from him and scrutinized him. You're a beginner? Zhang Yi smiled. More or less. Ching Nine Dan asked, how good are you? I'm okay, I guess, Zhang Yi said conservatively. The several old men in the Go club were all amused at this reply. Okay? How confident? Ching Nine Dan narrowed his eyes. Alright, let's play a match. Zhang Yi thought a little. Sure. I'll let you have a handicap of 2 stones. Come on. Ching Nine Dan took the white stones for himself. 1096 Zhang Yi's Blind Date? Chapter 1096, Zhang Yi's Blind Date? In the Go club. The atmosphere livened up. Quick, let's go and watch. Ching is playing. I haven't seen him play Go in a very long time. I'll go and watch as well. Why is he playing against a young man? I don't know. The game began. Zhang Yi was given a handicap of 2 stones. He did not say anything and just smiled as he started playing his first moves. 1. Ching Nine Dan made his move. How should I address you? Zhang Yi played a knight's move too. You can call me Zhang. Ching Nine Dan followed up with another move. Where do you stay? At Keishaku. Zhang Yi played a diagonal move. 3. Ching Nine Dan's eyebrows jumped as he said, oh, that's not far away. I live in the area as well. Not bad, you're pretty good. Let me test you further. Clink. Clink. The stones were placed down onto the board very quickly. The two of them were seemingly playing a fast game, taking very little time to think in between each move. As Zhang Yi was given a handicap of 2 stones, he naturally had the greater advantage and that manifested right from the beginning of the game. However, Ching Nine Dan was a professional and had even stood at the top of Go World before. By the mid-game, he had gradually clawed back from his disadvantage, exciting the nearby spectators. What a great move. This move is really beautiful. Teacher Ching is still as skilled as ever. Ching Nine Dan even chatted as he played. Haha. Compared to those past years, I'm no longer as skilled. I'm getting on in age and my mind can't function as fast as before. An old neighbor of his laughed and said, "The main issue is that your temper has grown and your play has become less steady as before." Someone who did not agree with that said, "But compared to his previous playing style, Teacher Ching's attack has become much stronger." An old man had a look at the Go board, then said, "This young man is pretty good. For an amateur to play so well against Ching is already quite something. If he puts in more effort and practices, he might even be able to turn professional." That might not be the case. Right, don't forget that he was given a handicap of 2 stones. The gap between them is still pretty wide. This young man has potential. There were all kinds of evaluations. The first match ended. Without even the need for adding compensation for, Zhang Yi had lost. But Qing Nindan was very happy. That was a very enjoyable game. In recent years, other than professional players, there have rarely been any amateurs who can play so well against me. Zhang Yi smiled. Qing Nindan's interest was piqued. Come, let's play another game. I will give you a handicap of 2 stones as usual." Although Qing Nindan was very familiar with the old neighbors here, he seldom played with them. This was because the difference in their levels was so huge that even giving a handicap would not resolve the issue. He would usually play Go with his disciples instead or go on internet Go servers to look for his old friends who were professional Go players to be his opponents. But to him, the feeling of playing online by clicking on a mouse was clearly not as good as the real thing. So now that he had met this young man who could compare to him, he naturally would not allow him to leave. They started a new game. Qing Nindan won again. Zhang Yi was not bothered by this either. It was as if he was not being serious at all. However, the others around definitely did not think of it any other way. They thought that this young man had already given his all in order to achieve such results against a former 9th Dan Go master. After 3 rounds, Qing Nindan banged on the table and laughed heartily. "All right, young man. You'll do." Then, amid everyone's confused gazes, Qing Nindan pulled Zhang Yi toward the exit. "Let's go. Come with me." Zhang Yi was stunned. "To where?" "To my place." "Are we still going to play?" "No, we won't be playing anymore." "Haha. Uncle, I still have something to attend to. Whatever it is that you have, you need to postpone it. I'm depending on you to save the day." Zhang Yi was at a loss for words. Without even knowing what was going on, he had been dragged to the entrance of a courtyard house 5 by the old man. Once inside, he didn't see anyone else in the courtyard and was unsure if the entire place belonged to the old man's household. Very quickly, he was then dragged off into the northern house by the old man. In the house, a middle-aged woman preparing some vegetables looked up, slightly startled. "You're back?" Qing Nindan said with a laugh, "I'm back. Are you preparing dinner?" Li Qingcan looked at Zhang Yi. "Is this young man old Lu's son?" "That's not right. I saw him last year. He doesn't look like that." Qing Nindan waved her off. "Don't talk about that old Lu. He'd too unreliable, standing me up at the Go Club. There, didn't I still manage to find this young man at the last minute? We even played 2 rounds of Go together and I found out that he's quite good. I would consider him to be one of the better amateur players around. It's just a shame that he's a bit old. If he were 16, 17 years old, I would definitely have taken him as my disciple." Li Qingcan grumbled, "You're always doing things like that. Look at him. He doesn't even know what's going on and you've dragged him here. You're really something." Zhang Yi gave a wry smile. "Andy, what is going on?" Li Qingcan apologized. "Child, please go back. This has nothing to do with you. Why are you making him leave?" Qing Nindan waved her off. "Never you mind. Our daughter will be back soon. Just make dinner. I'll take charge of this myself." Li Qingcan didn't know how to react. "You do that?" Qing Nindan said, "So what if I do? I just dislike that guy our daughter found for herself." Li Qingcan shook her head and said, "You don't even know who he is. Isn't it enough knowing what his job is?" Qing Nindan grunted, "Anyway, I won't agree to it. I'll definitely foil her plans." Zhang Yi was confused by what was going on. Qing Nindan's next line scared the living daylights out of Zhang Yi. "Kid, when my daughter gets back, I'm arranging for you two to have a blind date. Do have a good chat with her." "What? A blind date? Why would I have a blind date?" Zhang Yi was floored. "I already have a girlfriend." Qing Nindan said, "Huh, that's fine. My daughter definitely won't have eyes for you anyway." Zhang Yi was floored again. "Uncle, why doesn't that sound right at all to me?" Li Qingcan blinked. "Young man, what's your job?" Zhang Yi took off his surgical mask. Li Qingcan said curiously, "Why do you look a little familiar?" Qing Nindan looked at him and nodded approvingly. Your looks are average but you're classy. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that those who play Go don't lack for class? So what do you do for a living?" Man, you two really don't know who I am? Zhang Yi had to nonchalantly say, I'm a teacher. Li Qingcan probed further, what subject do you teach? Zhang Yi said, mathematics. A teacher? That's not bad. Cheng Nine Dan nodded and said, you even teach mathematics? No wonder you could play Go so well. Mathematics and Go are interrelated. I know some math professors from Peking University who are also quite good at Go. Bro, I am from Peking University. Li Qingcan studied Zhang Yi, then said, it's just that he's too young. Zhang Yi made a leave. I really can't do this, so I'll be leaving. But Cheng Nine Dan grabbed him. Get back here. Do you know how beautiful my daughter is? Huh? Let me tell you this. If you leave now, you'll regret it forever. You are a Go player as well. Don't you know the traditions of our Go world? In times of trouble, aid arrives from all over. You must know that, right? Sit down. No matter what, you must have dinner before you leave. What if, and I'm saying what if, my daughter really likes you? Then that would be a blessing that you've earned through your previous 8 lifetimes. Of course, that likely won't be the case. Beaming with joy, he could not help but continue, you do not know how outstanding my daughter is. She is beautiful, she works as... In the end, Zhang Yi was persuaded to stay. Or rather, he had been held back by force. Zhang Yi was starting to feel ill at ease and was almost in tears. I'm having a blind date? If this gets out and old Wu learns about it, I'll die without knowing how I died. Are you trying to get me into trouble? This lucky halo is really too much. I've totally been scammed. This is simply all of a sudden, footfalls came from the entrance of the courtyard. Li Qingcan's eyes lit up. Our daughter is back. Cheng Nine Dan gave Zhang Yi a wink and said, perform well and act natural. When you see what my daughter looks like in a while, don't get too shocked. She's really beautiful. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. The silhouette of a person was visible in the courtyard. Li Qingcan went up to her with a smile. You're back? Cheng Nine Dan asked, where did you park your car? The woman smiled and said, I parked it at the entrance of the alley. Then, when the woman spotted Zhang Yi inside the house, she was stunned. When Zhang Yi saw the woman standing outside the house, he was stunned as well. Holy shit. Old Wu? Chapter 1097, This is my boyfriend. In the courtyard house. The two of them stared at one another and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhang Yi could not have expected that the woman who came in would turn out to be old Wu even if he were told this 100 times over. What was this? What was going on? Zhang Yi's jaw dropped. Wu Qing patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and pointed at the woman who just came in. With a smile, he introduced, this is my daughter, Wu Zeking. What do you think? She's good, right? Her, look at you, you're all dumbfounded at seeing her. I was just warning you a moment ago. He was clearly very pleased and proud, thinking that Zhang Yi had been stupefied by his beautiful daughter. My daughter is a civil servant. She's an official, and an important leader at that, ha ha ha. Guess which organization she's from? Eh? Wu Qing asked again, guess. I'm sure you won't be able to guess. Zhang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Guess? I won't be able to guess, my ass. We've known each other for a long time. Wu Qing did not even wait for Zhang Yi to guess as he simply announced the answer. Haha, my daughter is currently an executive at the SARFT. As for what position she holds, you two can talk about it in detail afterwards. I won't go on further about it. Then he looked at Wu Zeking and said, my daughter, this is little Zhang. A young and promising man who can play Go as well as him at his age is rarely seen. He is considered quite outstanding when it comes to the ranks of the amateur players. I only met little Zhang by chance today and played a few games with him. It felt great playing against him. Although he paled in comparison to me, and I beat him by quite a large margin even though I gave him a handicap of 2 stones, he was still quite outstanding. Oh, and can you guess what his job is? Take a guess. Play Go? Just met each other? Wu Zeking smiled and said, what's his job? A teacher. He's a university professor. Wu Qing laughed and said, what a good job that is. Can you guess what subject he teaches? Wu Zeking said, Chinese. Wu Qing shook his head. Nope, he teaches mathematics. Zhang Yi wiped his sweat away and said, about that, Wu Qing was an impatient man. Don't be so wishy-washy. Quickly shake hands and get to know each other, hurry. Shake what hands? Zhang Yi did not know what to say anymore. It was Wu Zeking who put out her hand first, in a gentle manner. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi forced a smile. He had no choice but to shake her hand in return. Hello. Li Qingcan pulled her daughter into the house. Don't stand out here. Let's talk inside. Zeking, how long ago was it since you came back home? You should come back to visit us more often. I'm too busy at the office and can't get away sometimes. Wu Zeking glanced at Zhang Yi and said, feel free to sit and make yourself at home. Their daughter's attitude wasn't too bad. It seemed like her attitude had changed. Li Qingqin looked at her daughter with great surprise. Wu Qing was quite happy as he thought that his daughter would be very resistant to the idea of this blind date. That's right, have a seat. Make yourself at home and don't stand on ceremony with us. Sweat started beading at Zhang Yi's forehead. Alright. The atmosphere was very awkward. At least Zhang Yi felt that way. So this is your father? So this is your mother? So this is your house? Holy shit. Only now did he realize what had happened, and it wasn't that the lucky halo that was ineffective. Instead, it had coincidentally helped him to meet his future father-in-law. Further, as luck would have it, he was dragged along by his future father-in-law who needed him to step in for someone else to go on a blind date with his daughter. Thinking about it now, he remembered that Wu Zeking had mentioned on the phone that she would be going back to her parents' home in the evening as her father had arranged another blind date for her. But he could never have expected that the man who came for the blind date would turn out to be him. Just what the heck was this? This was way too dramatic. Zhang Yi really was not mentally prepared at all. If he knew that he would be coming to Wu Zeking's home today, he would have bought things and gotten some gifts no matter what. He had never expected that his first time visiting old Wu's home would happen under such circumstances that would leave anyone at a loss. The four of them sat down. Li Qingqin brewed a pot of tea. Come, have some tea. I'll go make dinner. Wu Qing said, yes, just chat among yourselves. Don't worry about us. Even though he said that, he did not move away and continued to sit beside them. Wu Zeking looked at Zhang Yi and said with a smile, you can even play Go? Zhang Yi coughed and said, I learned a little when I was in school. Wu Qing added, he's very good. Zhang Yi immediately said, no. It's just a hobby and I'm only an amateur. Look at little Zhang. He's so modest, Wu Qing praised. Li Qingqin rolled her eyes at her husband. Don't disturb them. Come and help me with dinner. Wu Qing said, you do it. I want to have a little chat with the young ones. Andy, why don't I come and help you? Zhang Yi swiftly stood up. Li Qingqin immediately smiled and said, no need. You two can carry on talking. The food has already been made and dinner will be served in a bit. Frankly, old Wu's character was closer to Li Qingqin's. She was gentle and took after her mother in the looks department, with their eyes and nose looking exactly alike. Of course, she also inherited some behavioral traits from her father. For example, she was quite authoritative when it came to work, like him. Old Wu might be gentle, but she was never meek. Before long, dinner was ready. Wu Zeking went to help her mother bring the dishes out. Wu Qing asked Zhang Yi in a low voice, how is it? My daughter's not bad, eh? Zhang Yi nodded firmly. She's really good. The dishes were served. Wu Qing said loudly, actually, my daughter cooks very well. Even her mother cannot compare to her culinary skills. She can make any kind of dish and they'll all be delicious. Li Qingqin said with a laugh, if you don't like to eat something, don't eat it. Wu Qing laughed heartily. How can that do? Come, little Zhang, try your auntie's cooking. Oh yes, what do your parents do? Zhang Yi sat up straight and said in a serious tone, my parents are ordinary workers. Li Qingqin said, that's good. The labor workforce consists of the most honorable people. Wu Qing nodded. In fact, we're just an ordinary family as well and are not fussy about such things. We're not insistent on looking for someone who is a government official. Or someone rich. Or require them to be from a family of comparable status. Our family does not have such a mindset as we are very casual people, you know. He looked at Zhang Yi and said, we're mainly looking for someone who has a good character and a stable career, like being a teacher. Then, of course, my daughter has to like him as well and they should share something in common. That's all that matters. Zhang Yi did not dare utter a word. Wu Zeking did not show much of an expression and continued to eat. Wu Qing looked at his daughter. My daughter, what do you think of little Zhang? Wu Zeking nodded. He's quite good. Li Qingqin was taken aback. What do you mean by he's quite good? I'm quite happy. Wu Zeking smiled. Li Qingqin gasped in surprise. She felt that her daughter was behaving differently today. In the past, whenever she had a blind date, she would not even turn up to meet the person. When it got unavoidable and she had no choice but to meet them, she would always come up with some excuse, like being needed back at the office, before leaving quickly. So why now was she inviting little Zhang to have a seat and telling him to make himself at home? She even said things like how she was happy with him. This had never happened before. Did the sun rise up from the west today? Wu Qing was also very surprised. Oh? Then there's a chance to progress further? Wu Zeking smiled as she scooped some food for both her parents. She said, Dad, you really know how to choose someone. From a sea of a billion people, even if you narrowed down the range to only Beijing, there are still more than 10 million people to choose from. In the end, you just had to bring the most unlikely guy back here. Li Qingcan blinked several times. What do you mean by that? Wu Qing was also confused. Wu Zeking pointed at Zhang Yi and said, the two of you really don't know who he is? Zhang Yi gave a hollow laugh. Wu Qing said, I know. He is little Zhang. The elderly couple really did not watch much television nor paid any attention to the matters surrounding the entertainment industry. Li Qingcan suddenly stared at Zhang Yi. I found him somewhat familiar right as he came in. It's like I've seen him somewhere before. Wu Zeking put down her chopsticks and said with a smile, then let me reintroduce him to you. The gentleman before you is indeed a university professor. That's not false. It's also true that he teaches math. But the two of you definitely do not know that he holds a title at Peking University and that he is an associate professor in the math department. Li Qingcan was startled. Peking University? Didn't you used to be the vice president of Peking? Wu Qing stared with mouth agape. Associate professor? How can there be such a young associate professor at Peking University? Wu Zeking continued, at the same time, he's also a lecturer in the Chinese department at Peking University and holds the title of visiting associate professor at Media College. He's as real an academic as you can get. She then paused when she saw her parents' stunned faces. She added, by the way, he still has some other identities as well. For example, he's a calligrapher, a famous radio host, a famous variety show director, a famous documentary director, a famous singer, a musician, an actor, a famous poet, a famous author, a lawyer, and so on and so forth. Wu Qing jumped to his feet. Li Qingcan asked in surprise, the two of you already know each other? They had figured out who this man was. Someone who held all these titles in all the nation, there could only be one. The next moment, Wu Zeking held on to Zhang Yi's arm very naturally and introduced him calmly to her parents. This is Zhang Yi, my boyfriend. Li Qingcan opened her mouth wide. Ah. Wu Qing panicked. What did you say? This is your boyfriend? Li Qingcan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They finally understood why their daughter had said those things that didn't make sense to them earlier. From the millions of people in Beijing, Wu Qing had actually dragged his daughter's real boyfriend, whom he had always objected to their home for a blind date with his daughter. What was the damned probability of that? Wu Qing nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. 1098 I will give you a handicap of 2 stones. Chapter 1098, I will give you a handicap of 2 stones. This was too dramatic. And it was too unbelievable as well. How could there be such a coincidence? Even in television dramas, there wouldn't be such a fucking coincidence. In an instant, Wu Qing flew into a rage as he banged on the table and pointed at Zhang Yi. So you're the rascal that duped my daughter? You still have the cheek to sit here? Huh? Zhang Yi sat there in a daze. Huh? Didn't you tell me to make myself at home? Wu Qing said furiously, what makes you think that this is your home? Go back to wherever you came from. Get up right now. Zhang Yi wiped his sweat away and stood up obediently. Wu Qing pointed at him and said, you got me good, you rascal. Did you plan all of this? You knew that I would be going to the Xuan Woman Go Club today? Did you go in advance to lie in wait after my daughter tipped you off? Then insist on following me home, leading to this situation? Huh? Was it you? Feeling wronged, Zhang Yi said, bro no, uncle, I didn't even know where you lived and old Wu has never even mentioned to me who you are, so how could I possibly know that you were going to the Go Club today? And it just so happened that Uncle Lu's son whom you were looking for did not show up? It's not like I'm a fortune teller or something. Besides, I did not insist on following you home. It was you who dragged me here. I didn't even know what was happening. Wu Qing said angrily, you're still denying it? But it was really you who dragged this young man here, Li Qingcan spoke fairly. When little Zhang found out that he was here for a blind date, he even wanted to leave. But you blocked the door and refused to let him go. Wu Qing didn't say anything. It was clear that this was just a coincidence. Li Qingcan muttered to herself, could it really be fate? Wu Qing yelled, what fate? Wu Zeking smiled. Dad, let's eat for now. Then she pulled at Zhang Yi for him to sit down and continue eating. Wu Qing said, do you think I still have an appetite? But Wu Zeking was still as calm as ever. She even gave some food to Zhang Yi. Try this. My mother is also very good at making chicken wings. She taught me all my culinary skills. Oh. Zhang Yi had a taste and said, delicious. Wu Qing shouted, I won't agree to this anyhow. I won't allow it. Keep it down. Li Qingcan smacked her lips and said, little Zhang has come as a guest. Besides, after all's been said and done, you were the one who dragged him to our place. Wu Qing quibbled, I was deceived by him. Wu Zeking looked up. Dad, can you sit down and eat for now? We'll return to this after dinner. We can't solve anything on an empty stomach, don't you think? Wu Qing sat down angrily. But he did not take another bite of food as he was not in the mood to eat anymore. He had found Zhang Yi to be pretty pleasing to the eye before this. After all, there weren't that many young people who would put in the effort to play Go. But at this moment, Wu Qing found Zhang Yi to be very unlikable no matter how he looked at him. He wished that he could grab a rolling pin and chase him out of the house. Wu Zeking's mother did not have any negative feelings for Zhang Yi. On the contrary, she seemed to be quite interested in him. Li Qingqin looked at him. Little Zhang, the two of us don't usually watch television and couldn't recognize you just now, but we've heard a lot about you on more than one occasion. Your reputation precedes you, so I was really curious about you and have always wanted to meet you. But I never expected that we would meet under such circumstances. Zhang Yi said respectfully, it's an undeserved reputation that was given to me by the public. Andy, I've actually wanted to pay you a visit for a long time, but there hadn't been an opportunity to do so. If I knew that I would be here today, I would have brought something along. I feel bad that I didn't get gifts. Li Qingqin asked, how many people are in your family? Zhang Yi said, there's only my parents and me. You don't have any siblings? I'm an only child. How did you get to know my daughter? The first time we met was on a plane. Old Wu invited me to teach at Peking University when she was still the vice president. That was quite a while ago. Li Qingqin blinked. How long have you two been together? Zhang Yi coughed and said, about a year. We didn't even know about it. Li Qingqin gave her daughter a look. Wu Zeking laughed. How would I dare let you two know when Dad is like this? Li Qingqin smiled. That's true. Wu Qing raged and addressed her by name, Li Qingqin, whose side are you on? Li Qingqin replied, I think little Zhang is quite good. I don't know much about the entertainment industry nor do I know any of those celebrities. But I've still heard of little Zhang's name many times before. Even though he is young, he has many accomplishments. Moreover, I heard that little Zhang helped out a lot with Little Mo's and Little Chub's, Fat Sis, companies. It's all because of his help that their companies managed to do well. Didn't they mention that during our last meal together? They were especially thankful to little Zhang, saying that if not for him, their companies would have gone bust. Little Zhang has given his best and really done a lot for our family. Zhang Yi was extremely touched. He did not expect that Wu Zeking's mother would actually speak up for him. Wu Qing said angrily, I'm telling you, I will declare this first, I will not accept this, definitely not. So what if he is very accomplished? No matter how accomplished he is still someone in the entertainment industry. Don't you know what sort of people are in that industry? There are hardly any good people in there. That industry is just a messed up place. The age difference and earnings are both not issues here. But no matter what, she mustn't get married to someone in the entertainment industry. Are you trying to push our daughter into a fiery pit of suffering? Wu Zeking smiled. Then you can think of him as a university professor. I can't do that. Wu Qing said, that is not his main career. Wu Zeking said, aren't you making things difficult for me this way? When I said that I found someone, you told me that you were not fine with it. Alright, now that you've brought someone back and I accepted him, you're telling me no again? Dad, I can make my own decisions and know what I'm doing. If it's someone I like, no one can talk me out of it. Wu Qing said angrily, why are you so naive? Don't you know what kind of reputation this Zhang Yi has? His character is already questionable. How can you marry a person like him? At this, Zhang Yi could no longer just listen quietly. Zhang Yi's eyebrows jumped as he interrupted, Uncle, I won't say anything if you criticize me on other matters. But if you say that my character is questionable, I won't accept it. Li Qingqin looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. Wu Qing had a bad temper, but so did Zhang Yi. There were issues that he could back off on. There were issues that he could give in to. But some things, he had to speak up when something needed to be said. Wu Qing stared at him. You won't accept it? Zhang Yi said slowly, it's not that I don't respect my elders. But if you say that my character is questionable, I must definitely take it up with you. I can't pretend that I didn't hear it. The two of them immediately started to quarrel. They had quite an exchange of words, but neither of them was willing to give in. Li Qingqin quickly mediated by saying, there's no problem with little Zhang's character. He saved a lot of people during the plane hijacking incident back then. Didn't you also say it just now? That he plays Go exceptionally well. You've said that those who can play Go well never have bad characters. Wu Qing sneered, he plays well? You really believe the words that I casually said? By that skill of his and me giving him a 2-stone handicap, I can still beat him by 6 points and above without the needing to rack my brains. His Go skill is so lousy. How well could he possibly play? Judging by his Go technique that was full of rashness and unsteadiness, it would be a wonder if his character can be good. Wu Zeking put down her chopsticks and wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin in an even manner. Enough. Little Yi, let's go. Li Qingcan said, stay a while longer and eat more. Wu Zeking smiled and said, if we continue eating, these two will soon start a fight. Little Yi and I will go back. However, Zhang Yi was not about to leave just yet. That won't do. We have to clear up this matter about my character first. Uncle, I can sense that you're deliberately targeting me. Wu Qing couldn't help but laugh. You still don't want to admit that you play a lousy game of Go? Zhang Yi said, does that mean that a person who can play Go well will automatically have a good character? Of course. Go is a kind of self-cultivation. Those who exploit others by taking advantage of the situation and people with questionable characters would never be able to play it well. Wu Qing grunted. Zhang Yi nodded. Alright then, let's use Go to sort it out. We'll play another match. Are you fine with that? Wu Qing was amused. You still want to play against me? You're far from as good as me. Even if you practiced for another 50 years, you still won't be a match for me. You couldn't beat me even if I gave you a handicap of 2 stones. However, Zhang Yi's next line stunned everyone in the house. Zhang Yi said, this time around, let me give you a handicap of 2 stones. There was a Go board with specialized seats in the house. Having said that, Zhang Yi walked right over and sat down. He took the white stones one and looked at Wu Qing. Go ahead. You're giving me a handicap of 2 stones? Wu Qing nearly burst out laughing. Li Qingcan gave a bitter laugh. Little Zhang, your uncle here was ranked as a 9th dan in Go back in his day. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Andy, I know that. Wu Qing laughed in anger. He sat down heavily on the side of the black stones. Alright, you think that you can beat me just because I didn't play seriously just then? Haha. Zhang Yi said with a smile, what a coincidence. I wasn't playing seriously either. The atmosphere became really tense. The conflict between these two escalated. Li Qingcan knew that she could not dissuade them, so she did not say any more and spectated. She was no stranger to Go. Although she was not good at playing, she still knew how to watch a match of Go. It was the same for Wu Zeking. She quietly walked to the rear of Zhang Yi. She understood Go as well, of course. Wu Qing didn't try to be polite nor have the bearing of a one-time 9th dan professional player. He grabbed 2 black stones and slapped them down on the Go board with a sneer. You're giving me a handicap of 2 stones, right? Good. Let's see how you're going to play. Li Qingcan frowned. Qing, what are you trying to do? Wu Qing said. He was the one who spoke arrogantly first and gave me a handicap of 2 stones. I'm just abiding by his wishes. He said to Zhang Yi, come, let me see what you look like when you get serious. Taking the white stones, Zhang Yi's expression had already changed. It was a completely different look from the way he was while at the Go Club in the afternoon. It was as though he had totally become another person now. Clink. Zhang Yi placed his stone. Wu Qing glanced at him as he laughed and placed his stone too. Knight's move. A move followed. Horizontal stretch 2. Placement 3. Another knight's move. Followed by another move. Extension 4. As he played, Wu Qing kept mocking, what lousy moves. Do you even know how to play? You even want to make a diagonal move over here? What's the point of doing that? Have you ever seen any professional players play like that? You're a total amateur. But gradually, Wu Qing's words lessened until he did not have anything to say. Li Qingcan was stunned. Wu Zeking suddenly smiled. That diagonal move that Zhang Yi made just now had made Wu Qing break out in a cold sweat. Holy shit. What kind of move was that? This way of playing had rarely been employed by anyone in the past. Wu Qing's expression changed. 2 hours later. Their match lasted a full 2 hours. Zhang Yi placed the last stone down with a loud clink. Wu Qing's face had turned green from anger. How could that be possible? Just how could that be possible? Li Qingcan also looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief. He lost. Wu Qing had actually lost. And he even lost after given a handicap of 2 stones. Zhang Yi said, you were saying earlier that those who can play a good game of Go would surely have a good character? So it looks like my character isn't that bad after all, huh? 1. Black stones go first, white stones go second. Essentially, going second means you're at a disadvantage from the start. 2. /bi graving /anarabi, a Japanese Go term, is a specific type of stretch, solid extension, in which neither the stone extended from nor the extension touches other stones. 3. /dian/oki, a placement is a play inside the opponent's group, mostly but not necessarily on a vital point, weakening the group. A placement is disconnected from one's existing stones from one's group. To succeed it should be difficult to defend against. It's more of a clever play than a speculative invasion. 4/Chai/hierarchy. An extension is a big opening point that extends an existing configuration of one or more stones along the side, leaving several spaces between the played stone and the existing stones. It outlines potential territory towards the edge and/or blocks the opponent's extension. 1099 Arranging a battle against his future father-in-law. Chapter 1099, Arranging a battle against his future father-in-law. In the house. The three of them were stunned by Zhang Yi's Go skill. You won? How did you manage to win? Nowadays, Wu Qing was admittedly no longer that commandeering Qing Dan from 20 years ago. His Go skill had regressed and he was already way off from the peak of his prowess. Go might seem like it was a game that many middle-aged people and the elderly played. But in fact, the top players in the world were all young people. At least, there weren't many that were past the age of 40. However, if one used to be an elite player in the Go world, they would still be an elite player now. Even if their skills had regressed, it would still not be easy to beat them. They were still regarded to be at the professional level and definitely not just at the level of those who had recently turned professional. Even if Wu Qing had underestimated his opponent by not being serious at the start, this should still not have happened. It still did not make any sense at all. Giving a handicap of 2 stones? And he still won? For a professional Go player, this was as good as demolishing your opponent. Because for a professional Go player, there shouldn't be talk about giving handicaps at all. Although there was a difference in each person's skill, the difference would never call for giving a 2-stone handicap. What was the difference indicated by 2 stones? That would probably be the difference between a high-level amateur and a low-level one, or the difference between a professional Go player and a high-level amateur Go player. Li Qingcan said in astonishment, Little Zhang. Why our Go skills are so advanced? Wu Qing angrily banged on the table and stood up. How devious. You rascal, you're too devious. So you were only pretending this afternoon when we played each other? You were only trying to lower my defenses around you. Zhang Yi said, in any case, I've won. Wu Qing said angrily, what do you mean you won? If I had known you were at the level of a professional Go player, I would have played properly against you. I wasn't being serious at all just now. Zhang Yi spread his hands. It's your problem that you were not serious. I still won anyhow. You despicable rascal. Wu Qing raged. You did that on purpose. You must have done that on purpose. Moreover, do you know how many years it has been since I've dabbled in a handicap game? That was a sneak attack. A sneak attack. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Wu Zeking said with a laugh, Dad, are you a sore loser now? Wu Qing stared with eyes wide. Me? A sore loser? Haha, what a joke. If I were to play him seriously, would I possibly lose? My daughter, you're looking down a little too much on your father. At just the mention of my name in the Go community, who wouldn't be afraid of me? If this rascal didn't pull a fast one on me, he wouldn't have won even if I gave him a handicap of 5 stones. 5 stones? Give me a handicap. Her. Zhang Yi sneered. Li Qingcan also rolled her eyes at her husband. Alright, enough with your bragging. You think that I was bragging? Huh? Wu Qing said exasperatedly, look at this boyfriend that our daughter found. Haven't you seen? He's so devious. I will never approve of him. She can look for any other person, but she must never find a boyfriend like him. He has a questionable character. Let me say this again, his character is too questionable. Li Qingcan smacked her lips and said, he played against you fair and square, and even gave you a handicap of 2 stones. What do you mean by he's devious? The way I see it, it's your skill that has dropped. You were not a match for him. Wu Qing was getting annoyed. I wasn't playing seriously. If I had, he would surely have been scared to death. Wu Zeking smiled. Alright, you weren't being serious just now. She pulled at Zhang Yi. Let's go. Dad, Mom, we'll be leaving now. Wu Qing stopped them. He pointed at Zhang Yi and said, what's the matter? Running away after you've resorted to dirty tricks? Don't run away if you are so good. Li Qingcan tugged at her husband. That's enough. Zhang Yi had wanted to leave with old Wu, but when he heard that, he stopped in his tracks and turned around. I won't leave then. If there's anything you're unhappy about with respect to the game, you can set the rules and I'll accept them. Wu Qing laughed furiously. Alright, kid. You've got balls. Wu Zeking pulled at him. Little Yi. Wu Qing said, come on, let's battle it out. Zhang Yi said, let's do it. Wu Qing said loudly, come on then. Zhang Yi said, alright. However, how could Li Qingcan and Wu Zeking let them play against each other? These two were already on the verge of fighting. No matter who won, it would still cause a fallout. The two of them hurriedly tried to stop them. Li Qingcan pulled her husband away and said, you're a good player, alright? You're a really good player. Wu Qing fumed, he couldn't beat me in the first place. Zhang Yi was now unhappy. But I already did. That's because you resorted to dirty tricks. Wu Qing said angrily. Wu Zeking also held Zhang Yi back. She didn't know how to react and said, why are you trying to argue with my dad? Let's go already. She dragged Zhang Yi out to the courtyard. In the end, the two of them continued to argue from either side of the door. Wu Qing shouted, get back here. Let's play another match. Zhang Yi rushed back into the house. Alright, I'm up for it. I'll give you a handicap of 3 stones this time. No need. How about I give you a handicap of 4 stones? I'll give you a handicap of 5 stones. I'll give you a handicap of 6 stones. I'll give you a handicap of 10 stones. I'll give you a handicap of 20 stones. Eventually, the handicap went up to 200 stones. The two of them started talking big. In Go, each player would have at most 181 stones to play, so how could they possibly give a handicap of 200 stones? They were basically just bragging to the skies. Li Qingqin was floored. You two are really something. Finally, Wu Zeking managed to pull Zhang Yi away. Just before he stepped out of the courtyard house, he heard Wu Qing shout, if you're that great, let's battle again tomorrow. I'll show you what Go is all about. Are you up for that? Zhang Yi turned around as he was being dragged off. Sure, I'll be back tomorrow. Wu Qing said, you're a whelp if you don't show up. Outside. In the alley. Wu Zeking's face was covered with sweat from pulling Zhang Yi away from the argument. She did not usually exercise much and did not have much strength either, so having to pull Zhang Yi out of the house took a big toll on her. Oh, you. Wu Zeking shook her head and smiled. Zhang Yi harumphed, old Wu, it's not that I'm not giving you face today. But if your dad wants to accuse me of having a questionable character, I won't take that lying down. Wu Zeking changed the topic. Since when did you know how to play Go? Zhang Yi said, I've always known how to. You can even beat my dad. Wu Zeking smiled and said, although, he really wasn't being serious today either. He started that game very casually and allowed you to gain an advantage. It was only because of that you managed to narrowly beat him. Zhang Yi said, even if your dad got serious, I still won't lose. Wu Zeking said, that would have to be under the condition of having no handicaps. She took his hand. Let's go. We didn't even have a proper meal. When we get back, I'll cook for you. After that, let's play a round of Go as well. You can play too? I've been playing ever since I was 7 years old. How good are you? So, I guess. A short distance away in the house. Li Qingqin started complaining to her husband, look at you. Why did you have to argue with the children? It was him who started it first. Wu Qing sat down and took a sip of tea. He was still quite fired up from earlier. How dare he pretend to be an amateur in front of me? He was too devious. Li Qingqin laughed and said, I saw his skill just now too. Even if you had been serious and did not give him a handicap, you might not necessarily beat him. Zeking's boyfriend this time is really something. He's just as legendary as they reported in the newspapers. He's such an astonishing person. I just wonder why his Go skill is so advanced. Logically, it's not something that can be practiced with just 1 or 2 years of play. As a celebrity, where does he find time to practice Go? But I heard that the mathematical conjecture proof that he proposed has almost been verified. He should be the greatest mathematician in the country now, and also a globally recognized world-class mathematician. With the interlinked relationship between Go and Math 1, it's still within reason that he can play so well. This little Zhang is really such a marvel. It's no wonder that Zeking, who usually sets her sights really high, would like him. I heard that he also got into singing a while ago. I think he even became the champion. And he's already a superstar in the country. It seems like he's really good at everything. Wu Qing stared at her. Did you get duped by him too? He's not good. Not even close. Li Qingqin said, alright, he's not good. You're the best, her. This meeting today was truly too funny. Thinking about it, Li Qingqin couldn't help but find it funny. How could there be such a huge coincidence in the world? 1100 The Internet Go Server. Chapter 1100, The Internet Go Server. The next day. Early in the morning, 6 or 7 o'clock. At home, Zhang Yi's mother was already awake while his father was still sleeping. Mom, I'm going out. Where are you going now? I have some serious business to attend to. It was past 8 when you got home last night. Come back earlier tonight. Got it. You don't have much to do at work anyway, so why are you still always going out every day? Zhang Yi thought to himself how he really had serious business to handle. This was a matter concerning his marriage. Outside old Wu's villa. Zhang Yi had driven over and used the key to open the door. He changed into his slippers with familiarity and placed the still warm breakfast onto the dining table. He looked up the staircase and called out twice. No one responded. She was probably still asleep. He headed upstairs and opened the door to Old Wu's bedroom. A whiff of perfume greeted him as he stepped into the room. The room was very clean and tidy. Even the clothes Old Wu had taken off had been carefully folded and stacked before being placed at the side. The topmost piece was a nude bra, with a skirt and pale pantyhose placed beside it. These were what Old Wu had been wearing last night. Lying in bed under her blanket, Wu Zeking's eyes were closed. Her sleep posture was very beautiful and elegant. A woman's upbringing and her family environment could sometimes be seen from their sleeping posture. Some women might look very elegant during the day. But once asleep, their true colors would be revealed by their sprawled-out legs and snores. However, Old Wu's gentleness was something that was etched deep into her bones. She looked especially nice and ladylike even while she was sleeping. Old Wu? Old Wu? Wake up. Wu Zeking was finally awake. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "It's past 7. Wu Zeking covered her mouth and yawned a few times, then said with a slight smile, "You're here?" "Yeah, I bought breakfast. Come downstairs and eat." Zhang Yi said, "After you're done eating, help me call your parents. I'll go over during the day since your dad is waiting for me." Wu Zeking laughed and said, "You're still thinking about that?" Zhang Yi said, "Of course. Your dad scheduled a match with me, I must definitely show up. He already said that if I don't go, I'll be a whelp. So of course I'm still thinking about it." Wu Zeking said, "Alright, I understand. I'll send you over later. Don't you need to work?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. Wu Zeking smiled. "I'll take the day off, I guess. I'll be worried if you go there alone. If you start arguing with my dad again, my mom won't be able to hold off the two of you for sure." Zhang Yi harumphed, "If I can't argue, I will let my skill speak for itself. If I lose, he can scold me or beat me up however he wants. But if I win, your dad will have to take back his words about my character being questionable. Just ask around. Who wouldn't give a thumbs up when they hear the mention of the name Zhang Yi? Why did my character even get called into question? Right, a thumbs up." Wu Zeking pulled aside the blanket and had a slow laugh as she slowly moved her slender legs off the side of the bed. She put on her slippers and got up. "Go eat breakfast first. I need to wash up." Zhang Yi urged, "Quick, Old Wu. I can't wait any longer." Wu Zeking said, I understand. Or why don't you make the call first?" Zhang Yi said impatiently. "Then we can head over right after breakfast." Wu Zeking had no response. After eating, Wu Zeking called her parents' house. At Old Wu's parents' house, the telephone in the living room rang. Li Qingqin and Wu Qing were both not fond of sleeping in. Although they were retired, they still usually got up quite early. Li Qingqin was already making breakfast. "Hello?" Li Qingqin answered the call. Wu Zeking said, "Mom, you're up?" Li Qingqin said, "Zeking, yes. I'm making breakfast right now. Is Dad around?" "He is." "What's the matter?" "Zhang Yi came over to my place and insists that he wants to go over today. Didn't Dad arrange for them to play another match? He insists on showing up." "Eh? I'll have to check with your dad about that first." Li Qingqin walked into the courtyard. Wu Qing was doing some stretching and exercises. "Who called?" Li Qingqin smiled and said, "Our daughter. She says that little Zhang wants to come over." Wu Qing's expression sank. "What does he want to come here for? Didn't the two of you arrange to play another match today?" Li Qingqin didn't know how to react. "You said that you would give him a handicap of 190 stones, and he said that he would give you a handicap of 200 stones. At this, Wu Qing gave a sneer and said, 'Don't let him come over. I won't see him.' Li Qingqin said, 'But didn't you both arrange a meeting?' 'I just don't like seeing him. I can't be bothered to play Go with him.' Wu Qing turned around and continued exercising. Li Qingqin smacked her lips. "You said that whoever didn't show up would be a whelp." Wu Qing said coldly, "He thinks that he can play against me with that skill of his? He's still way off. Perhaps if he trains another 20 years in his next life, he could stand a chance playing me." Li Qingqin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Qing, are you afraid that you'll lose another match to him and won't be able to show your face around?" When she said that, Wu Qing laughed on end. "Me? Lose? I'd lose to him? Li Qingqin, why are you so funny today? I'm not going to play him for the sake of our daughter, do you understand? Can't you see? If I were to get serious, I could beat him even with my eyes closed." "Me? Afraid to lose? Ha 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 ha." She went back into the living room. Li Qingqin conveyed the message exactly as it was said. Wu Zeking was amused. "These two, Li Qingqin also said with a laugh, "These two grown men have really similar tempers. They're both feisty and want to save face for themselves. Zhang Yi was nearby listening to the conversation. His ears perked up and he got so close to old Wu that his cheek was almost touching hers. Then he whispered, "Ask about me, ask about me." Wu Zeking laughed and said, "Mom, what do you think of little Yi?" "My view?" Li Qingcan thought about it before answering. "I think he should be quite alright. I rather like him as he is quite smart, is knowledgeable, and speaks what he feels." Her. Zhang Yi was touched by this. His mother-in-law was the best. Just look at how insightful she was. What about that future father-in-law of his? How can there be such a big difference when it comes to comparing the two of them? The call ended. Wu Zeking said, "I don't think it will be a problem with my mother. She seems pretty satisfied with you. But it should be quite troublesome with regards to my dad. Alright, let's just rest well at home today. You won't be needing to go to my parents' place since my dad does not want to see you. He is afraid that he'll lose to me." Wu Zeking and Li Qingcan probably still did not quite understand it. After all, their Go skills were limited and they were not great at the game. But Zhang Yi understood quite well. He was sure that Wu Qing also knew very well that he was trying to avoid Zhang Yi so that he wouldn't need to play him. Zhang Yi suddenly asked, "That's right. Old Wu, does your dad usually play Go online?" Wu Zeking said, "Yes. He doesn't go to the Go club often since the skill there isn't high and the people there are not able to play against him. He usually only plays against those disciples of his or the other elite Go players who have retired like him. Besides that, he also goes online to search for an opponent to play against. With the internet so advanced nowadays, the internet Go servers are expanding their user base. Many of our domestic professional Go players, and even those from Japan and Korea, go online to search for opponents to play against." "Which server does he play on?" "It's called the Online Go Server 1. "And what is his username?" "Wu Qing, his real name." "Alright, I got it. Why are you asking?" "It's nothing. I was just asking out of curiosity. You want to avoid me? Then I will search you out." Zhang Yi was already as good as in a fight with Wu Qing now. 1101 Qing 9 Dan gets utterly demolished. Chapter 1101, Qing 9 Dan gets utterly demolished. Later that morning. In the study on the second floor of Old Wu's house. "Old Wu, I'll be using your computer for a while." "Go ahead. You're really not going to the office today?" "I've already asked for the day off, so I won't be going and will be resting today." "Yeah, don't exhaust yourself. Let the people below handle things for now. I'll leave you to whatever you're doing. I'm going out to buy some groceries so that I can whip up something good for you when noon rolls around." "Alright, thank you so much." Wu Zeking went back to her bedroom to get changed. When old Wu left, Zhang Yi turned on the computer immediately. This was not the computer that Wu Zeking usually used. That laptop was kept in her bedroom. This computer in the study was just an extra one. Other than the commonly used programs, it was basically clean and did not have much software installed on it. He connected to the internet and loaded a web page. He downloaded a software client from the online Go server. After installing it, Zhang Yi launched it and had a look. The interface was very clean and professional looking. It was worthy of being the country's largest internet Go server. It was split into many different sections, including the beginner section, the amateur section, the professional section, the practice section, the free play section, and even had an events and tournament mode. Zhang Yi logged onto the server as a guest and found that he could only access the beginner section. So he typed in some information to register an account. What should he call himself? Alright, I'll just go with Yi. This was the romanized spelling of his Chinese name. After he completed the account registration, he managed to gain access to most of the sections in the server. In the public chat box, there were quite a lot of people shouting. "Someone come to the amateur section. Amateur 5 Dan 1 player LF2 similar level opponent. LF teachers for instruction. LF good player with good connection speed. No handicap. Haha, I've won 3 in a row and got promoted in rank. There's a live broadcast of a professional match in the afternoon. Who's watching? Not me. Today's match won't be interesting as those two pros are both newcomers, so there's a limit to how good they are. Tomorrow's match between Daki and Liu D7 Dan is the match to watch. I have to say, old Liu is no longer as strong as he was back when. Yeah, he's getting old." There were many people online and the server was bustling with activity. The atmosphere in here was also quite good. Meanwhile, old Wu's parents' house. After breakfast, Wu Qing asked his wife, "What did that kid say?" Li Qingcan said, "What else can he say? If you don't want him to be here, do you think he would come over?" Wu Qing harumphed, "If he ever calls again, don't answer. His character is much too awful." "I don't see that at all." Li Qingcan shook her head. Wu Qing scorned, That's because you don't have enough social experience. Let me tell you this, we mustn't let our daughter mix with him too much. Quickly continue looking for a few more candidates that we can introduce to her. How dare he try those dirty tricks on me? He even dares to sneak up on me while I had my defenses down? Does he take me, Ching-9 to really be a weakling? He must not know that even I am afraid of myself when I get serious. Just because he beat me once by sneaking up on me, he's getting all arrogant? He even dares to find his way up to my house now to challenge me? Fancy that. How very impulsive. If it weren't for our daughter's sake, I would definitely have made him come over. I would slaughter him in a 10-game match and leave him without a win. Don't you believe me? Li Qingcan rolled her eyes. Whatever you say. Wu Qing stood up and strolled back inside the den. He powered on his computer and said, "Don't disturb me. I'm going online to see if I can find an opponent to play against." The computer turned on. He went online. Then signed into the online Go server. As Wu Qing was quite old, he wasn't too familiar with operating a computer and was still using two-fingered typing 3. Li Qingcan brewed a pot of tea for him as usual. Wu Qing sipped the tea and hummed a Peking opera tune as he bobbed his head around while searching for players on the server. All of a sudden, he received a message from someone on his friends list who probably saw him come online. Beep beep. Sun Minky, Teacher Qing, you're online today? Wu Qing Huntenbeck typed, "Oh, it's little Sunday Sun Minky, are you free now? Could you give me an instructional game?" Wu Qing smiled and said, "Sure, I was just looking for an opponent." Sun Minky said excitedly, "I'll wait for you to set up the room then. I'll go look for you there." Wu Qing quickly got a room set up with a password. Other players were allowed to access this room to view the match, but not allowed to play against him. Only the person with the password was allowed to do so. This was what was commonly known as a private game on the Internet Go servers. Then he sent the password to Sun Minky and his opponent joined the game very quickly. The battle was about to start. With this matchup, many of the netizens on the server were attracted to the game. Wow, table 288 in Zone 2. Quickly come and see this. It's Ching-9 versus Sun Minky 3 A battle of Go pros. Is it an instructional game? It's probably a serious match. Is that so? Then we must definitely go over and watch. Ching-9 a god of the Go world. Yeah, he once stood at the top of the Go world. The current number 1 and number 5 players in the World Go ratings list were both his disciples once. Wu Qing clearly often came online to play Go and had many netizens following his games. When the game began, the netizens received a notification and came over to watch immediately. The number of viewers soared. 100. 500. 1000. There were also a few professional players' accounts that appeared in the viewers list in the room. These players were all the more well-known ones among the currently active professional players. The Go match began. Wu Qing would be playing second as he took the white stones. Sun Minky, who took black, would start the play. This match went by quickly, due to Sun Minky committing an error that a pro shouldn't have made around the 30th move. Wu Qing seized on this and pressed him hard. In the end, Sun Minky was forced to resign mid-match. The viewers exclaimed endlessly. What a beautiful match. Teacher Wu is still as good as ever. Yeah, a master is a master. He plays so steadily. Actually, if Teacher Qing had continued to play in professional Go tournaments, he would definitely still be a very high-level pro. I wonder why he decided to retire. Amazing. I had fun watching. Wu Qing started to give his opponent an explanation of the game through replay. Over here, why did you make this move? Sun Minky typed, it was a mistake. Wu Qing, it would have been better to go this way. Thank you for your guidance, Sun Minky said earnestly. Back at home, Wu Qing was laughing loudly. Fill the teapot, fill it up. Li Qingcan came over with a thermos. She said with a smile, did you win? But of course. Wu Qing was very happy. Li Qingcan asked, who did you play against? Wu Qing said, Sun Minky. Little Sundale Li Qingcan said, Little Sun hasn't been ranked all that high this year. He's been average. Haha, it's not that he's bad, it's that I'm too good, Wu Qing bragged. If I took part in a pro tournament, I'm sure that I could still play as I did 20 years ago. Do you believe me? Li Qingcan reluctantly said, of course I believe you. Is that good enough for you? She followed up with, but I wonder who it was that got defeated by an amateur yesterday even though he had been given a 2-stone handicap. But Wu Qing didn't even seem to hear these words. I'll continue playing. This time, I'm going to find a higher level player. Otherwise, it won't be fun to play. On the server, there were a lot of people who were asking to play him. Some were amateurs, while others were professionals. Wu Qing just laughed as he started picking who he wanted to play next. The number of netizens who came to view the game also increased. But right as Wu Qing was deciding on who to play against next, he suddenly saw that someone had come in to take Sun Minky's place after Little Sun had left the room. It wasn't a viewer but a player who had taken the seat across from him. However, Wu Qing remembered that he had set a password for the room, so an outsider couldn't have just taken the seat like this. Could Little Sun have given this player the password then? This Little Sun, how could he be so unparticular like that? Who was this person? Yi? It wasn't a real name? The fellow Go players were all getting thrilled. Someone's here. There's another player. Who is it? I don't know. His registration date is today? Damn, who could this be? Did Teacher Qing send the invite? A lot of the spectators were startled. Yi spoke, Teacher Qing, please instruct me. When Wu Qing saw this, he decided not to kick Yi out. He thought that if it was someone that Little Sun had invited, then they should not be too bad. So he decided to go ahead with the game. The two of them clicked the ready button. The game began. Yi took black and went first. Wu Qing smiled as he used the mouse to place his stones. 5 moves. 10 moves. 20 moves. In the beginning, Wu Qing did not sense anything. The Go players spectating also did not seem to have noticed anything. It was just a very common opening, and a very common way of playing. There wasn't anything new or unusual about the moves, and it even felt a little boring to watch. This game was just two by the book with neither side getting an advantage. But when Black reached the 23rd move, things changed. It was a beautiful move. So beautiful that it astonished the viewers. Holy shit. What a great move. Wow, this is a good one. This move by the Black Stones is so powerful. This unrestrained move had allowed the Black Stones that were almost dead in the upper left corner to come back to life. Wu Qing was very surprised and tried to rectify the situation. But after another 2 moves, he realized that there was nothing he could do about it. He could only clench his teeth and calmly step back from the deadlocked situation in the upper left corner. He would just have to attack in the middle so that he could set up his opening for an advance. However, Yi did not fall for it. As he had gained the tempo, he played right in the lower right to take on Wu Qing's white stones. His attack was extremely ruthless. It was extremely aggressive. Wu Qing was caught off guard and had to try to turn things around again. Move after move. Yi kept pressing harder and harder. Wu Qing was slowly being pushed back. Even before they reached the endgame, Wu Qing's opening was taken apart when Yi placed another stone down on the central region of the board. Wu Qing stared at the screen with a dark look. He stared at it without blinking and thought for a full 10 minutes before giving up and resigning. Yi was victorious. The room flew into an uproar. Yi won? Fuck. Qing 9 Dan lost? This. How ruthless. Which godly person is this Yi? Yeah, which Go Pro's alt is this? Damn, weren't these territorial battles just so beautiful? A lot of the people were simply in disbelief. This was because to them, Qing 9 Dan was already the highest peak to conquer. Although his Go skill had already regressed by a lot, he still should not have lost this badly to an unknown person, right? He didn't even manage to make it to the endgame. He resigned right in the midgame. How could this be? Wu Qing broke out in cold sweat. He immediately went looking for Sun Minky. Little Sun, who did you give the password to? Sun Minky was still replaying the match he had just had with Wu Qing. He was completely confused by this question. Teacher Qing, what password? But I didn't give it to anyone. Wu Qing quickly typed, then who is this Yi? Sun Minky said, I don't know. What Yi? Only then was Wu Qing convinced that Sun Minky did not know anything about this. This Yi person that suddenly went into the match room was not invited by Little Sun at all. Then who are you? Who the fuck are you? 1102 Wu Qing calls for reinforcements. Chapter 1102, Wu Qing calls for reinforcements. 4,000 viewers. 5,000 viewers. 6,000 viewers. The number of people in the room kept increasing. After a big commotion in the public chat box, numerous people came into the room to view the game. What? Qing 9 Dan really lost? He resigned in the mid-game. It was just a lucky win, right? Which professional player could this be? I don't know him at all. This Yi's playing style seems a little strange. Could it be a Go Pro from Japan or Korea trying to provoke us? I've never seen any of our Chinese pros use such a playing style. Let's watch another round. Are they going to play again? Wu Qing often played online Go and would also play games with some of the domestic players or even foreign pros. It wasn't like these online Go players had never seen Qing 9 Dan lose before. Even at his peak some 20 years ago, it was impossible for him to never lose a match. There were too many factors affecting the outcome of a Go game. Things like skill, state of mind, luck, and even the air quality and temperature of the venue could decide the victor. But rarely had anyone seen Qing 9 Dan lose so badly. In the room, Wu Qing said, Another game. Yi, sure. In the courtyard house. Wu Qing's angry voice sounded, I won't believe this. Li Qingcan entered the room. What's the matter? Nothing. Wu Qing grunted. Li Qingcan knew that her husband must have lost a game of Go, so she sat down curiously beside him and looked at the computer screen. Yi? Which master is this? The second game began. Wu Qing took black and went first this time. Make your move. Wu Qing placed his stone and muttered to himself, I'll get serious with you this time. His opponent placed a stone. Wu Qing moved again. Li Qingcan could tell that her husband had really become serious this time as he thought very long for each move that he made. But seeing how his opponent named Yi continued his next sequence of moves, Li Qingcan's expression slightly changed as well. First, the opponent played very quickly like he did not require much time to consider his moves. Second, his strategy was a little odd. Although the majority of his moves followed a traditional sense of play, some of them were very strange moves. But what was even stranger was that Yi's moves, which would not be considered the best moves by most people, had actually ended up making a very nice shape one on the Go board that no one could have expected. Who was he? Li Qingcan was very surprised. Wu Qing's expression became darker as he played on. When Yi made a diagonal move in an unexceptional position on the board, Wu Qing finally realized who he was. Li Qingcan wore an expression of shock as well. This move was way too familiar. Other people might not know it, but they were really familiar with it. This diagonal move was not made that cleverly and was not even considered a standard move. From the looks of the opening strategy and the framework too in the smaller division of the board, this was not the best move to make. However, Wu Qing and Li Qingcan had witnessed someone make this same move just yesterday, and he had relied on this diagonal move as a foundation to instantly reverse things and completely destroy Wu Qing. Li Qingcan gasped, it's Little Zhang. Wu Qing cursed angrily, that young bastard. So it's him. They finally found out who it was. They finally realized who it was. In the entire Go world, no one would play that way other than him. Li Qingcan didn't know how to react. Didn't you refuse to play him? Didn't you tell him not to come? Look now, he came looking for you instead. This Little Zhang's temper is really interesting. Li Qingcan couldn't help but laugh. The more she laughed, the more she couldn't stop. This was the first time she had witnessed and heard of a future son-in-law getting into this sort of feud with his future father-in-law after his first visit. This Little Zhang was indeed just like the rumors said. He really was not a normal person. Wu Qing shouted, I'll fight him. Clink. He bumped 3 with a stone. Yi nonchalantly placed another stone down. Wu Qing said angrily, that move again? He's trying that move again? Shameless. Shameless to the extreme. He was forced to make an attack. However, Yi counterattacked. When Wu Qing saw this, he nearly went crazy. Damn, this young bastard is too devious. The house was filled with the sounds of Wu Qing's cursing. Despicable. Shameless. Don't you dare. Half an hour later, the outcome was decided. Even after adding the compensation, Yi still beat Wu Qing by over 7 points. With that, the crowd viewing the match broke into chaos. Holy shit. Which god could this Yi be? Isn't his too fucking awesome? He was taken totally apart, alright? Where did this amazing person pop out from? Those moves by you were just so classic.